Hey, everybody. Good morning. I don't know if it's morning for everybody. It certainly is morning for me, and we'll do a little conversation about that in a little bit. So, welcome to the YOM live stream. My lighting is extreme this morning. I'm going to bring up the founders. We're going to explain a little bit about how it is we got to the place we're at now, building on Avalanche. It's very exciting, very bullish for everybody in the studio, and I think for a lot of our community too. But there's, of course, raised questions because today was going to be a different day, and this live stream was planned for that different day. So just to tell you how fast it all happened, it's happened so fast that between the time that we scheduled all of our guests for today to talk about one thing, we pivoted to talk about this other thing. So let me bring up the rest of the founders and let's talk about how we started building on Avalanche.
Hey.
Hello, guys.
Hey, guys.
Hey, how are we doing?
So it has been a crazy 2 weeks. Longer for some of you guys because I know that Andy and you guys were involved pretty early on, and then Ron did his tech evaluation and everything. I probably was the last person to the party as far as this all came about. But so I think there's a lot of questions our community came to us with, like, hey, that's a very fast, sudden change, because just a couple of weeks ago, you were still saying TG is going to happen on the 28th, and now you're saying we have to move it. But again, we contend, and it seems like a very reasonable thing. Many people in the community are also agreeing with us. This is a good change for us. Or the idea of building on Avalanche is very, very bullish. So I thought we would start. This whole live stream today, for everybody who's just tuning in, the schedule's been posted on our Twitter account. We're going to talk to the founders team. We're going to talk to the tech team, the marketing team, the BizDev team, and then we're bringing some people from our community. We've got some tactical investing, who's one of our KOLs, who I have a really funny story about some crossover that he and I had that I didn't realize until just yesterday. We're going to talk to the people at NeoTokyo. We had one cancellation, and I apologize in advance. We were going to have one of our friends from the Unfungible team join us at 3:30 today. He, unfortunately, because the time changed in Europe, you guys have already done your daylight savings. We in the States have not yet. So the time confusion happened there, and so we're going to miss out on him. But we're going to fill that time. We've got plenty of time now for questions from the community. We were going to do that anyways. Then I'm going to go through the Matthew Ball report one more time, because I think there's a lot of information there. And we end the stream today with the folks from Avalanche. They're going to come on board, talk to this group again, and we're going to go through the story again about how it all happened and what this means for us. So a very long day I've never done, and I'm sure there's going to be mistakes made in a 7-hour live stream. I've never talked. I mean, I've talked for a full day, because anyone who knows me knows I have a tendency to ramble. But I have never had to broadcast for 7 hours straight. So that's going to be a very interesting challenge for me, and I'm looking forward to overcoming. So welcome everybody welcome you guys to the live stream. Who wants to kick off the story about how we found Avalanche in the first place? I think that started with Andy, right? Is that a good place to start?
Yeah, I can definitely start off. So I think just stepping back from the Avalanche situation. So obviously, thinking about what YOM is, we want to be integrated into as many chains as possible, because then that allows any games built to actually be integrated into our front end piece. So I've basically been spending the last couple of months talking to multiple chains about integration of their wallets and how we get their games on board. And this is purely within the Web3 space. So obviously, don't forget, we've got a ton of Web2 games, and some of the big names we're talking to at the moment. So again, this isn't just a pure Web3 play, but again, Web3 is the easy lift for us. So we started chatting to all the different chains about how to integrate the chain into YOM and what games they've got, and how do we run a process, etc. So there's lots of really interesting kind of ideas that have come up, and the headline has really been every single chain that we spoke to wants to integrate. That's a fact. So it's everybody that you can imagine across the big layer ones, the medium-sized layer ones, the layer twos. Literally everybody is like, yeah, this is great. How do we integrate? So that was how the conversation started straight away. Now, what that actually led to, in particular with Avalanche, and we met them at Gamescom, was the time, and we'd all had a few beers at the Avalanche and Beam event, and I suppose the interesting bit is that when you go to somewhere like Gamescom, which is 335,000 people and 30,000 business people. It's the largest event in the world for gaming business and gaming consumers. You suddenly realize who are the main players in this space, who are the companies that are doing things both within Web 2 and Web 3. So we went round and spoke to massive game businesses, publishers, studios, etc. But the event at the Avalanche kind of sponsored event was really cool, full of loads of games. It was very much a game piece, and we met Will, who's coming on later, I think, to speak to you, Jeff, isn't he? There. First of all, I spoke to him, and then I introduced Jorrit and let him do some tech chats. You were going to say something there, mate? Go on.
I think that was also a really funny story, because it was the first day of Jeroen in the office, so our new CMO. We'll be in talks with him later today. It was his first day in, and he was in a complete conviction. Okay, we would be launching on Peak. So what are you guys talking with all of these other chains? And he said, yeah, well, it's wallet integration, blah, blah, blah. And I also told him there's no way we're going to move away from Peak. So don't worry about it, right? So we're just going to get into the call, talk with these guys, see how we can integrate, maybe do some liquidity swap. And then that happened, and then they got really excited about us, right? And they said, okay, this is great, right? What you guys are building that's exactly the game technology that Avalanche is looking for. So it's B2B, it's a lot of transactions on chain, it's game technology, so it's not purely for the Web3. It empowers basically a solution of a 10x cost efficiency gains and very lightweight capital expenses to the market, which no data center can ever compete with, even if they wanted to, right? So they can maybe subsidize at front, but they cannot sustain it long term. And the Avalanche folk, they understood that, because they were the gaming guys, right? And they were used to onboarding games into their ecosystem. So we were a little bit of a strange duck in that, because we were basically building an entire DePIN technology for those gaming businesses. So I think that amazed us or amazed them. And then we quickly ended up in a situation where they said, yeah, we want to help you guys out. There's an ecosystem around it. We can introduce you to all of our partners. We have so many games. We can bring you on stage next year at Gamescom. And keep in mind, Avalanche had the biggest stand in the retail area by a long way. It was massive, lots of exposure. So that kind of that dawned on us, but still we were thinking, yeah, but the Peak guys are great, right? So it takes something to make us, especially in the timing right now. Maybe 3 months ago would have been better, but in the seriousness of the current planning and all of the things that we had scheduled, and we got introduced to IDO platforms. I mean, there was no way we were going to move to Avalanche.
Just a thought on that as well. One of the things that I think was the interesting bit here was you got Will, who's the gaming guy, who's like, this is brilliant, and then you've got Chris, and I think Chris might come as well, who's the DePIN guy. Right. Now, what you end up with at Avalanche is all the top games in Web3 pretty much, and especially the Unreal games and Unity games, as opposed to the mobile games, are on Avalanche. It's literally Shrapnel, Off the Grid, blah blah blah. There's a list of 20 or 30 tier 1 games all running layer 1s. But I think there's a bit here about that combination. It's DePIN and gaming, and I don't know what you guys think as well, but one of the things I've noticed is when we talk to businesses, they're like, all right, you're DePIN, and we're like, no, we're DePIN for gaming, and then they're like, all right, you're gaming, and then we're like, no, we're DePIN. Yeah. Exactly, we're infrastructure. And they sort of don't get it, whereas I think the Avalanche guys were like, and the Peak guys got it as well, but they're very deep in and AI, robotics, blah, blah, blah. Whereas the AVAX guys are good.
This might be a good place. I didn't really do it. We kind of jumped right into the conversation. But for people who are finding us for the first time, all the Avalanche community, who's this YOM? Who are these YOM guys and what do they do? A real quick understanding of what we do. We have built a DePIN, decentralized cloud gaming network. We allow people who have a gaming rig at home to earn passive income. They loan their rig to our network when they're not using it, and we pay them to stream games from their rig to the end user. And the end user can reach these games through any website. We've got it working inside of Telegram and Discord, two very big social platforms for spreading the game user acquisition channels very, very fast, very far. So we're a very different play in that we're infrastructure that supports both the gamers by paying them for decentralized revenue, getting them paid for allowing us to use their rig, and for the game publishers, this is a much cheaper way. Cloud gaming is a solution that everyone's looking for, but centralized clouds are very expensive. They're getting more expensive as AI is using all those GPU cycles. So we provide a much better path for game publishers to reach players than they've ever seen before.
Yeah.
So that's a quick synopsis of what we're doing. I don't know. You want to add to that?
No, yeah, and it's massive as well. It's not like so cloud gaming was. I mean, it's pretty old by now. By Google Stadia was it was basically lifted by Google Stadia at first, and then others also participated, but it's technically and economically very hard to pull off. So everyone knows, okay, this is going to be the future because it's faster, it's instant, it's ubiquitous. You don't need the underlying hardware. It's way more modern, right? Just like with Netflix, you can watch any movie. You don't need a gaming rig to watch the movie. You don't need to boot up anything. You don't need to install anything. So that's the cloud gaming premise that was out there that it was supposed to fix. But cloud game is entirely like it's a broken solution at this point, and that's also where our thesis comes in. It can be fixed, and in fact we fixed it via a decentralized architecture. So the architecture by itself is flawed, and you can see how those centralized cloud game providers are trying to tackle with the economics. It's a mess. It's so many data centers that need to be involved. It's lots of deals, and it's around it just to manage capacity, ensure that the economics work. And even then, it's a losing game in the end, right? So even with all of the gating in front of it, like most of that's then spent on managing the resources and putting it close to the end user. So that's also where the latency story comes in, right? So, and I know, like one of the things that Jeff said in some of his podcasts is, YOM, or let's say cloud gaming, is in fact the best use case for DePIN and for crypto in general. That's the first entry to market that's really going to nail and make clear what the use case is of a decentralized infrastructure. Lots of people tend to think it's storage, it's bandwidth, it's AI, but all of these, I mean, there are some advantages to using a decentralized infrastructure, but they are not as amplified as it is with YOM, right? So with cloud gaming, it solves the entire triangle of problems that all cloud gaming providers are trying to deal with. So it's costs, it's scalability, it's reach, it's being basically us, like a pure protocol play, owning no data centers, yet being able to provide better quality streams than the data centers out there that are de facto real estate businesses, right? So
and we really, and it's a recent thing, but we recently released the Universal Pixel Streamer, and maybe Ron, you can talk about this real quick. But originally YOM was a metaverse project, right? We had built, or that original team had built metaverse spaces for big name clients like GlaxoSmithKline and those kinds of things. But again, we were using a central server, and it was expensive even for us. So this solution that we've come up with was a solution that we ourselves identified that we needed, and that became the product, right? So now we're no longer build the spaces, we now build the infrastructure instead. But we were, 2 years ago, we were limited to only working in Unreal. And the tech team recently, we'll do more of this conversation in the tech team talk, but the tech team figured out, oh wait, we can do this with the Universal Pixel Streamer and reach every game. So Ron, you want to talk, and it was even better than the streaming of the Unreal, from what I understand. So you want to give a quick talk about what happened there?
Sure. So with the Universal Pixel Streamer, we did do a community test, like an internal test that we did. I shared the links with I think 5 to 10 people, from the community, and then they were very excited about it. So, and then I shared the links where, it's not only within Netherlands, it was like in Germany, Switzerland, and around, Netherlands, and the latency was still, very good. Like it was a 50% increase in that sense. So, and we do not plan to, connect the users as well, that far, right? So if we connect, nearby users, then when the latency is even smaller. So, but with this, wide range, the latency was still very good. And by latency, I also, would like to emphasize on the input latency, because, I've seen, a few of the community members shared the video where, when you move to the left, it takes, let's say half microsecond, or, to move to the left. So, with this, the input latency is like you're playing locally on your desktop. So, I'm pretty excited to release this soon. Testing it further, and then we have one final hurdle to jump, and then after that, we should be ready to go.
Yeah. So again, for people who are just kind of finding YOM for the first time, what the orchestrate. So we have the HyperOrc. It's a patent pending technology that we've built that watches the whole network and says, okay, well, this user is trying to play this game, and they're pinging in from Germany. So let's find him a computer close to Germany, close to where he is. We measure the latency between the two systems and say, okay, well, that player can play off of this system. We'll give the work to that computer, whether in Belgium or Germany or someplace close by. So that's how the HyperOrc orchestrates the whole thing, watches the whole network, and then ships work to the closest node. So for people who are thinking about hosting a node at home or using the gaming rig to earn passive income, we have we'll really talk about this later today too, but a calculator that helps you realize, I think that we figured our average should be about $53 per stream. And depending on your gaming rig, that's per month. And then depending on your gaming rig, you could host anywhere between 2 and 8 streams a month, or I'm sorry, concurrently. So you're talking upwards of what could be near $400 a month per gaming rig if you have good enough speed, if there's enough work in that area, if you have a good enough upload connection, and then you've got a high enough computer. Jorrit, let me throw it over to you.
No, yeah, indeed. I think these are the good metrics. Now, at the same time, do realize these are normal distributions. So in certain months could be lower or could be higher, right? If there is over demand, then the payout would be significantly higher, because all of our expectation calculations assume 50% of the workload is being utilized at any time, right? Now we are aiming for 60% under the hood. Now we're not publicly putting that out there, because by going for the 50, then
you just did. Now you're publicly put it out there.
But this wouldn't be quoted, right? So this would be just stay here between us and the community. Now, at the same time, our strategy is as followed, right? So you're still dealing with a chicken and egg situation, where whilst you are growing your ecosystem of supply, you also need to onboard publishers and studios at the same time. So the BizDev, and there will be a separate breakout session for the business dev people. They have been working really hard on getting as much commitment to the network as possible, pre-commitment, because we cannot launch on the current test network yet. So that we can, in fact, over-deliver on the streams at launch. Now, is that going to happen immediately at launch? Yeah, I mean, we hope so. We aim for that. That's our goal. Do keep in mind that in practice, there are a lot of commercial, technical, testing, compliancy reasons beyond our control that can influence the actual onboarding of demand. So we're trying our best in closing the deals. That's what we can do, and we try to have them commit as much as possible. But that's
our BizDev guys have been in the gaming industry. Gosh, Andy, what 20 combined time in the industry? Got to be 50 years or so.
Yeah,
I mean,
probably.
And so a lot of connections, and then they're very excited. Again, when we show them the technology, they've been looking at cloud gaming from a couple different maybe competitors, sort of, I guess, and they came over to us to say, yeah, this is the team that's actually doing it correctly. So
we have, for example, John Kavanagh, and we had him on the stream earlier, who is the founder of EDOS, which basically is the producer, the game dev of Tomb Raider, Hitman, Thief. So these are not just games, these are the the hallmarks, I would say, almost of the gaming industry. Because before, like I believe Tomb Raider was the first ever game that was captured on camera, right? Or at least the one that was really successful doing it, right?
Yeah, I know that it was one of my first games. It was the reason why I went to art school to study games, was because of Tomb Raider and Resident Evil.
It was
Those
because
two.
of John, right?
Yeah, apparently.
You're working with him, so that's crazy.
Did you know, just on a weird note there, right? I didn't realize it. Obviously, I'm from not obviously, but I am from Derby. Tomb Raider was created in Derby, and there's a really weird location where all the streets are named after Tomb Raider. So there's Lara Croft Way.
Wow.
Yeah. And then there's Tomb Raider Street. Yeah. And John was telling me the story about how he went up and basically bought. He went up on the train, and then they came back after buying the entire company, and then basically how they launched it. It's a cool story. Maybe we'll get him to tell everyone the story.
Yeah, maybe we'll get
got a few of those.
Wow.
But you started talking about it, and I think it's something that we want. So coming back to the Avalanche story, right? So one of the things that we were challenged with when we talk about the global coverage was the idea that it can the prices of energy and the amount of games being played in different regions fluctuates, right? Some regions are energy is very expensive, and there's a lot of gaming happening there. There are other places where energy is expensive, but not a lot of games happen there. But there's all these things that we have to balance. So when you started talking, and this was really, I think you and Rowan, but I was not part of it. But the idea of having a layer one at some point and Avalanche enabling this. But can you talk a little bit about this?
I mean, outside of obviously all of the ecosystem support that Avalanche was going to bring, and the backing from the foundation and all of that, right? The one thing that really made the biggest difference had to come from the technical side, because I mean, everyone can we could even by ourselves build a similar ecosystem. Well, that's the ambition at some point in the future, right? But it's the technical enabler where we could be doing stuff with Avalanche on a technical level that we could never be doing on Peak. That was like, okay, if we want to make that possible potentially in the future, and we don't know exactly yet when that's going to happen, then we now have to move and migrate to Avalanche. And obviously, you can always in the future bridge the token and go to a different chain. We are the living proof of that. But by immediately committing on the right chain, like, we can prevent potential moves into the future. So that was in combination with all of the ecosystem and other support for us. Okay, yeah, then we have to now make a very hard decision. While we were making that decision on the background, we also had to assume still like Peak, right? So we had to assume everything going on full force, IDOs, getting on podcasts, getting featured. We had the live stream indeed scheduled for today to do all of the minting. So it was really those quite tense on the background, because we also knew, okay, if we're going to announce this, people are not going to necessarily be happy, even though it means so much more value for the token and the ecosystem, right, on the long term. But that's mostly indeed a story for us, for long-term holders, for those who really want to build out the network, for the network operators by themselves, because the payout would also make more sense in their particular region. So if you're in a region with a high electricity payout, then you would automatically get paid more than in a low electricity payout, and that would automatically correct for electricity prices without us from a top-down ecosystem define, okay, yeah, the people in America get paid more than the people in Mexico, for example, right? Like, that would be kind of arbitrary almost, and that's centralized control. So the way to deal with that is by applying laissez-faire tactics, right? Like letting the market define its own prices via AMMs, via market makers, via traders, via liquidity pools. And I'm saying the only way, I mean, we could technically deploy all of these tokens also on Peak, but then the problem is you get so many on-chain transactions in between all of these different LPs. You get we already have a lot of transactions on chain for every session being utilized. That means that the gas burn is so massive that it is definitely worth having that in your own hands. So you can set guarantees on what the gas is going to be, and you can do even the payout with the existing node operators. That means that more revenues also for the node operators, as opposed to that revenue going to the peak validators.
I think there's a bit there, just sorry to interrupt, there's a bit there that I think is really interesting that you picked up on, is the, when we were talking about one game, we're talking about one game being live, and, some of the games we're talking to are medium-sized games, nothing like massive. One game being live will be anywhere from 20 to 40 million transactions a month on the chain. Now, when you think about that, all this sort of stuff that we're talking about there, about having multiple chains, different payment, it all makes sense. And it's another argument, again, I think, for the decentralized project, but also having our own, kind of chain is where it goes to, doesn't it?
Exactly.
It clicked, didn't it? And I think it's, it definitely makes sense.
Yeah. And to echo on that, it's the gas fee that we consider, right? The gas fee was crazy, to start with, and then looking at the numbers that Andy mentioned, right? It is going to be a massive expense as well, and then we also need to maintain the network. So, moving to an L1 later in the future, it's the good idea where we can even keep the gas fees at zero, right, and just pay the validators what they need to, and then we just have our regular tokenomics where we burn certain amount, we pay X percentage to the node operators, and X percentage to the network, right? So that in that sense we have more control. Yeah.
And you wouldn't need any other token in your wallet to send YOM around, right? So just making it super simple. That also means implicitly, by aside from all of the advantage, aside from all of the cost efficiency, aside from the price differentiation, immediately it also means that you can just send YOM to your neighbor without them needing Solana, Peak, AVAX, any other token, right? So it becomes a super pure currency that is working on the same machines that are providing the compute and the streams to the gamers. So you're becoming a de facto layer 1 chain that is with very high payouts. In fact, the highest payouts around, right? There is no way any Bitcoin validator or any ecosystem validator can provide even remotely the revenues that we can provide. It's potentially like less than a tenth. It's like 1/20th, and all of these rewards usually get subsidized via minting on chain. For example, with Solana, there's an ever increasing supply of Solana in the ecosystem. Those rewards are allocated to the validators that validate Solana, because Solana by itself cannot run purely on the transaction level. Same as for Bitcoin, same as for Ethereum, because the actual value of a transaction is not that high, right? So you need a lot of other measures to be able to account for this. For us, it's the inverse. The value of our validators is massive. It's so massive that we can afford to make it deflationary. So we become a layer 1 chain with a deflationary token that also provides the highest possible rewards for node operators. Right? So let that sink in. That means that we are more scarce than any other chain out there with the highest rewards out there. And then
you're not even taking into account the fact that the validator nodes for the transactions, the token validator nodes, we can also, pay people for hosting validators. So again,
but that's implicit, right? So either these become separate validators, or you make that implicit, because the validation is on the CPU, whereas the games get run on the GPU, right? So you can use other parts of the PC.
And we talk about aligning incentives, right? Our incentives are aligned with the gaming industry, right? The gaming industry wants to have a lot of people playing their games, and we want a lot of people playing their games, because more transactions means more burn, meaning more support for the deflationary aspects of the token. So we're aligned with the gaming industry and game publishers in that way as well.
Yeah,
I was just going to say,
all incentives are aligned, and it's basically what Bitcoin had to be from the beginning, right? Right now, it's doing arbitrary calculations, calculating hash, and we're basically saying, yeah, instead of making those calculations arbitrary, let those machines perform real compute, and let some of them participate in the validation of the compute, and that's a way more efficient, effective model.
Real compute in a marketplace where there really is demand for compute, and that is the cloud gaming marketplace. I mean, everyone knows. Most people don't know this. Most people already know this, but gaming is more revenue generating than music, movies, and TV combined. Right? It's a massive, massive industry. But, and that's something I'll also go over later on today at 3:30 Central European time. The industry is kind of stagnating, or it has had kind of plateaued after 10 years of constant growth, really, really high. One of the things that's expected to pull it out of this lag that's currently in for the past 4 years is cloud gaming. So there's demand from the publishers. Again, something more we talk about with the BizDev guys. There's demand for what we're offering, but again, the only way that has been solved to this point is with the central server, which is just too expensive. It's not cost efficient for them. So when we show them we can do it at 95% lower cost than what they've been used to paying, then they're like, okay, that solution actually does work for us.
Yeah. No, and it's like the next question would be, okay, this all sounds great, but first of all, is it working? Can I use it? I see a lot of words. Where are the actions? What's the plan? What's the architecture? What's the rollout? Like, there are so many other questions that we still need to kind of address to, of course, make sense to a lot of you out there. And I want to mention that we have, as Andy mentioned, we won the best game technology project of the year at Gamescom, right? So Gamescom is about 10 times bigger than the biggest crypto conference, and there were over 300 applicants, and we were number one, right? That's all from the Web2 industry. So these are gaming publishers, private equity people that came to the conclusion that, okay, YOM is actually the biggest opportunity that they have seen for a long time in this industry. Right, so that is on the awards. And now, is that an action that people want to see? So we want to be very specific, right? So you can actually go to the website and try out. It's not universal streamer. We have a way better streamer, but all of the streams that you're seeing are already running on the DePIN, and they're already on chain, and they're already showing that. So people who say, okay, they're like a lot of words, no action. Well, it's already out there. You can use it, and we can prove it. And every time you log in and you play some game, it's an on-chain transaction, and it's getting paid out to the node operator that we also have, that are not hosted by us, that are hosted by some of our community members out there that are actively testing and actively participating in the ecosystem, right? So and they end of the day, we have Nerdgazm, so one of our community members on the stream, who was one of our earliest testers, who's going to talk about that, right? So if people say there are no actions, I mean, we've been so much action that you are not even keeping up, right? And I don't want to say that in a condescending way, but we're like, the only thing that we can report at this point are, let's say, more almost like abstractions out of that. Because if we had to communicate every single action every day, you wouldn't be able to see the forest anymore, right? You would only see lots of trees, and you would be like, okay, information overload.
Yeah.
Like
another. I go back and forth, right? Yeah. I go back and forth. Is it our fault for not broadcasting enough? Or is it the community? Or is the community being unreasonable to think we're going to be broadcasting everything? And I don't really know.
There is a thing about finding this equilibrium in the right level of communication, right? So it's okay. If every action we announce, like, is that going to dilute the communication at some point, because people will be blocking, right? So you need to then combine it into a release, or you combine it into a thing with, okay, Avalanche Foundation now backs YOM. We now won the best gaming tech award on Gamescom. We're now getting this partner onboarded. We're now integrating with Beamable, right? Like, and then as part of that, we announced the other. But these are the headlines. And then if you read the article closely, you see exactly what we've been doing. So yeah, and like that is the story up to now. And yes, there has been delays, but
yeah. It's more of we are being honest and maybe slow as well, right? But we are honest, right? Like if you go to stats.yom.net, we see nodes which are live, which are active, right? We are not faking any number of nodes. Even if the nodes are offline, we show them offline, right? So it is more on, we are expanding, maybe slowly, but we are I think we are in the right direction in that sense.
Well, I would not even say slow. I mean, and this is because of AI, obviously, that we've been able to adopt seriously everywhere in our company. So we use maximum, like everything that we're doing, we're asking ourselves the question, can we outsource it with AI? And if we can't, maybe we have to find something that we can use AI for, because the efficiency gains that we're seeing, not only with the tech team, right? Because almost every dev now maintains their own product in the stack, whereas before that wouldn't be possible. A product needed an entire team. Now every individual team member in our team is a team by itself because of all of the AI agents we've built, and we can go into detail on how that works. Like we basically have an army of sub agents doing all of our code reviews, doing all of the security things, doing the design for us. We even have our UX designer is a tool called UX Pilot, which we then convert to a Figma design. We do some tweaks, and of course we have our marketing team on that to perfect that, and then it gets immediately transferred to code from there, right? So we have the tech team on it to define the architecture. So that's on a technical level, but also on a BD level and emailing. Like we're on steroids at the moment. So
well, we also don't really like. We're also very attuned to the some of the stuff that AI kicks out for communication wise. We're like, oh, that sounds so not human. Like one thing that we pride ourselves on is being as authentic as possible with our communication channels, and we try to. There have been how many times that we've taken a look at the AI version of what we wanted to say. I'm like, nope, we're not saying it like that. It just sounds like a computer wrote it, and we want to write it ourselves.
Constantly it does, right? Also anywhere in the stack, but I mean, it still outpaces like all of the effort you would otherwise need to do in like fine tuning every little word in your email or the.
Well,
right?
I do like the meeting articles that I wrote. I was asked just for an outline, and that just helped me organize my thoughts. But as far as the actual body of the text, I always decided to write it myself because that, again, it always felt more human. It just got me past that first step, which is the outline step of an article. All right. Well, we have a schedule today. I don't know how well we're going to stick to it. We're going to try as best we can. But right now, we were going to switch over to the tech team and bring them up and talk about things like the Node Inspector website, webpage, and the expansion of the alpha test network. And we can go over some of the AI agents that they're using. But to wrap up this segment, any parting words? You're leaned into the microphone as if you want to.
Yeah, I just lean into the microphone. No, it's what is important is the TG date. Everyone has been asking for what's the date going to be. We're aiming for we are setting the TG date at the 9th of December.
Right, if not sooner, but that's the date we're going for.
Yeah,
right?
That's
and there's a number of reasons for this.
Yeah, there's a number of reasons. We just also signed some other partners that are going to amplify a lot of the efforts we've been working towards. It doesn't mean that there won't be anything concrete coming from the team up to a TG, because as I've been saying, we're like there are actions every day, but like a specific one that would be very relevant to some people, not all of them. So the people who care about the token TG will be the thing, but the nano devices, there will be a sale with our partners, Freshminers. So we haven't even announced them, right? In a specific article, but they will be, I believe, also here today in one of the streams to talk about that. So we decided to basically handle all e-commerce devices, any products around YOM via our partners. So that breakout session will be, the breakout session. It's just that
part of the
session. Will be all discussed in detail in that talk.
Right. It's about 1:30 today that we're going to the Central European time to touch them, which for me is like 7:30.
Almost normal time. Do you know what I mean?
Right. Oh no, wait a minute. 1:30. That's 1:30 today my time. It's kind of that. I'm saying that these are. Yeah, that's right. These are Central European times, right? All right, so we want to have the tech team come up. Ron, you can tell
Yeah.
everybody who wanted to join. I put
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
invite
They're
into
here.
the.
So
So
We'll
they got
love you and leave you for
camera.
now, and I'll see you later.
Yeah, and we're gonna have you up a couple more times today. So we'll talk to you in a bit.
See you in a bit.
All righty. Hey guys. Now I sent the link. Oh, when we do this, we lose all three. Let's do this. There we go. So we got Dirk and Jörn there, and the different pieces of the puzzle, right? We've got. I'm gonna actually bring up. But what do you want to talk about first, Ron? You want to talk about the Node Inspector website, or how do you
yeah,
want to
I
handle?
mean, like, I would like to mention that two of our guys are not here. One, like Kido, he is out sick, and then Patrick, he also has an appointment, so he is not there. But they are also part of the big tech team in that sense. Yeah, and we have Derek and Jon here. So yeah, maybe we can start with a short intro in that sense. What do they do, and then day to day routine in that sense. Yeah.
Yeah, let me see
So
if I can. I'm gonna change the layout so we can see these guys better. How do we do
yeah.
that? No, let's do no that. No, that didn't work. I wanted to switch that. Well, you guys start talking and see what happens.
Yeah.
There we
So
go.
last time you see me was with the stand up, or not? I mean, not the stand up, the town hall.
Yeah.
Had like a short chat. So my name is Dirk. I do the software for the nodes itself. So basically, my job is to develop all the software on the Nano, and that's mainly what I'm concerned with. So
Yeah.
I think you can do the next.
Nice. Yeah. So my name is Jorn, and I'm doing everything related to the SDK and then specifically Unreal at the moment. So I'm helping the studios integrate our software and making it easy for them so that they can deploy their game on our network. That is the main thing that I'm working on now.
Yeah. I mean, earlier I used to call Yon as the Unreal guy because we were more supporting Unreal Engine games, but now he's like a universal streamer guy in that sense, right? So he's anything related to pixel streaming or games or SDK or related to latency. He's the guy to go to in that sense. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
And with Derek, he's kind of the backbone of the YOM OS in that sense. Yeah, he kind of built from scratch.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the Linux part.
Yeah.
Dirk, you've been doing a lot of the communication with the alpha testers. Let me explain to people who are finding us for the first time or might not know fully. We've got about nearly 20 alpha testers around the world. These are people who have loaned their gaming rig to our alpha network because, again, as you deploy, we want to always test, does this work in different regions, different challenges we've came across. I mean, even here at my house, right, we had a challenge of the latency where I live out in the middle of nowhere, South Carolina, so it's very hard for me. I don't get a whole big connection, but it was good to know these kinds of things. You want to talk a little bit about the onboarding process for the alpha testers, how much fun you've had, how many late nights, because you have to hit every different time zone for all these different things.
Yeah. Like I have a lot of calls like deep in the night, but like I think that's like normal for us. Makes it fun as well. I think you have the same, right? It's like different time zones. Yeah. So the onboarding process for most people is very smooth. Only like there are some edge cases, some outliers sometimes. So the latest thing we had is like not a lot of people have the 5080 series, like that's the GPU from NVIDIA. And we noticed that the repos on the Debian-based system are not there for the actual installation. So we had to change and modify a bit, and it's still not fully recognized, so we're working on that. But and we didn't know that because we don't have those cards. So like those things just happen, and then it's like, oh yeah, we accounted for it, we thought about it, we made it ready, but because we don't have it, it's always a surprise.
Right. I know, looking at a lot of the conversations you're having with these testers, it's been fortunate because many of them are really well versed in their. I mean, these are people who build their own gaming rigs generally, so they know their system fairly well. They know the technology, and as you're having the conversation with them, it's over my head because I don't have that. My son could probably follow along, and sometimes I brought him in to translate for me. But you're able to have those conversations with these guys because, again, guys and girls, we've got the one female up in Canada who's hosting for us as well. So these are all smart people who understand their gaming rig really well, and they speak the language anyways.
Well, it's like that, but like sometimes like it's just the vice versa. Is the people that do not have any knowledge are easier, because like the people that have knowledge, they start to think, and they randomly start doing things. It's like, yeah, I thought I needed to be there. It's like, no, let's just do it like this, please. Yeah, but I can do this too. It's like, yeah, okay, I know you can, but you don't have to.
You know, it's funny.
So,
In the game studios I used to work at, some of the studios I used to work at, I was always friendly with the IT department too. And the IT department would tell me all the time on the side, the worst guys to onboard are new programmers, because new programmers think they know what they're talking about. And I'm the IT guy. They got to listen to me. Artists are easier to onboard. Designers are easier to onboard, but the programmers are always the hardest ones.
yeah. So I like to mention like Susan. She works in the office in Spain. Yeah. And basically we set up a rig there too, in fact.
Yeah.
But like, even though there were a lot of like problems in the sense with like regulations and like a lot of things that could go wrong and did go wrong, and Sue doesn't have any technical experience, but it was for me the most smooth experience there was. It's just she sends a screenshot of everything. She just like perfectly shows you everything, and it, got fixed quite fast. That was very fun.
Now, Jorn, is the Universal Pixel Streamer, is that in your ballpark as well?
Yeah, definitely. He has it in his pockets at this moment. Yeah, it's like that. He takes it home and brings it back.
So I wanted to ask this question, and I just haven't ever had a chance to. But why is it that the Universal Pixel Streamer is even better latency-wise, connection speed-wise, than when we were doing the Unreal SDK integration?
Yeah, that is still a question that I'm also wondering why that is exactly happening. But at least for this, it's like more minimal. So in that sense, there's less overhead. So that is the thing what I think is now the case. Not sure, because we didn't dive in deeply into like, okay, what is actually causing it? Because we first wanted to make it so like, okay, that we support every game. That's more important than fixing the latency at the moment, because the latency is good enough to play the games, and if the machines are close enough, then everything is fine. But of course, now that we have the new one, we saw indeed the differences between it. But the only thing that I now can say is like, okay, it's probably more minimal, so the data that it gets sent is less. So in that sense, it is faster.
True. Yeah, there's less overhead as well. Yeah, I mean the technology, like we were using Epic Games Unreal Engine streamer, right? So that had a lot of wiring in that sense. And then here we are kind of separating the streamer part as well as the integration into the games as well. So both the technologies are way different. So the Universal Pixel Streamer is way different. It's a 2.0 in that sense. So we stream the game to display in that sense, and then that display is streamed to the browser. Under the hood, this is how it works.
Well, I'm going to bring up the node, the rig check page, right, and show people. And Ron, I wonder if we went to talk about this, why this was brought about. This is more Patrick's work, I understand, but since he can't be here, but like, why did we do it? What does it do, and how do people get there?
I think I can take that if you want.
Sure, yeah. Do.
So because like our Node OS has like a specific requirements to run. So for example, you need an NVIDIA card. You need to have like a decent upload speed to like actually stream the games. But we wanted to have a tool basically that before you buy the node or before you do it, you could actually check your system. Like, is my system compatible enough? Can I run it? And how much will I earn when I run it? So like, it's basically before you buy, it's actually showing you, because we don't want to be deceptive in that sense. It's like, we want to make sure that you can run it if you buy it, and then also give you a proper indication of what you will earn each month.
To be fair, also, this is a little self-serving because we don't want to sell devices to people who are going to ship it back to us because they couldn't use it, right? Just the rigmarole of handling returns is just something I mean, yes, there's that one side of it. Like we want to kind of give people confidence that what you're purchasing, you're going to be able to use and earn from. But at the same time, we just do not deal with returns if we can avoid it, right?
Yeah.
So I think like it's a negative experience if you're excited, you buy something and you get it home and like it doesn't work. And that's like a very negative feeling. Even though it can be that you didn't read the specs or what was needed, because like not a lot of people actually read everything, which is fine. So that's why we kind of made this sort of mandatory.
Yeah, and we've seen this with other DePINs too. Other DePIN projects have made big promises. We don't want to be lumped in with those projects that make big promises and then can't deliver. So this is a good stepping stone to kind of validate what we're saying is reasonable for your area. I'm sorry, Ron, I cut you off.
Yeah, no worries. So this recheck is more of a 2.0 version, right? So like what we used to do earlier is that we used to build. So we have created an app basically, and then for all the alpha testers, we created the app. We zipped that app and then uploaded, and then we asked people to download. It was like I think 140 MB of file. They had to download and then run it. Right, so this was more of it was not that easy in that sense for users to test it out, right? And then they need to share screenshots or results. So I mean, I was discussing with Jorrit, and then he said, okay, there should be an easy way, something from the web that people can do it. And then we explored a couple of tools, and then then we thought, okay, there is a way that people can just go to the website and then try to run a rig check from there, and then we kind of check what's the configuration of the machine. Yeah, and that's how we kind of built this one. So it's an upgraded version in that sense, and then we can have hyperlinks even from let's say Freshminers. We ask people to before they buy they should do the rig check, and then this is in a way easier for them to do it from the app, do it from the web app instead of downloading an app and then unzipping and then running it. So yeah, and then all the front end piece in that sense is designed by Jeroen. That we'll talk about it later. But yeah, the whole UX is completely owned by him, and thanks to him as well.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and the video, but the
Yeah.
animation video, the tutorial, that was Dirk. Was that you?
Sorry,
The the tutorial video?
I think it's Patrick.
Yeah, but so Patrick recorded it. He built the whole thing, and then Jeroen optimized it
Okay.
using some
Sorry,
tools.
Patrick. I don't mean to steal your cheese. Very good. So that's available to people. They can find it on our website. As soon as you go to the website and try to calculate your earnings, it'll push you over to this page, and then they don't need to connect a wallet to run that rig check. Is that right?
No.
Yeah. I just happen to have my wallet connected, but
Yeah.
you don't have to do that.
Yeah.
Again, because we also, one of the aspects about our whole product is we're not just aimed at Web3 people. We want Web2 traditional people to be able to earn from their gaming rigs at home. We need to be able to onboard them. Maybe we become a stepping stone into the blockchain world for people who haven't made the move yet. But if I've got a buddy who's earning, $200 a month from his computer when he's not at home, and he tells me about it, and I've never used blockchain before, but I kind of like the idea of earning passive income, I might start making that walk into the Web3 world through our system. I'm fine with that if we become the onboarding process.
Yeah, later, like what we are trying to do is like we are also going to support like login with Google as well, or any social account in that sense, and then you can log in and then also onboard using your Google account. So that is also what we are going to support, let's say in the first quarter, to support Web2 people in that sense as well. So yeah, all the rewards go to a wallet which they can claim the rewards from that wallet through our portal. So that is the plan as well in the future.
And I don't know. I'm sure it's in the backlog, or if it's not in the backlog, here's something to add. But a share your results button that posts onto your social media that says, "Hey, this is what I expect I could be earning." If people start passing the word around through their Twitter or Facebook, whatever, that would be nice for us as well.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah. I think we have it. We have that. Yep.
Yeah. If you don't, it's okay if you don't, because now we
But I think I discussed with Jeroen, but yeah, I'll
yeah, I would
check
be
and
surprised if he missed that one. Yeah,
yeah.
he's a pretty sharp guy. He's actually who's coming up next. All right. So what other things are coming up in the future? Then when you actually, Ron, I had this question for you as well. When you did the evaluation of the Avalanche chain and the switch from Peak, were there were there were there huge alarm bells going off in your head, like holy cow? Because again, it came up at the last minute. We really 2 weeks ago were still ahead on Peak. I know that was about the time that you started your evaluation of it. So what were the big changes in your mind, and did it end up being something that you're like, nope, it's actually not as difficult as anyone might fear?
Yeah, it is. It was more of, so I was in a way about to send our token contract for audit purpose to launch on Peak, and then yeah, we had this discussion, and then I also had a long discussion with Jorrit on more on the L1 piece as well, right? So I asked, okay, what are the short term goals and the long term goals, right? Where should we go? And then yeah, he recommended that L1 in a way is the best. Yeah. So that, and then I looked at the background. Okay, so it's EVM compatible. There won't be any changes in let's say contract in that sense. Then I also, let's say, evaluated the gas price as well, and then I also did an evaluation on L1 piece as well. And then we had a plan. Okay, this is how we can migrate. Then keeping on the AVAX main chain, right? So comparing the gas price, particularly, what is it that we would pay, and then is it good that we still do per transaction on chain, payouts as well. So that looks okay so far. So yeah, there were like all these basic checks that I did, and then also discuss the short term and long term strategy with you at the so. Yeah, I mean, it was kind of let's say a shock in that sense, and then yeah, after evaluation, in a way it made sense.
What did you two guys think when Ron came to you guys and said, "Hey guys, we're switching to Avalanche"? What did any alarm bells go
Yeah.
off in your? Were you guys about to throw them out the
Basically,
window? Or?
basically for me it was like yeah, like it went in one ear and out the other, and I just continued with what I was doing.
For me, it was the same thing.
Your work is agnostic to the chain, then. Yeah.
Yeah.
I had another question in there too. All right, so let's really quickly. I think Dirk, you're probably really good for this conversation. But what's the path, and what does it look like when someone decides to go ahead and purchase a node and they want to earn passive income? They've gone to Freshminers, they've made the purchase. It comes to their house. They get the box, and actually, I have one here, but I'm actually getting ready to ship it out to some
So I
partners.
have
Oh, good.
I have one here. I'm gonna ask around to put it for the camera.
Yeah, you can do it.
Yeah. There you go. So that small device, and there you go. It is a external hard drive, right? 2 terabytes. Am I right?
This one has 1 terabyte, but we soon will have also the 2 terabyte.
Okay.
So
And then, so what do they do? They get the package. What happens?
So when they get the package, like there will be a card into the package itself, basically with some instructions that leads them to a QR code that shows a manual. And basically it gives some steps on how to onboard and how it's done. We also will have like an intro video shortly for that. It's very simple. It's basically you plug it in, you open the BIOS, like if you're on Windows, it's just like starting your Windows and shift clicking the restart thing that will open your BIOS. You change the boot order. It sounds very complicated. It's really not. And you select the Nano, and basically you boot in, and then the rest is very self-explanatory. You get a short intro video that plays, then you get a welcome screen. Basically, it starts to install, initialize, do everything. And at some point, you reach the screen that asks you to scan it, like the QR code for registration. You register the node, and then it goes into the network. And basically, with the screen we just saw with the installation, it's a bit comparable to the rig check. You just register it, and then it is done. It's on the network, and then from that moment, you start earning. So,
And there's several reasons why we've been asked oftentimes, especially early on, like, why are you just not having this as an install? Why are you shipping hardware? It adds complexity to have to ship hardware. And we have gone, and you guys can speak on this too, but there's a number of reasons to do this, right? First of all, again, 1 terabyte, 2 terabytes, to ask a person to section off that amount of their hard drive space. If they got a gaming rig, they're filling up their gaming rig with games. They're not going to want to partition off a portion of their rig for our purposes. That's part of it. Part of it is we don't want to install on anybody else's hard drive. We have no install on somebody else's hard drive. Our hard drive, our Nano, takes over the other components of your computer, but only when you're running our Nano. And when you're in your own computer, there's no crossing of the streams. We can't access their files. We don't want to. This is security for them. At the same time, security for the game publishers, because we're going to have game data on those Nanos, and we don't want. There's no root access for the owners. They can't get to the data that's on there, so they can't corrupt or put in an exploit into somebody's game. So it's, again, there's security reasons why. There's just functionality reasons why. Oop, I lost the guys. They'll come back up in a second. There's many reasons to not allow. Oh, I wonder if that was because we're at the 1 hour mark. We are still streaming. I had this question about our software, if we can allow for more than an hour. I think we can, though. So anyways, a big reason for this is to make sure that the external drive is kept separate from the gaming rig's hard drive. We don't want to make people feel like they have to install something on their computer that we have access to their computers. That's a big part of the security reasons. And then there's the last part of it was that we're running our operating system is an Ubuntu operating system. It's a lot faster than running some kind of bloated Windows application and having that latency added from having it installed on Windows. Let's see if these guys have got that. All right, we're going to take a quick break and we'll be back. We're going to bring up the marketing team here shortly. I will throw it over to an intermission break. And while I do this, as I said, first time ever trying to do a live stream that's gone this long, and I don't know what the knockoff is going to be on this. So give us a second. We will, we'll be back in a moment with our next guest, which is going to be the marketing team.
Hello.
All right, guys. What happened?
Do you hear us?
Yeah, we hear you fine.
Okay,
Yeah,
nice.
so some technical issue.
The tech team's not supposed to have technical issues.
It's like when the
But I like the
internet
scenery
went out.
now, and the lighting's better too. So this is kind of better.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
this
some
is much better.
some internet issue. Like some
Yeah.
just went.
Well,
just gone.
that's what I prepared all the intermission breaks. So I don't know if you guys were watching the video at all, but I prepared like 3 videos over the weekend. So if I had to jump up in a 7-hour stream to use the bathroom or to bring in another guest, I'd had these intermission videos up and ready to go. So I think I've kind of, let's see if I do that. Oh, that's good. All right. So what we were just talking about was the external hard drive and the reason for the external hard drive. So I had talked about security for the game publishers,
Yes.
security for the rig owners, and the last thing that you guys weren't online for, but I was talking about the idea that our OS is in Ubuntu. It's a Linux-based operating system, right? So it doesn't have the bloat that Windows has in order to operate faster, right? Is that pretty much cover the 3 big reasons? Yeah.
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 Yeah,
Yeah.
Linux is basically Windows will not allow you to do everything, and Linux doesn't care. Linux allows you to do everything.
Right. Right. So
Yeah, and getting full access to the resources, right? GPU is primary, so we do not share GPU if we have our own dedicated, hardware and boot format. So we get full access, and we also need to divide the GPU in different streams, right? Like for different node licenses for different nodes. So for that, we need full access to the GPU.
So we talked a little bit, Rohan, earlier in the first conversation about the HyperOrc and the patent pending HyperOrc. That's Guido, from what I understand. Am I right?
That's correct. Yeah.
Guido Ticte.
Yeah,
But you want to talk a little bit about the challenges that the HyperOrc technology overcomes, the idea that this is probably the big reason why other players aren't in the space, right? Because the idea of orchestrating a decentralized network of peer-to-peer computers is just a massive undertaking. Is that fair to say that that's kind of the big reason why there's aren't more players in the space?
Yeah, definitely, yeah. And then this HyperRock is there are a lot of pieces into it, right? If we start from joining the game, right? So when you click on play, it first checks if you the player needs to be put in the queue. So that is the first check. Second is it checks, okay, what's the location of the player, and then we check what's the node nearby, where's the node nearby, and then and then it also checks, okay, if the node has enough capacity to host the game that the player wants to play, right? So this is the recent upgrade that we did. What we do is, like, we benchmark the games that we deploy on our network. So we start with, okay, what's the VRAM, on an average VRAM usage of the game, and then we take that and then put it into a score, and then when we want to boot up a game, we check, okay, is that VRAM available on the node that we are trying to boot up the game. If it is not, then we look for a different node. Then yeah, once we have it, we boot the game, and when the game is booted successfully, we also try to check whether we are able to launch the game, right? And once all these primary checks are done, we then return it to the player. Okay, yeah, you are ready to join, in that sense. So uh, yeah, and then the queuing system as well. If you do not have any players or any nodes, then you're put in the queue, and then also doing first in first out in a way, right? So if you were the first, you get you are the highest priority in a way in the queue. Uh, yeah, and yeah, and there is also a lot in that sense, benchmarking as well, and collecting a lot of data, session data as well. So we are building an AI model as well that collects a lot of session data. We analyze that session data, check what was, let's say, the latency, what was the CPU utilization, GPU utilization, and then we again update the benchmark score that we did for the game, so that for the next run we know, okay, this was the average VRAM usage, and then the player does not have any issue, right? And then we also check the stats for multiple streams on a single host as well. So if there are two games running at the same time, how does that affect the stats of the game as well, right? One affects the other, and then we optimize it further so that if there is a clash or the performance kind of reduces, so that we know, okay, for the next time we don't need to run these two games simultaneously, or or have a dedicated host or a node there. So yeah, there is a lot going on behind the scenes in that sense when the user clicks on the play button.
I think like to encapsulate it really easily, like the more people play, the more data we have, the more machine learning we can do, the better it gets.
Yeah, definitely.
Right. There you go. Constantly improving. So I'm getting this question from the community that we want to throw at you guys. So if I own a Nano, I got one at home. Is there the ability to clone that Nano OS to a different external drive that I might have bought, or what stops people from cloning the drives that we make?
Yes. Yeah. So we are working on the security bit. You At this moment you can clone it, but before we start shipping that, you wouldn't be able to clone it. Maybe the alpha testers can do it at this moment, but we are not going to support that. And even if they, let's say, clone it, you won't be registered. You won't be able to register the nano
Right.
onto the network.
They
So-
can clone it all they want. They can't register it.
Yes.
So yeah, and like the other problem is if you have a duplicate entry, you get rejected. So like if you clone it, you have no node anymore.
Right. Right. So there are checks that happen, right? I mean, to get onto our network, we have to recognize the device itself, and we have to make sure that that device has got they all have unique ID numbers, and
Correct.
we know what those numbers are. And if you
Yeah, that's why we have the registration process as well, right? Like when you boot up, you have a QR code to scan, and then you scan, and then we validate, and then if it is kind of pure, then we go ahead with the registration.
Right.
Also the bit with like security is like there are some security things, but like the best rule for security is never talk about your security because we don't want people to know what we actually do. So just know there is something in place that will rickroll you if you try.
Okay. Anything about the tech stuff, the future tech? What's the next big release? I guess the next big release is getting these drives out. But what else should people be looking for on the roadmap for the tech team?
Yeah, so the roadmap wise is the universal pixel streamer that we kind of plan to launch maybe next month. We're still checking, so we're doing all our evaluation at this moment. So that is that is upcoming. Then we have on the Node.js that Derek is working on a lot of optimizations that we are doing before we ship. On the orchestrator part as well, we are going to test with different games as well. So that we are going to connect a lot of data. Then we have the Freshminers bit, right? So again, we need to kind of check help all those people on board with onboarding. As well, we are trying to keep the instructions as minimum as possible, so it should be easy onboarding. So that we are also going to optimize that. Uh, and then like 1,000 nodes that we talked about earlier, right? So which means that we need to make the system scalable, which means we need to keep be ready for all the heavy load that is going to come, right? All the checking. So we are going to kind of upgrade our architecture to make it fast, make it scalable. That involves on the backend services, that involves on the database as well, doing sharding piece as well, and then improving the node dashboard as well, and with Avalanche integrations, trying to do the payout as well for the node operators, and then a lot of
Well,
yeah.
you mentioned lots of one thing we didn't really touch on is the reputation system, right? So one of the aspects of node ownership, of nano ownership, is that we are scoring everybody's nano. You're giving them a reputation score, right? And that plays into how much additional work you get. What counts for the reputation score, there's a couple of different aspects that go into it, but part of it is making sure that, because the question always comes up, how do we, if I'm a nano operator and I want my computer back, right? We have to schedule to return the computer back to the normal operating system so I can go back and use my computer, right? Because we're borrowing other people's computers.
Yeah.
So there's a step, the steps to take to free up your computer to return back to your control. But there are, there's the idea of people's heads, I'll just unplug the nano and restart my computer, and there I go. But that that could interrupt someone's someone's play cycle, right? So we want to discourage that, and one of the ways we discourage that is through the reputation system. If you do that too often, and I think we're talking about like 99%. We have a pretty high score. Doing that even just once a month will probably really ping your machine or hurt your reputation. You get less and less work when your reputation goes down. Anything you want to add to that conversation, or talk about like why the reputation score is there and what purpose it serves?
Yeah, sure. So it's like what you mentioned, right? So the first bit that we discussed earlier is like benchmarking games. So we also at the same time benchmarking the node operators as well, right? Like building a reputation score for that as well. So like analyzing each session data, like if the session was abrupted, or if the stream was not that good, the latency was too high, or if the GPU was utilized or more, then we build a reputation system or build a score for that as well, so that for the upcoming player, then we check this reputation score and then decide whether we want to redirect the player to that node as well, or not. So yeah, so this is what we are going to use for the payouts as well, and also for deciding whether we want to redirect the player to a node. So
Right. I mean, it's important. It's important to give some kind of level of trust to the game publishers and to the players that they're going to have a good experience and that's not going to be interrupted. But
yeah. And
in some ways, and you guys might be following along with this, in some ways the bar is so low, right? Because NVIDIA and GeForce Now has got the problem of long wait times. Microsoft just shot themselves in the foot with their Game Pass by saying, "Oh, we're going to charge more." So a lot of people started leaving. Then they came back and said, "No, we're also going to offer it for free, but for 1 hour or like 5 hours a month." Right? Was their free version. So and everyone saw through it immediately that was just a marketing ploy to say, "No, we can give you this for free." But again, both of those places are using a central server, which is very expensive for them, and they pass those costs on to either the publisher or the game player. Mostly they pass on to the game player by charging like a high subscription fee. In our system, the game publishers can make the game free to play. They could, because they want just to be a loss lead, but it's a very low cost, so it's almost no loss lead. Or they can use whatever subscription model they want to. They just put a page up on their website, and that can be super cheap. Or they can just monetize inside the game the way that Fortnite does by selling skins and those kinds of things. And for them, it's profitable because we're so inexpensive to run the game off of our network. So it's a very different system. Again, I think the centralized cloud gaming network is only helping us out with every misstep that they make. And that's leading more and more people to understand that decentralized is what the future is.
What I personally also like really like about this is like it gives like smaller studios also like a platform to actually host their game, because like now it's like you have like these big titles that basically dominate the landscape, but they're actually very much indie companies that like have like very good games, and like this allows them to be more prevalent. So if it's good and the hosting is affordable, yeah.
When you look at the numbers of how many, and I'm going to be going over this later on today, but how many games Steam has listed and how very few, I think it's like 98%, ever reach the amount of sales needed for their social media. So basically under $5,000 worth of sales a year. The vast majority of games on Steam earn less than $5,000. And mostly it's a discovery issue, right? Because again, for you to try this game that you had, it's got some good screenshots, but I don't know that I want to download and install, take up some space, update my drivers just to try this game to find out that I don't like it. With our version, that game is live up on a website. You hit the button and 4 seconds later you're playing the game. The barrier to entry is so much lower that user adoption is so much easier for all these independent game publishers, like you're saying, Dirk. So yeah, in many ways, this is why, again, I keep on saying the industry I've been a part of for so long needs an avenue like this to gain more players, not just because no one's purchasing the hardware to run it, but also just because people who are playing a lot of games don't try new games out because of the path to try is so difficult.
Yeah. And if the barrier to entry is very low, like a lot of people are going to try it, and what you will see in like the ecosystem that like the best games will get most traction. So it doesn't matter like if you're a big studio or small studio, just do you have a good game? Do people want to play it? Yes. Okay, you can.
Right. And then if I'm liking the game, I'm sending you the link to play, and you're not having to go through the process of it. You don't even have to have a Steam account, right? You're just going ahead and just playing the game with me. All of a sudden, you and I are playing. like on Saturday night, I've discovered a new game and I want to play it with you. I don't have to wait for hours for you to install it, purchase it, and install it. You and I are playing immediately together, which is of course.
You just copy the link and paste it in your group chat and say like, I'm on. Who's joining?
Right. Actually, we could be playing inside a Telegram or inside a Discord together, right? We don't even have to go to the website. So all those things are, again, it's a massive opportunity that we're giving the gaming community, the publishers, and the players alike.
Yeah.
Guys, it's been great talking with you. I appreciate you taking the time and coming on board. You guys, when Ron said, "Hey, we're going to do a live stream and you guys are going to be on camera," to either one of you guys be like, "Oh, I don't want to be on camera."
No, it's fun.
It's just like talking about the thing you're passionate about. It's it's very easy to do.
Yeah, very true. All right. Anything I didn't cover, Ron, that you think I should touch on before I jump over to the marketing guys?
We are expanding. So we have posted I think a couple of job openings on LinkedIn. So I request people to do check that out. And then I think it's a great opportunity. There's a lot of challenges, a lot of learnings, and it's very fun to play with. So someone who is also here in around Netherlands would like to join here for a couple of hours as well, just to see how things are. So I'm happy to welcome them.
These are local positions, right? You're looking for people in around the Utrecht area, around the Amsterdam area,
within Netherlands at this moment. Remote friendly, but we work I think 3 days from the office and 2 days from home.
So and I'm obviously not in Netherlands, and Andy is not either. So we do some level of remote stuff, but the tech team's sitting in the same room, talking with each other a couple times a week. Sitting in the same room a couple times a week. But then being local with each other is super valuable again to build off each other.
Because with AI, we're just like we can pivot really fast. So it's like any change that comes through, or like if you need to go something else. And we can, and that's just easier if you're here.
Yeah.
Makes you more flexible, more dynamic.
That job post, real quick, Ron. The level of skill. This is a mid-level, senior, junior level.
Mid-level backend engineer that we are looking for at this moment. A couple of them are, to be honest.
And that's up on our LinkedIn page.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, great. Anything else, guys? Dirk, Jorn, anything you want to? Any parting words of wisdom?
Good luck with the rest of the stream, Jeff.
I've got. I'm almost at the end of my coffee. For people who don't know, because I am in the U.S., I start my day at 4 a.m. local time, and I've been doing this for now 2 years. And I was doing a cold plunge to start the day, but now in the last week or so, it's gotten really, really cold. Like I've had the tank on the back porch. And it would drop down to about 50, and that's pretty good. But now the weather's been getting so cold that I don't do the cold plunge. I do step outside and I wake up. But so I start my day at 4, and so this stream started at 6. Well, it was supposed to start at 6:15. We had some technical issues, but 6:25, I guess, this morning a.m. And I'm going to be going to about 1. It's the first time I've done something like this. But so far, so good. Only just getting started.
That's great.
All right, guys. Appreciate it. We'll talk again soon. I'm using the breaks today between sessions to answer questions if they come up. If the question comes up that's technical that I don't necessarily think I can answer, Ronan, I might kick it over to you inside of Telegram. Maybe pop up an answer for me. But keep an eye on that. So. All right. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Jeff.
Bye,
Thanks, everyone.
Yeah.
Bye.
All right. We're gonna go ahead and go. Let's see if I can go full screen here. Why are we not? There, that's good enough. All right, so like I said, the full structure for today. After this, after the tech team, we've got now the marketing. I'm looking at my schedule over here. We've got the marketing team coming in. Then we'll be joined by Freshminers, who are helping us with the hardware distribution. Tactical investing is one of our KOLs. We're going to bring him on board, and there's some other KOLs who are reaching out to me today saying, "Hey, can we jump in too?" So I'll see if I can't free up some time for them as well. The BizDev team is at 2:30 Central European time. At 3:30 we're going to have our guest from Unfungible, but I'm going to instead talk about the gaming industry. I've got a large report here that I've presented to the community a couple of times before. All this stuff is readily relevant to why cloud gaming is a great solution to the problem of distribution and user acquisition. So I'll go over that at 3:30 today. NeoTokyo is coming in at 4:30 today. We got the Blockchain Game Alliance is going to come in at 5. One of our community members, Nerdgazm, who's also one of our alpha testers, he's going to come in at 6. And then at 6:30, we'll be joined by Avalanche and the founding team. We'll come back in and talk more about the integration with Avalanche and why it's so important to us. So give us about a few minutes. We're going to do a quick intermission. We'll be back, and I'll bring up the marketing team. Before I do that, let me jump over and see if there are questions that have come up in the meantime that I can go ahead and answer. So my mods, thankfully, we have got a great mod team, and they are watching the community for questions to make sure that we answer all the questions. Okay, so if we didn't talk about this already, now our target date for the TG, and I say target date, we really want to hit this date, not just for the community who's obviously saying, hey, we want this token out, we want to start trading. There's a lot of people also saying, hey, this sounds really important, and we want to start buying, but just for ourselves, we need to get the token up, the TG event off our plate so we can move on to other things. December 9th is the target date. That is also the start of trading. We talked to Jeroen here in a few minutes about our marketing plan. This is another reason why this gives us a little bit more time to push our marketing, and we've got new partners now to talk to about our marketing plan that Avalanche has introduced us to. So, so the date, the question was, TGE and trade will be together? Yes, they're going to happen. They're going to start at the same time. TGE and trading will all start on the again 9th of December is the date we're shooting for. And if not that date, then earlier. Well, if we were going to move it anyway, we might make it happen earlier, but we'll announce if we end up moving it earlier so that people aren't taken by surprise. I think that was the only, we talked about that one. The question about are these, when we get to the layer 1, where we have different tokens for different regions, will they all be traded, swapped internally, or the rates fluctuate? The rates fluctuate, and the person who didn't redeem EU. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I'm understanding the question. Basically, I think the way that you explained it to me was that the YOM token will be the arbiter that you connect through. So you've got Y euro and Y dollar, and because you have different energy costs in different regions, it'll all be balanced off by going to the YOM main token, the layer 1 token. But honestly, that question is probably better off answered by Jorrit, and I know that he was talking about doing an article. This is, again, down the track when we get to the layer 1. We're first launching as a layer 2. So don't know if we even have all the answers yet. But if you didn't catch it earlier, Jorrit and I have done this a lot, where he's we're both very big on understanding what money is supposed to be and how the value transfer, why proof of work is a better model than any of the other models. And that's what our system is. We're paying people for doing the work. We're paying them for letting their gear do the work, similar to the way that you might pay an Uber driver to drive you from place to place. Just in this case, your computer is the car in that example. Anyways, he spent a lot of time talking about thinking about the tokenomics, the structure, and how the token's being used. And when I don't think he's ever before, to me, talked about being a layer 1. I think he just never had it on his plate. But when he was talking to the Avalanche team, they put that bug in his ear. Immediately, the lightning storm went off, and he's like, "This is really good for all these other reasons. It does solve that problem that we have about regional costs for electricity." So that was really, really good. I always get excited when I see Jorrit get excited about talking about value transfer and how to do it correctly. So that was fun to see. All right, I'm going to throw it over to the intermission video that I was just playing. I've got several of these. You don't have to listen to the same one over and over again. But let's go ahead to the animation, intermission video. I will be back in just a few minutes as we bring up our next guest. Hey, welcome to the marketing team. And this isn't all of them, but
Hello, hello.
you're on our new CMO.
Sorry.
Let me kill that. Let's see. And
You're doing great, man. Seriously.
thanks. It's been fun already.
Yeah.
And welcome to Nessa. Nessa is more than marketing. She is so much more, and we'll go into that a little bit. I'm going to make her blush, I'm sure. Yeah, so it's been fun so far. Yeah, I don't know how much you guys were able to see the founders intro. I'm going to have a bunch of them back again when we start talking to Avalanche at the end of the day. But yeah, it's been fun. I could do this. So far, so good. I guess I'll say it that way.
All right. So this is one
That's
big
really-
experiment. So if I mean, how many views do we have already? I think it was about like 250. Was it?
Was it really that high?
Really? Yeah, 250. I can't see it now, but in the other screen I saw 250 views on average, which is good though.
So Restream shows me, I think, just the YouTube numbers of who's watching at the time. It doesn't show me what's on X.
Okay.
And I think X is, the module's telling me that X is much higher attendance because I dropped in like a Spaces reminder to kind of let people kind of remind themselves that we're going to be on today. But
Nice.
yeah, 250 is a lot. I didn't know. That's great. That's great.
I mean, you basically suggested this plan to me, like, yeah, shall we do like a 7-hour stream? And I was like, well, what's the output in doing like 7 hours of streaming? Can we just do it with 2 hours? So he said, no, let's do 7 hours. So it means like this is one big reveal party. Let's do it. It's like, okay, sure, why not? Like, what's the goal?
Go big or go home.
Yeah,
You know,
originally
like
it was- well, because originally we were doing the TGE today, right? And until like a week ago, or basically 10 days ago, we were doing the TGE today. So we were going to follow the TGE event. But that, obviously this change in plans has changed things. We were talking earlier, I'm not sure if you caught, but when your verse said to you, don't worry about it. We're never going to, we can't go to Avalanche. It's too late in the process. We won't do that. And then sure enough, we made the change.
Yeah, it was. If some people could just watch live through some kind of webcam that's being hung in the office, but also in our meetings, then they would know so much more, and they would definitely feel the stress that we've basically have felt. Like the last couple of weeks. I mean, holy moly, so much has changed, and so much is changing. It's been an incredible journey so far. In those, like, let's say 2 months that I've been joining YOM now for the second time, to be honest.
Right. Yes. Let's do that. Let's talk about this. So now, Nessa, you've been with Andy for a long time.
2022.
Right. So a good long time, and with his various different enterprises. You were part of the original group, the original YOM, back when that team was doing Metaverse Spaces, and you were helping again marketing also, I assume.
Yeah. So I started off as a community manager back then, but then I decided to like, one thing that I really like is to basically build a brand, but not on the community side, but only basically on the marketing and the acquisition side. So once you have a product, you want to tell a story, and once your story is right, you get people in. And that's basically that mechanism is you can build this like online. So let's say you want to have a really cool product, then you need, of course, like the path towards a project should be super simple. There should be a a single point of entry. And once this happens, then you'll get them towards your product, and then obviously your product has to prove if it's a good product or not. And yeah, back then I found out that I wanted to be more on the acquisition side of things. So I started to build landing pages, start to be more of a funnel type of guy instead of being just a community guy. So yeah, but actually a funny story is I know Jorrit for I don't know, like I think I first met him like 7 or 8 years ago. We both worked at a IT delivery startup, which said we did do same day delivery, and back then it was just completely new. No company in Holland, in the Netherlands, said we're gonna do a same day delivery. And the first day he got in, I already worked there for quite some time. And the first day he got in through a traineeship, he actually just had a big discussion with the founder, because I think it was like end of the day, and he just ended up in a big discussion about the business model, because the business model back then was kind of leak. It wasn't working, And Jorrit's first day, and I immediately felt like, okay, this guy knows way more than I think that the founder knows. And you know, I was back then, I thought, you know, I work at a revolutionary company, because holy cow, we're basically saying same day delivery. And yeah, Jorrit was on my basically. I was basically focusing on Jorrit back then already, and yeah, once he just asked me for YOM version 1 to join the team, I didn't have to think twice. So
Yeah. It's obvious anybody speaks to him, he's got a big brain on his shoulders, and he's also very very direct and honest, which is also something that I appreciate, because you don't guess what he's thinking, because he's going to tell you straight out.
100%. Yeah.
So, but Nessa, to touch on what you do, I mean, we've got you in the marketing call because you do handle some of the marketing stuff. But for people who don't know, like every good studio I've ever been in has someone who kind of fills in all the connective tissue to make sure that all the departments are talking to each other. Every email is answered, every schedule is kept, and Nessa serves that function here at YOM beyond just doing the marketing stuff. But can you, when you first joined on with when you first met Jorrit, and then joined on to YOM, was it easy for you to understand what it was we were building? Is it something that you really bought into the concept?
Oh God, no. I started out being the least technical person in the world, and now I understand things that I hadn't even heard of or dreamed of. So it was a bit of a hit the ground running, but luckily, like, the team is great. And I was always, oh, I'm so sorry, I'm asking stupid questions, and they're always, no, there's no such thing as a stupid question. So now I don't deal with a lot of the technical stuff, thankfully, and you know, thankfully for everybody. But if there is ever anything technical I need to handle, then they do help me out massively. But no, now I fully understand. But it was feet first, or head first even.
So we've made this this change where we're going to be building on Avalanche, right? And that brought with us, you know, obviously challenges. So we had to notify the community that we're making this change, and it's a big change at the kind of, it appears to many people like the last minute. But it also opened up some doors for places that that we, you know, we didn't have those opportunities before that we have now. And that's kind of where I want to spend the bulk of this time talking about, like the things that you've been talking to with Freshminers and with Avalanche about the new rollout to this TG date that we're now shooting for, December 9th. I say shooting for, it's not even really shooting for, we're committing to December 9th. But it does give us a bigger community to market to, and more channels, more partners to market with. But do you want to spend some time talking about what you've got so far and what is coming up the pipe for us?
Sure. Yeah. So just maybe to start off at the very, very beginning. So the thing you should ask yourself is, who am I going to target? So obviously we're in the crypto space, but also we have a physical product, meaning that we can also aim for a different type of target group. So eventually it brings us down to two different ICPs. And for those who don't understand ICPs, it's like the ideal customer profiles. In this case, we focus first on the DePIN enthusiasts, like people who actually are in crypto and they know and they are aware of the DePIN benefits, and they know obviously about DePIN. But secondly, maybe the more important target group could be just gamers, people who happen to have gaming rigs, you know, and those can be full-time gamers or part-time gamers, it doesn't really matter, but they happen to have gaming rigs. And sometimes, or most of the times, they don't game 24/7. You wish, obviously, you don't work, you game only, but you probably won't end up gaming all day. So that group is even bigger. I would call them the iPhone type of people. You know, they go in for the brand, but they don't go in for the tech. Otherwise, you would have chosen Android because it's like tech-wise way better. So eventually, you want to go for the second group, the gamers. Although those people need more, they ask for some bit of explanation. Because if you talk about DePIN, they probably can tell you, like, they're gonna look at you like, what the hell are you talking about? So so that's basically the first ICP is DePIN enthusiast, and we happen to be in contact with a lot of DePIN enthusiasts nowadays. Not only in our Telegram, but most importantly through partners. And one of these big partners now, finally, the word's out, is Avalanche. So how are we going to make this work? So luckily, we have announced TG date. It's the 9th of December. And crypto industry is moving fast. And at YOM, it's also moving fast. So the date is 9th of December. I just start repeating it. There will be an announcement today that it again is 9th of December. So I'd like to confirm it triple time here. So what the plan is since YOM is a really small team, we do a lot of stuff. We build a lot of stuff with AI, obviously. We do also a lot of stuff with AI on the marketing side. However, you can only use AI that well if you have proven the concept in marketing, which for us, until now, we have not. And that's not a big thing. I mean, it's not a weak thing, because marketing is about doing 99% of the stuff that fails until you find 1% that actually succeeds. So in order to basically increase the speed of the process, we are in talks with a very, very big Web3 marketing agency who I can't announce yet, who is going to help us out doing most of the marketing towards TG and after TG. It doesn't mean that we don't have any marketing people around us. I mean, including myself, but also a lot of other people, Aditya, Sarwar, a lot of community members, moderators, Daniel. They're all people who work towards help us out on the marketing side of things. But yeah, we need big influencers. We need big pockets. So that's what we're gonna work. That's who are we probably going to work with, and who are we going to announce anytime soon. Sorry I can't give you any details yet because we have to sign still stuff. But yeah, that's basically what I can tell you about this next phase. So maybe I just continue because I'd like to add something more. Also, the YOM marketing strategy is mostly involved around now the TG, which in crypto terms is the biggest event ever. And obviously we understand that and we are focusing on that. On the other side, we have the Nano, which is the device strategy, which happened to be also, in the end, the cash cow for a company like us, because that's going to drive money in.
Well, it's more than that, right? That's the technology that, I mean, we say it all the time, right? We're a technology company that uses Web3, not a Web3 company that has a little bit of technology, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's actually, it's like it's product first, token powered, I would say.
Right. There you go. Well, that's a good way to say it. Ooh, can we put that on the website?
Yeah, or crypto makes it possible and then product makes it valuable, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, no, we happen to have a big community already with that was from version 1, which was completely different proposition back then, towards a newer community, newer proposition. So yeah, we want to make that shift as seamless, really seamless, or really smooth. So about the Nano itself, you already said it. We have a rig check. So what I've been doing last couple of weeks and months is actually working towards a better UX that starts off by going towards the website soon, and then you'll probably find a really nice page where you can just do a rig check. You basically install a small file. You download the file on your computer and you run it, and then you get like an output which says how much income you can generate and how many nodes you can run. And then finally you get a CTA, call to action towards the Nano, and then Freshminers is going to distribute and sell the Nano. And I think they're off after our call, right? They'll be next.
They are at 1:30 today.
1:30. Oh yeah,
right,
there you go.
Right. Yeah,
and
right after this. Yeah.
Yeah, right after this. Yeah, and they'll handle the distribution. So yeah, I've been working on lots of UX for Node OS. So okay, you get the Node. The node will be sent towards your home. Okay, how does the journey look like from there? Okay, you can scan a QR code. You will be brought to your desktop again. Then you'll see like a couple of screens. What should those screens tell you? Where should you be? Where should you end up as a user? How can you basically use referral codes for people, to get other people in, so you can benefit yourself? You can earn yourself more money, and you'll have more earnings in this case. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on, and that's for only a couple of days a week.
So you were part of a lot of the conversations with the or at least I know that you're helping Andy get organized for all the communications between us and Freshminers, but also XSend and Sims and all those groups, right? I know that I'm going to be going over this with Freshminers too, but to let people know, we have so how's it again? It works. Let Sims organize the coordination between XSend and who's the other group? CardWave. So XSend is a manufacturer in Taiwan, yeah. And then the software, the flashing is done at CardWave, and that's done in the UK. So these devices are actually made in the UK device, yeah. And then CardWave will get those over to Freshminers, and Freshminers ship them out. But that seems like a lot of coordination with a lot of different companies, and I don't know how much you can talk about what Andy had to go through, what you and Andy had to go through to make all those arrangements happen.
Oh God, I think the initial conversation with Sims was, it must be at least 18 months ago now. And that was just trying to work through what would be the best device, because we've been through, I think, 3 or 4 different options of manufacturers and brands, and even down to, the way they look, the way they feel, and obviously does the tech work. And we settled on XSend. They gave us the option to have the device we have now, which is really sturdy, really smooth, works great. Has our YOM branding. We've got all of the nano packaging and everything. And XSend have been brilliant. They've been really, really good every step of the way. But it was a long process with a lot of conversation.
But I mean, we did this because, again, I think one of the things we're being very smart about is we don't want to necessarily. I mean, we don't want to do the parts that we don't have a lot of expertise at. We have expertise in the orchestration and the network, and and understanding gaming in the marketplace. We don't have necessarily stronger understanding in hardware manufacturing and distribution. So smartly leaning on other companies that have the years of experience that the companies we're talking about, Sims and XSend, have, CardWave. And I think we're going to take the same approach when we go to marketing too, right? This group that we don't yet announce, but we are going to be using. They have a long track record in marketing. You've been in the game long enough to understand balancing or using the muscle of a company that's got a larger talent pool and tracker experience and connections. It's kind of what we're looking for in a marketing group.
Yeah, you want to. So again, obviously, like the TG itself, when talking about TG, you want to have people not only being super enthusiastic about the project, about the token, because I mean, obviously, there's a financial benefit for lots of people in the crypto space. But you want to have people who are really understand what DePIN is about. So not the DePIN, the marketing branded DePIN word, like a lot of other players use in this space, or have been using during their node sales. But you want to really understand, or at least you want to try to understand what it's about. And then this agency that's going to help us out has I want to almost say like a shitload, but I can't say that. Well, I did say it.
You did already.
Has a large network of people who happen to have not only like a couple of bucks in their wallets, but like there are big whale communities. People who are not necessarily into a rising star project that is going to moon. Oh, like obviously we want that, but that's not the primary focus. It's like mostly the gamers, like people who understand the tech. Because at the end of the day, we need users that moves our technology, that moves our or basically possess our network, operates on our network, so that the wheel is basically turning, and the wheel is moving. That's what you want, because otherwise it's going to be like a moonshot, and then everything falls apart. You don't want that. So it has to be in balance, and that's what we're aiming for. So yeah, I mean, the one thing I can say is that the agency itself is connected to almost 2,000 communities. It's worldwide. With like that's a little detail.
You don't want to cook too many beans. I get you.
Yeah, and this
Well,
is
I think
only.
one thing-
Sorry, yeah, I want something I would like to add. This is only basically on the TG side of things, because we also have a lot of other KOLs lined up who are mostly on the nano side of things. So
Right.
they are lined up and they are actively messaging us on a daily basis, like, when can I start recording or when can I start unboxing? Because, hey, yo, dude, I have the nano back home, so let me do my stuff.
Sure.
But yeah, those are mostly focused on the nano, on the device.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What I was going to say is that the one thing that we have that we talked about it in the earlier session. I'm not sure if you caught it, but the the market, the gaming industry is a huge moneymaker, right? It's bigger than music, movies, and TV combined. It generates more revenue than those three, and it's for a long time it had a nice big upcycle. It's kind of been leveling off in the past 4 years, but what it's looking for to get it off that level and shoot back up again is a better way to distribute games. Cloud gaming is the solution. We know this, but it's not centralized cloud gaming because it's just too expensive. So the better cloud gaming solution was something that the marketplace needed, but they didn't know exactly what they needed. But every time, and this is something that I'm talking about later on with the BizDev guys, every time when it's been presented to them, they realize, oh, okay, yeah, this is exactly what we've been looking for. So we have seen other DePIN projects. This is part of the concern that I have that. All right, so in the broader crypto market, we've had a lot of crypto projects that have come and gone. We've got the whole meme coin burst and then bubble burst, and same with NFT burst and then bubble burst, land, virtual land burst, bubble and then burst. And the concern has always been, or one of my back of my mind concerns has been that DePIN could run down that same path. And we don't expect it will, because there is real use cases for DePINs, but there also are some DePIN projects that are building good technology, but not getting into a space where there's a lot of industry needs, right? They can make a good DePIN project. It can really do some good measurements and stuff, but really is there a marketplace to purchase that network space? Gaming doesn't really have that issue at all. Gaming there's lots of games. There's always a big marketplace there. You want to talk a little bit about how big the gaming industry is and why it's very easy to market our product in that robust industry?
So, like, the one thing I would one thing I would definitely share about this is like, in terms of the DePIN, the word DePIN. So
right,
the word DePIN itself is obviously, it's some other companies took it and they owned it and they branded it and they probably get like earned lots of money with it. And despite what the result was about, like what the output was about, what the real product was about. So you have to question yourself. You have to ask yourself, would you like to follow that path? So one hand, yes, because I mean the target group is already there and they are already familiar with and aware of the fact what deepening is about. So the only thing you have to do is not convince them that your deepening is right, but you have to show them that the tech that you're building is working. And how do you do this? By let them play games instead. In this case, this also works for an investor part. So the not the Web3, but the Web2 investor side of things. So one thing that I believe that Jorrit or Andy, or maybe even you, Jeff, can share much more info about. But there's like lots of Web2 investors lined up who see this as a big opportunity to join the gaming sector because it's also a Web2 solution. It's not only Web3. And that makes this a little bit of a different story compared to the normal DePIN solutions that we find in Web3. And in terms of how big the gaming market is, obviously I don't have any numbers here now. I didn't prepare any numbers, but we all know that the gaming market is incredibly big. I think I read something this morning about that Xbox. I think it was Xbox that they try to offer a freemium. Where have you seen it?
So what they did was I just said this in the last session, but they shot themselves in the foot. So they had the Game Pass, the Xbox Game Pass, and they increased the subscription price from $20 to $30 a month, and they had a whole bunch of people just cancel. Right, they had so many people cancel that the cancellation website went down. They just flooded the cancellation. so very quickly, like within 2 days, they announced a freemium version. The freemium version was 5 hours a month and only 1 hour at a time. And of course, everyone's like, "That's not." I mean, everyone saw right through it, right? That's a shallow play to try to appease the people who were rightfully upset about the idea of paying $30 a month for games that they might as well just go ahead and buy the game itself. Anyways, that's the story you probably read.
Yeah. I mean, it was also capped with 5 hours a month or something. To play a game,
5 hours a month, 1 hour at a time.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, they tried to figure out some new business models, and that shows the urge to change.
Yeah, they have a massive cost because they're running off of central servers, and those GPU cycles are being purchased by AI, so it's driving the cost up even higher. They're not going to be able to build a decentralized version like we have. That's not their brain set.
So if there are any people watching and they have a connection in the gaming world and they see this problem, then please reach out, because we have a very fair commission for you here. So
I got one last question for you, Jeroen, because we got about 3 minutes. We got to get off. But I never asked you this question before, and I'm very curious about your take on it. Walter, our gorilla mascot, are you pro or anti?
Pro.
Good.
100%. Good. Yeah. Never change your winning team. So no. Keep it 100%. Yeah. I think it should also include a female, but it's my personal opinion.
It's hard to make a female gorilla. I tried to have AI.
I know.
It doesn't. There's not. Female gorillas don't have female human curves and like markers like a.
But they have so much more.
Yeah, it's not so easy to do. All right, well, anything I should touch on before we this has been just a quick half hour, but I wanted to make sure that people saw the marketing team and
so keep an eye out on our socials. We definitely announced and confirmed the 9th of December. Fourth time I'm mentioning this now, but again, 9th of December. And again, I once was also a community member, and I also know how it is to be attached to a project that is taking a bit longer than expected. But I would say just keep joining us and be there, because it's gonna get worth. It's gonna be worth it eventually. So that's one I just want to share. 100%.
Okay. Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, thank you both for joining me. Nessa, again, thank you for everything you do and to keep us all level-headed and on track and insane. And we will talk again, I'm sure, later on in the day.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Good
all
luck.
Right, we'll talk to you soon.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
I took myself out. Didn't mean to do that. We are now joined by our partners at Freshminers, who I have not yet met face to face. Hi, guys. How are you? Make sure I get you both on camera. Is that better? That's better. Hi, guys. How are you?
Right. We're doing
Nice
good. Thanks for having us today.
I'm sorry?
Thanks for having us today.
Oh, it's good to meet you both. I haven't, all the conversations have happened from the other people on our team. I don't think we've all met. Just as a quick introduction. So my role here is Chief Experience Officer, but my background is games. I've been doing games for about 25 years, including all the way back to the GameCube. A lot of VR titles, a lot of mobile games and things like that. But beyond with the past 2 years, and so I'm excited to talk about what the Nano device is going to do, what the decentralized cloud is going to do but I'm really more curious about finding out about Freshminers, the history, what you guys do in general, and then how you found us and what the YOM Nano device means for you guys. From what I understand, the way that we've got it set up is, we have the manufacturing of the hardware is done by Exasend in Taiwan, who then send the units over to our to Cardwave, who's in the UK. They do the flashing, they do the packaging, they get it all ready, and then they give them all those devices over to you guys, and you guys handle the sales of the devices. And from my mind, what I've always said is a really smart company will make sure that they lean on smart partners for the pieces they don't understand. They don't try to do it all ourselves. We can make the software, but distribution and hardware is just not where we want to be. We don't have to understand that stuff because there are other people who are doing it very well. And I think that's where you guys at Freshminers fit in. So take it from there, if you will. How did you find YOM? And well, actually, why don't we start first with Freshminers? Who are you guys, and how did you get started, and what is it that you do?
I can start with introducing myself. I'm Wilco van Dorrestein. Me and my partner Jorrit, he's not attended now, but we started Freshminers in 2021, and we came a bit from the ASIC mining corner, and we were selling, mining ourselves and selling ASIC miners in Europe. During that time, there came a shift into DePIN, and we saw that the demand of DePIN devices grew, and it got more our interest, and that's why we made a shift from ASIC mining to DePIN mining devices. 2021, now we're 2025, and now we're fully focusing on DePIN devices, and we became I think the largest distributor of DePIN devices in Europe. So we made quite a grow in volumes of devices we distributed through Europe, and that's where we stand by. Since the beginning of this year, we have a new partner in our and that's Remco Klomp. Maybe he can introduce also himself a bit.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for having us again. I think we're very proud to that we can work with YOM. It's a perfect company, also for the DePIN industry, really solving a problem in the for the gaming industry also. So we're very happy that we can play our part in that. I think should we show the device or is that something for later?
No, feel free. We're happy to flash it in front of people again and show people the size and what it looks like, because I think one of the we talked before in one of the earlier sessions with my tech team about the reason for an external device, why we're not just a software DePIN. It doesn't work for security reasons, and it doesn't work for speed reasons, latency reasons. But yeah, if you have the device right there with you, the packaging and all that.
We have it right here. We're also very proud that we're one of the first companies and people that have the device and that we could test it ourselves. So we have it right here. I think it looks really good. The packaging already looks very good. And then if you open it, that's also like perfect for DePIN because it's really a plug and play device. Right. This is it right here.
Simple as that. Yep.
And then the only thing you need to do is you have the good run. Plug it in and put it in your gaming computing.
Right. So we've taken like real pride in the fact that we've made it really, really simple. It's just a plug and play device that this operating system is now what your computer would run on while you're allowing us to use your machine to stream games. And then you get your machine back when you want to. Some people have, we have our test network up and running for a couple, about 4 or 5 months now. so those testers, they're around the world. I mean, we've got all the way out to Australia and Canada, the US, all the way to the other side in India and in lots in Europe. What we're excited by is the idea that this is a good way to earn passive income. Now, we know that there are a lot of DePIN projects out there, and we're fans. We've been closely aligned to some of them, but I think what we're saying is the gaming industry is so massive. I'm not sure if you guys know this, but it generates more revenue than movies, TV, and music combined, right? It's a massive income generator. But to this point, every centralized cloud system has collected all those revenues, right? The Amazon is the one that's raking in the money from any kind of cloud gaming system, but even the Amazon can't keep up with the volume that's going on. And a lot of gaming studios won't use a centralized cloud. It's just too expensive for them to do. But the DePIN, the thing about the DePIN narrative that I've always enjoyed, and I think you guys may echo this, but feel free to argue with me about it. But the idea that it decentralizes revenue, people can make an income by passively allowing their machines or their utilities to be used as a way for them to generate revenue and take the money away from those central servers. Is that sentiment about DePIN the reason why you guys are also bullish on the space?
Yeah, for sure, and it also helps to scale up projects. It's for the people that have the DePIN device, very valuable, but also for for projects like you have to scale up, and I think it's the way to make some project to a success, and you see it in other projects also, how in short time projects can grow. The people, the users are happy, the projects grow, and I think it's an ideal combination.
Yeah, it's and you bring up another good point too that I keep forgetting about, that the scaling issue. So with the central server model, right, for gaming, I can speak to this, right? The central cloud games, when they scale, they have to buy new rigs and then put them into a big building. They have to build a big server building, right? And that in itself has a huge cost and a huge environmental impact, right? Now you've got, I was telling people earlier, there are plenty of articles I read about when Amazon comes and builds a new data center in your town, they divert local water supply for cooling, right? They decimate some big forest in order to put this big building there, right? So scaling for a central server is just hugely detrimental and expensive, which is why that cost gets sent on to the consumer. This decentralized model, like you're talking about, DePINs, it makes scaling a net. Well, it's almost zero. Sometimes it's even profitable to scale in this version. When you're doing a DePIN, you're selling a device through Freshminers or someplace else. We're actually earning revenue as opposed to spending revenue in order to scale. That's a huge difference. And then of course the environmental impacts. We're not spending the money to build it and then cool a big building or those things. So yeah, thanks for bringing that up. It's another really good point about what DePINs can do. Where are what are the other DePIN projects you think where the successes have been? What industries do you think where the other successes beyond gaming do you think come from?
Maybe you can one of the success stories at the moment. I think it's GeoNet. It's what they actually do is they sell base station to
one of those close by too.
Also have one right here.
Yeah, but
what does that base station do?
A base station, they have GPS connections, and what they do, they provide GPS correction signals to devices like drones, tractors, everything that needs 1 to 2 centimeter precise location. And in 2-year time, they started from scratch till now over 20,000 base stations in the world.
Wow!
And I think Freshminers, especially Europe, sold I think one of the where we made a great contribution to the amount of devices in the world. and now they have a big network of GPS base stations, and they sell the RTK data. And RTK is real-time kinematic, and you can, as a consumer or a company, you can buy a subscription, and so your device, like your drone or your whatever you need precise accuracy, it also comes from the DePIN network. That's where the precision comes from.
Yeah.
And so I think that's a success story for DePIN. I think.
Yeah, it's one of the first and also the biggest RTK networks in the world. And with the first, I mean, like, it's the first decentralized version, and it's growing very hard. And the traditional networks really can't compete with them anymore. And that's really something we see in DePIN that's very important, and that's also something that YOM is doing. Solving a real world problem in a decentralized version. And yeah, when you combine the problem with a solution, make it Web3, and let the user earn something back from his investment, it's really a success story. And that's something we see in multiple projects. But that's also, I think, the basics of what DePIN is about.
Are there parts in the world where DePIN is got the strongest footholds, and then are there places in the world where people are just resistant or not even paying attention to DePIN? I know that, I mean, it's hard for me to say because I know where I'm. By the way, I'm in the East Coast of the U.S. I'm in South Carolina in the U.S. So I'm fairly well, and I'm like really, I'm in a small farm town in the middle of kind of nowhere in the mountains. So I don't get to see the larger parts of the world and how they're reacting to the technology. But can you tell me, are there parts in the world where DePIN is really catching hold, catching fire, or the different regions or different countries where you see a lot of sales?
We are quite astonished about the growth in Eastern Europe. They have a very good infrastructure in internet and development in IT. It's not that only Western Europe has great development. We see a lot of demand in Eastern Europe, also the Baltic states. So we're mainly focusing on Europe. So that's why we talk a bit about Europe now. Maybe you can say something in the world.
Yeah, I think USA is always going very good. We see also demand growing in the South of America. And then also to come back to your question, if you look at China, that's a country where crypto is forbidden. So they are just lacking in DePIN also.
It's interesting because you talk about Eastern Europe and South America, but those are also two areas in the world where gaming is really starting to explode as well. It's an interesting confluence of technology that's happening to both places. There are a lot of big gaming conferences that are happening down in South America, and the gaming conferences that I went to this year, two of them had international booths set up by governments who are saying, hey, bring in your gaming projects to our country or we'll support your studio. And a lot of that was happening in Eastern Europe, which is good to see. I think it's interesting to see those two technologies. I could spend some time trying to figure out why that is the case, but I'm not gonna we won't spend our time on doing that. But it is interesting to see that those two things are happening together, and maybe we get to play on that a little bit. So what's the next steps for us? I'm not part of the conversations that you're having with Jorrit and Rohan and Andy, but I think the Freshminers page is not yet up there. We're not yet selling nanos from your site. Is that correct?
No, at the moment everything is ready to go.
Yeah, we're waiting on the green light from YOM, and
okay.
If you're ready, we're ready. There's like a final technical issue that we need to fix, and that's we're basically ready for it. So if you give us the green light, we are going to launch, and
people
I
sell
think
them.
that so you saw that our recent announcement, right, that we're building now on Avalanche, and that's probably why the page isn't live just yet. If we'd stayed with Peak, we'd probably be up and running. But I think that the change to Avalanche gives us an opportunity to do some more marketing and then do the integration. I think the thing that I know that we want to make sure that we do, and this is just finished this week, is get our rig check page live. And this is, are you guys familiar with the rig check page? You guys know what that is? I'll bring it up.
I think I've seen it, like testing if the rig, if you can do the rig on your computer. Yeah.
Right. Well, we wanted to be sure. So I think this also helps out you guys. Let me bring up the page, and I should have had it ready to go. I apologize. Here he is. And so I was joking with the team earlier today, but one of the things we trying to avoid is returns, right? We don't want people to get the device and find out that either their computer's not powerful enough to run it, or their network connection is not strong enough to run it, and then they're returning it to you guys, and you guys have to deal with it. Like that whole process ends up just taking up cycles that we try to avoid. But now this page is live, and this might have been also one of the reasons why we're held back a little bit, because I think it's just only recently gone live. But yeah, anybody who's looking who is curious about wanting to get a node, but they don't know what they're going to be, if they're going to be able to run it or what kind of earnings they might get. You don't have to hook up your wallet. My wallet just happens to be hooked up, but you can do this without having any kind of Web3 interaction. Just running the PC check. This video goes through the whole thing, and it checks to see, what it benchmarks your computer, and then it checks your latency as well to prove to you that you can run not just a single node but several different. So I should clarify that terminology as well. But have you? This is the page you're talking about? Yeah. Okay, cool. So for people who don't know, the way that our system works is the nano device that you just showed off. That's a nano, and each nano itself can host several different streams. There you go. Can host more than one stream. It depends on your graphics card and your speed to upload. So your basic 2060 can run about 2 streams concurrently, and all the way up to I don't know if we've benchmarked fully the 5070s, but you can run up to 8 streams at a time, concurrently, games on a time, from the one device. You just have to purchase additional licenses to run more than one stream. But that allows us to spread our network. It's not just a single one-to-one connection. It can be a web where any one computer can host 8 games at a time, and that person's earning 8 times what the single person who runs a single stream can earn. And this is all calculated, like we say, an average of $55 a month US per stream. That is based on 50% or 60% network capacity. So at 60%, we'll go out and make another wave of sales. But we're saying that again, the average computer can earn probably about $100 on the low end, and upwards of $400 on the high end, for people who want to run a stream when we get to max capacity. We feel like that's a pretty good. I'm not going to ask you guys to compare our revenue based to some of the other projects you have, but we feel like as far as DePIN projects, we're probably at the top end of what people can earn with their systems at home.
For sure.
Yeah, 100%. That's also the calculator function you had on the website. It's something I really like, and I think the users can get a really good vision of how the nano will work for them and what they can earn back. So I think that's really handy to have for a project.
Yeah, that's on this. I'll bring that page back up too, so you guys at home can see. But that's this page here. So again, if you go to YOM and go to the network page, go to the nodes page. It's down under here. But you'll see that if you decide that if your rig check tells you can run 2 systems, 3 systems, you can see over time what your initial investment has to be, and then what you'll be earning in average monthly yield. There are other factors that play into it. If you're going to be running less than 24 hours a day, that of course will lead into it. Or how many days a month you plan on running at at that capacity. Because some people, we've had a number of people in our testing group who have went out and purchased a machine because they wanted to. Well, actually, what generally ends up happening is people have got a gaming rig at home. They're trying to justify, I want to get a better gaming rig, but then this one that I already have is just kind of sitting there doing nothing for me. Now they find out, well, they can put their older rig on our network 24 hours a day, and they kind of affords them to the purchase of their new rig. So that we've seen a couple of people in our testing group who follow that path, and we expect that's going to be the same for more going in the future. All right. Are there anything about Freshminers or like, we don't have a date yet. I wish I could say the site's going to go up tomorrow, but I don't know that that's the case. I think it's going to be very shortly, though. I don't think we're talking about more than a week or two. Is that what you understand to be the case?
Yeah, we have very close contact with the team, so we're just waiting for the go, and then we go. We're also very excited. Yeah, we're happy to go live.
For us, it's ordering today, delivering tomorrow. We have a very fast, good partners in the distribution. We're with 3 people always into the company. I think we have fast. We can deliver fast on a decent way. People receive their device. We will do our best, like we do for all DePIN projects, and I think from our side, our distribution, that it will go smooth.
I should thank you guys, because at one point early on in the whole cycle, someone on our team, this is maybe going back months, like, well, why don't we just go ahead and sell them through our own website and just push them out that way? And I'm thinking to myself, oh my gosh, we're going to have to keep a storeroom full of these devices, and then someone's going to have to put each one in an envelope, find the good shipping partner. We, shipping out the test nodes as we've done to this point, we had problems getting down into Brazil. Our tester in Brazil waited 6 weeks before his package got there from here in the U.S. We said, let's not ship it out of Europe, we'll ship it out of the U.S. because it's the same hemisphere. At least that's got to be helpful. Nope, didn't help. 6 weeks it took for them to get it. That was a nightmare. And then Argentina, I think that was another the one we had. South America, for some reason, for us is difficult to get to. But anyways, understanding what that headache was going to be, when they came to me and said, well, we found this company called Freshminers, and they have experience in doing all these things, I'm like, oh, thank goodness, because we were only just going to open up, again, a distraction for our team, and having to learn a new area that we don't understand. So very happy that we're working with you guys as partners.
Yeah, we're enthusiastic too. So and all our sendings in Europe, we send them by DPD, Deutsche Post. They have a good connection and experience with them. Outside of the EU, we send everything with DHL Express. Also experienced in good tariffs, so we can be competitive in sending all over the world. And like we do now, mainly focusing on Europe, but we sell all over the world and fast.
Nice.
Yeah.
I trusted. Very good. Again, I appreciate you guys taking the time joining us today on the live stream. I've got a couple more hours left to go, but very happy to have you guys here and explain to everyone what Freshminers. So the website is freshminers.io. Am I doing that right?
.com.
.com.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. So freshminers.com, and there'll be announcements all over our socials pages when the YOM sale goes live, so people can find it. I think you guys have already found our tweets, and we're sharing our tweets together too, so this is great. And anything else that I should let people know before we let you go?
No, we're happy to. We have here also gaming computer.
Yeah.
And in our office, and we're waiting to.
We're happy to run the nodes ourselves also, but we're also very happy to send them all over the world, and very happy with the collaboration with YOM. And I think it's a perfect way to do this also. So you awesome. Also, thanks for having us.
All right, guys. All right, appreciate it. I'll have the other guys be in touch with you, but we'll get that page live as soon as we possibly can.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Bye.
Cheers.
Bye.
Thanks, guys. Bye. All right, that was Freshminers, everybody. So people who didn't know how we were going to get these devices out to everyone, that's how we're doing it. And again, I make no bones about it. we should concentrate on the areas that we're strong at and that we understand and that we know, and not try to do things. Don't reinvent the wheel. Let somebody who's already got experience doing things do the things that are need to be done, that are again the most complex ones. All righty, so we've got the next. Let's see what's on the agenda next. We have Freshminers. So tactical investing is coming up next. It's going to be about 5 minutes to get here. And yeah, I'm going to start it off with a pretty funny story. So I'm going to throw it over to the intermission break, and we'll bring up our next guest, and we'll be back very, very shortly. Let me pulling up number 2 this time. I'll let you guys listen in on this. And Hey, everybody, let me get you up on them. There we go.
Hey, what's up, man?
How's it been?
It's been good, Jeff. It's been good. I mean, obviously a lot of exciting things since we last spoke, but things have been good.
Yeah, I teased everybody at the beginning today because I said we had a funny, didn't even know about it until yesterday. Turns out we we saw each other, or I saw you anyways, and that was quite an experience. So, Consensus 2024
Yeah.
in Austin. I got invited to go to the Karate Combat event from our partners at Stratus. No. Gosh, I'm forgetting who. Now I feel really bad because they invited me. They gave me a ticket and everything, got me in for free. Anyways, I saw the fight, and I remember it very clearly for two reasons. One was that ref had the mustache.
Yes.
It was kind of big, bulky hair and long braids down there,
Yep.
and I was so jealous. I took a picture, I sent it to my wife. This is one I want to grow. And then secondly, Joe Rogan was sitting right over to my right,
Yeah.
And he was shorter than I imagined. Anyways, on your Twitter banner is a picture of you in the ring, and I didn't realize it was from that event. I was like, oh my gosh, I've seen one of those karate combats. And sure enough, I was at that very fight where you were there. You knocked the guy out, or you won the fight anyways, from what I understand. Right? And then you sent me the video, and the guy who took the video was sitting right in front of me.
It's crazy.
And I catch myself in the background.
It's a pretty small world. Yeah, because I mean, I've run into, that the whole day then was like a blur, right? And even post fight, but it's interesting, just seeing like the different people say, oh wait, I was actually right there, because you run into people all the time, because of how small crypto is. So when you were like, yeah, I'm actually like right behind that guy in that video, I was like, that's crazy. And a year later we're connecting. So crazy world.
That is funny. So sometime maybe off camera we'll get into discussing how you got into mixed martial arts and the background.
One day,
there.
yeah, for sure.
All right, so let's talk. So you also just only recently found out, and because we kept it pretty much on the wraps, that we were going to be building an Avalanche now, which for us, it's a small delay in the TGE, right? We had to push the TGE, and now we've announced already December 9th is our date for TGE this time. So we're only going out about, it makes about 6 weeks, but it gives us time to do more marketing. It gives you guys who are KOLs a little more time to help us, get the word out about what our device and everything. You have the device in your office right there, yeah?
Yeah, it's right here. I had to go ahead and open it up, so I already unpackaged it. I have to put some, quality tape back on it to do the actual unpackaging. But yeah, no, it's by far one of the cooler overall devices.
I think that I've got you in mirror. Let me unmirror you. There you go. So introduce yourself to people. Let people know what your background is and why it is that we partnered up with you, and how it is that we found. You don't have to go to how we found you necessarily, but your background in the DePIN space, I think, is relevant to everybody here.
Yeah, I've been in crypto since 2017, but got into talking about crypto because originally got in with my YouTube channel that, unfortunately YouTube is not too crypto friendly. So I had a YouTube channel, had about 98,000 subscribers that grew primarily due to the DePIN space. So it was very early to Helium, early to a lot of the DePIN projects that we saw very successful in 2020, 2021. And, Helium was probably my biggest audience. I would say a very substantial portion. And it probably, even today still exists as one of the largest DePIN projects, even though it's not, from a user or people who are running nodes or Helium hotspots, the appeal and the flash and bazaar is not quite there. It's not at $50. So, but yeah, I've been in crypto since 2017. Didn't know exactly what I wanted to talk about, but wanted to look at ways that allowed people to earn passive income. I've always had a passion for passive income. And in crypto, you can really find that in DeFi or in DePIN, right? And so DeFi was a bit boring. It just was, another chain, another yield. There wasn't a whole lot of uniqueness to it. And so, that's when I started exploring DePIN. I was like, wow, this actually has a real world use case because, for a lot of people that are, not necessarily all too keen on crypto as a whole, when they see there's an actual real world positive feedback loop or a real world use case that can benefit them, then their appeal and their thought of crypto can very much change. For example, Helium had a free mobile plan. You don't find that with a lot of carriers, and so for some people, they get exposure to a DePIN project by getting a free phone provider, right? So it is interesting to see that. So that was kind of my initial kind of exposure to DePIN. But since then, there's been a plethora of projects in the DePIN space, whether that is hardware directly related or using your existing hardware to be able to monetize and contribute. So yeah, it's kind of my overall crypto history.
When we talked already this morning a few times about the idea that it was early on we discussed, hey, should we just have this be a software download that you install on a project, or do we need to make it an external device because there's extra complexities when you make it an external device? We landed on the external device for many reasons, for security reasons and for speed and for better latency and just overall a better way to ensure that both the gamers who've got a gaming rig and the game publishers who are going to have their data out there that these two streams won't connect. Do you have a preference? Do you prefer to buy hardware over software downloads? Is there just different projects require different ones, and that's completely understood?
Yeah, I think it's there's kind of two proponents to it. I think from a perspective when someone has they're financially invested, there's typically a lot more interest, right? When someone actually has to go and purchase a piece of hardware, typically they're thinking about ROI or they're going and buying a device with an expectation that they're going to generate yield on it. Same way if you're thinking about DeFi, DeFi's DePIN without the hardware, really, in many ways, where you could put money up and you expect some kind of yield to generate you some kind of revenue. And I think that's very much keyed in on when it comes to having external hardware, where you don't want to buy a device, whether that is in the DePIN space, even on the the mining space, Bitcoin mining in general. You don't want to buy a device, put your fiat essentially into something and lose the opportunity or the return. So I think that is one aspect of it, but part of that is typically who people that do invest are also more invested in the project itself. So you have a lot more people dedicated because they have some skin in the game, right? And I think that's very key. And it's oftentimes a hard decision, right? If something's free, you're not, the same way growing up, my parents didn't give me a free car because I wouldn't have as much appreciation for it, right? Because it was free, it was given to me. And, I had to work for it and buy my first, Buick 2006 Buick, whatever it was, my grandma's car that they got for free, but I had to pay for it, right? So, I mean, you appreciate things a lot more when you pay for it. And so I think that's the same way you have to look at it in the DePIN space, is people appreciate and are a lot more invested because they are invested. Now, on the other aspect for, it's a two-sided coin because not everyone has capital, right? Not everyone has capital to deploy. Luckily, in the United States, people are a lot more, you typically have a little bit more money to work with. But when you're thinking of potential exposure across other countries where they don't have the means, spending a couple $100, some devices are thousands of dollars, that's just not very plausible. So you're going to restrict your potential growth in countries where capital is limited. So, it's interesting because you kind of have to play that overall, balance. You look at, I think the easiest, comparison would be like something like Pi Network, right? Pi became popular because it was free. Most people in the world have a phone or have access to a phone. Download the app, you click a button. What is the actual value that's derived from that is kind of questionable compared to something where there's actual capital deployed that builds out infrastructure that has real world impacts. So, it's kind of my thoughts on it.
I just talked to just the session before this one we had on Freshminers, and I'm not sure if you're familiar with freshminers.com, but
Yeah.
okay, you are. Yeah, and they were. I was asking them like, what part of the world is DePIN getting the most traction right now? And I don't know, you may already be aware of this, but Eastern Europe and South America, they were saying 2 areas which they're seeing a lot of growth. Does that surprise you to hear that that's where DePIN is catching on?
I think South America may be a bit more surprising. I'm not surprised with Europe. I've seen, especially in the helium days, Europe was very, very much a popular place because, when people want exposure to generating yield, and a lot of that is typically through ASIC mining, right, or GPUs. And unfortunately, in Europe, electrical costs are typically pretty expensive. So, when you look at DePIN devices that don't consume a lot of energy, there's a high appeal to that. Even in the US, there's, if you're in California, you're paying out the wazoo for, electric prices. So, DePIN has the appeal for lower operational costs, which makes sense in areas and countries where energy prices are much more expensive. South America makes sense from a, even for like, I think we've talked about DABA network, or at least briefly talked about it, in countries where the actual infrastructure itself is lacking, where DePIN can fill a gap, you're going to have substantial growth in that industry. So, there's a reason DABA is growing exponentially in India, where, 600 million people don't have access to Wi-Fi. So if they can fit into a market and grow that at a lower cost basis than, your normal telecom or whatever it is, that the broadband provider, there's going to be a huge amount of growth. So, I think there's kind of different reasons why maybe those areas are growing. But I don't think it really surprises me. I think the US is in comparison, pretty saturated.
Yeah. So you mentioned the idea that the different energy costs are different places, and it was part of our article. I'm not sure if you got a chance to read it yet, but part of the plan of moving to Avalanche is it puts us on a path from going from a layer 2 to a layer 1.
Mm-hmm.
And when we can get to a layer 1, which will happen down the track, hopefully not too far down the track, it allows us to have sub-tokens that are regionally bound, so that we can tie in the value of the Euro YOM to the energy costs there. Right, so people who are buying and selling their network or the GPU power, they might get a different rate than somebody who's getting subsidized energy costs someplace else in the world. So we can have regional YOM tokens that all tie into the main YOM token. That's another it was not something. So if you didn't turn in earlier, or anyone who hasn't turned in earlier, we the decision to start building on Avalanche is a very recent decision. We had a conversation with them 2 weeks soon after we won the award for the best tech startup investment company back in August. We won that award. They came to us. We were approaching all these chains about integrating their wallet into our network so that we can put their games on our network. But always in the background, we expected that our token would be on peak. Well, when we went to Avalanche and explained, hey, we'd like to integrate your wallet so we can bring your games onto our network, they got to understand what our project was and well, we want the whole thing. Can you get the whole thing on Avalanche? Mm-hmm. And we said, no, it's too much. There's a lot of work. We're right next to our TGE. It's too much work to do. We appreciate that. It's very flattering, but we can't do that. But then they came back and had a conversation with our CEO, Jorrit, and our tech team, and said, well, listen, if you were to do it with us, here are some of the benefits. One of them was the idea of going to a layer 1, in time, so that we can do this balancing. And it was a problem that had always been nagging our CEO in the back of his head, that the cost of YOM, different places in the world, will be tied to the energy, but being off balance. Anyways, so that was so like at the end of last week, is when we signed the paperwork. Like we were right down to up until like 10 days ago. We were still saying our TGE was going to be today.
Yeah.
But then, because we weren't sure we were going to come to terms with Avalanche, because there's negotiations that happened there. So it was very, very recent. But that was one of the added benefits, is the idea that we can do regional tokens bound to our main token that will help us balance off those different energy costs. So it's good.
Yeah, I think that's pretty interesting. And when you look at certain layer 1s, Avalanche is unique because you can have additional layer 1s on top of Avalanche. For the likes of Kite AI, as an AI protocol, is also building on Avalanche as a layer 1. And that's kind of the uniqueness of Avalanche. But you also, I do like a lot of the things that Peak stands for, right? And I think Peak has a great ecosystem. I think they have a great protocol that they're building there. But I think you also, you kind of have to take two, you look at the success of a project, and from a community standpoint, where, when you look at, because I got pretty excited when you guys said you were moving to Avalanche, and I love Peak, I love Avalanche. But I think when you look at where is the gaming community, right? You don't find the gaming community on Peak. It just isn't there yet. Could it be there down the road? Absolutely. But when you look at the blockbuster games that have been on Avalanche, in fact, one of the biggest games of 2025 was powered by Avalanche, and most people don't even know it that actually play the game, right? So I think in a lot of times when you look at projects and they decide which layer one are we going to go on to, maybe it's this one because, it's got the more attention, but I think it has to do more of focusing on where are the users, not necessarily only just the attention or the hype. And I think when you look at Avalanche, it's going to be a huge, huge boost to YOM because of its already pre-existing, ecosystem of users that are heavily gaming focused. You have a lot of, Avalanche has a lot of KOLs that work simply just on the gaming side and what they do on gaming. So they have a whole, I think they recently just announced millions of dollars that they're setting aside to building out gaming. So, when you look at, you go to Ethereum for certain things, you go to Solana for certain things, you go to other chains for certain things, but you really go to Avalanche for gaming. And I think that was a fantastic move. A little disappointed that the TGE got moved, but great things are worth waiting for.
Thanks. Yeah. Now, so we're still friendly with the Peak team because we also still agree with much of what Peak is saying. Yeah. But I think you're right. They're focused on robotics and on infrastructure for the machine identity and machine economy. Makes complete sense for what they're building, and it's absolutely technology that's going to come. We were always kind of an odd fit because we're in the gaming space, and we oftentimes would talk about, are we more DePIN or are we more gaming? Like, who are we really trying to? But we are, because our gaming focus is not just Web3 gaming, but all gaming.
Yeah.
We really kind of said, maybe gaming is really where we fit best. And like I said, we're still friendly with the Peak guys, and we both teams have said we wish each other mutual success, and we expect that we'll both get there.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. The Avalanche team, they're very well invested into gaming, and I think you're talking about Off the Grid. I expect.
Yeah,
that game is just lighting it on fire. It's a beautiful looking game, and you're right. Most people don't even know they're playing a Web3 empowered game when they play. So
yeah, and I think the same way to a point where as Avalanche grows their gaming ecosystem, as YOM grows on Avalanche, there's going to be people playing games that don't know it's powered by or using the infrastructure for YOM, right? That I think is the I wouldn't say the end game, no pun intended, but that is kind of the end game for DePIN, right? Is you don't want not that you don't want, but you shouldn't notice a difference whether it's Web 2 or Web 3 because of how efficient it is. And it's that much more exciting when people find out after the fact that it's actually powered by DePIN, and they've been enjoying the product, they've been enjoying the service, they've been enjoying the game without noticing a single difference. And that is the true onboarding process that you really want to have.
We expect it's going to be the case for all blockchain technology. People are, I'm old enough to remember back in the day when email was first being, kind of bandied around.
You got mail.
Really, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I still have that chime in my head. But there was oftentimes talk about, like, that's not going to replace the postal service. Like, we can let the postal service go bankrupt. Right? That was the thought then.
Yeah.
And of course, now everyone uses the internet for their correspondence, and so many other things have changed. And blockchain technology is not going to be any different. As a matter of fact, I was seeing the adoption curve of blockchain and internet kind of side by side, and the blockchain one's actually much quicker than just the whole of the internet, because of the people are just getting smarter about technology. Communication has gotten better. Education is easier to do now with new technology. So we're just going to see that more and more happen. Well, cool. we got a few more minutes left. What other things should I? So you're going to be doing for us again the unboxing videos and a full review of the product. I think we've got all you guys who are on that list kind of holding off as we do our final check of technology, because the first thing you do when you plug yours in is going to do an update. So we're doing that. So you guys are kind of on hold. Is it driving you nuts that you're on hold?
A little bit, yeah. I mean, even from just the first experience of running, seeing what it looks like as far as compatibility, seeing what I'm capable of, everything leading up to it is kind of like right now I'm when you have like that dog like that treat that's in front of you, and you literally, it's like when you've seen those videos of people put like a treat on a treadmill right in front of the dog, and the dog's just constantly running but can never get the treat. That's what I kind of feel like right now. It's like I've got this in front of me just chilling, and I can't plug it in yet. So I absolutely love all kinds of DePIN projects. And for me, the earlier I can get in, start playing around with the ecosystem, the better. So it is kind of just an itchy feeling. I come in and sit on my desk. I probably should move this, because I see this every time I sit down. So, pretty excited. We'll see how much longer I can wait.
Nice. Yeah, for me, the big advantage of having of being part of this project was, I think I told you already, my son, who's 14, has got a gaming rig that he's got up there, and he's constantly wanting to upgrade it.
Yeah.
But I don't feel like I can't afford the amount of upgrades that he wants to make. So he'll put his system up on the network, and then he'll start earning the money to buy his own upgrades, and I won't have to worry about it anymore. So that's just one of those added benefits
100%.
of having
having a network. Even for me, I put together most of everything that I put together was for creating videos. So I upgraded from a 2080 Ti to a 3070 Founders Edition. So I don't have anything too fancy, but the whole idea, when you're looking at, because you can also see what your expected revenue is going to look like. What is unique behind a lot of DePIN projects, especially ones that utilize your current resources, is you can use the revenue that's generated by your resources to upgrade the resources themselves. And I think a lot of people don't really think about that in long term, but there's a lot of value in that, right? Is if my device, I've done other DePIN protocols, that allow you to get airdrops, that, get you, by sharing your bandwidth. Grass was very popular, was very early into Grass. You get a couple $100 airdrop. Now you can take that as a DePIN protocol, upgrade your overall, machine, and then you can earn a little bit more. So, I think that's the opportunity oftentimes with projects like YOM is, I've got a 3070 with enough earnings. I can maybe upgrade that to, I don't know what GPUs go for and what 7090 will be around at that time. But I think there's a lot of uniqueness, and that's a lot of value that people don't oftentimes think about, but that's a long-term type of, investing into a protocol. Is now maybe I can't just run one node. Now maybe I have the capabilities to run 2 or 3, and you just have that reinvestment to compound.
And again, we talk oftentimes about aligning incentives, right? But when you do that, it scales our network instantly, right? So for us, that's helpful as well. If we can put some money in your hands and then encourage you because you can do more streams concurrently to upgrade your machine, then our network upgrade is free to us, basically.
100%.
That's kind of we talked about the problem with central servers, and one of the big issues they have is they truly can't scale without spending a whole bunch of money, and they don't want to scale. The reason why NVIDIA GeForce Now has a long queue on a Saturday night is they don't want to add a whole bunch of machines and then have those machines sit idle on Tuesday, on Tuesday AM, because it's just that's wasting energy and space for them. So they don't do that. So instead, they make you wait an hour before you can play on a Saturday night. So that's because they're centralized. When you decentralize that, we break those barriers down, and then we make it profitable for us to expand our network by letting you expand your machine.
Yeah, and I think that when you look at one of the points we talked about earlier, as far as expansion, South America, you look at expansion in Europe. When people are able to build out the network that they're incentivized to build out, the networks grow faster, and the people joining that network grow faster as well. So I think that's kind of a win-win in the DePIN space.
Nice. All right. So we're gonna do a call later on to talk about how you got into mixed martial arts and how you got into that ring in the first
100%.
place, because I'm super curious.
It was a crazy turn of events, is all I'll say. So I'll have to, the way that you guys are leaving me hanging for this, I'll leave you hanging for that story.
That sounds fair enough. Okay. All right, man. And we did actually get a face-to-face meetup. We know we're only about 3 or 4 hours away from each other. At some point, we're going to pull that off too.
We'll get something put together.
All right. Well, thanks again for joining us and for the kind words. I'll get word to you as soon as you can plug that thing in and get it up and running, and then give you a full review on your. So now you're on Twitter, is where people should be following you.
So I'm on Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, and then also on my new YouTube channel called Veteran Crypto, just because of my Air Force background. So previously active duty in the Air Force. So titled Veteran Crypto. So they're on YouTube as Veteran Crypto and on X, Twitter as Tactical Investing.
Very good. Thanks again for joining us.
Awesome. Thanks,
and we'll put the links in the description once it's all. I got how many more hours I got to go?
You need a couple of energy drinks, man.
Yeah, no, I have some intermission breaks. There
you go.
All right, brother. All right. Thanks so much.
See ya.
Yeah. All right, Tactical Investing on Twitter. If you're not following his account, be sure that you do. It's been good talking to him again. He's right down the road, and that stuff about the karate combat, that was just so damn funny. All right, I'm gonna bring up our next guest here in a moment. I'm gonna throw it over to another intermission break just so I can get up, stretch my legs, and you don't have to look at a blank screen. But we're gonna bring our next group is a BizDev guys, our BizDev team, and again, they've got quite a lot to talk about. So. Let me put this up and we will be back momentarily. I don't have the smoothest handover, do I? We need a producer or something like that. Here we go. Hello, James. Hello, Andy.
How are we doing?
Welcome back.
How you going?
Very good. Oh, what hour are we on? I'm
It's
lost
chilly,
track of
mate.
time.
I was wearing a t-shirt earlier. I had to put a jumper back on. So even I haven't got my YOM t-shirt on at the moment.
All right, and John's going to be joining us too. Is that right?
Yeah, I think so. Although
yeah.
saying that, I'm not sure. We should probably ping him just to make sure he's got the timing right and stuff. Because obviously, UK clocks went back.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's interesting to know. Because I'm here
Yeah.
in Vancouver and my mum's in the UK, so I have to bear that in mind when I.
It's
when I
only
do
for a
my
week.
daily call to my mum. Yeah, I think it's 2 weeks, isn't it? We get.
No, I think we
weird.
changed. We change on the US. It changes next week or on Sunday. This Sunday coming up.
Okay, you're right. I think it's 1 week then. Yeah, 7 hours different, not 8 anyway.
Yeah.
And then 9 hours different with Andy, so we're all over the world here. Right?
Exactly.
All right, so
we just need someone in Asia. I think that's the bit, isn't it? You know,
But we need Antarctica and the Arctic or something, and then we'd be on all, what is it, 7 continents or something.
Here he is.
There we
Hey,
go.
John, how are you?
Hi.
Hello, mate.
Very good.
Morning.
I was going to say as well. I had a different stream background earlier. I had my
The
my
beach.
beach. Yeah. So I don't know where it's gone. Maybe I'll see if I can find it again.
This one's a little more dithery. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit messy, isn't it? What's that one? No,
Yeah.
it's
Oh, there you
gone.
go,
It's
John.
gone
Nice.
completely.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
mine's
obviously a
totally
real one, isn't it?
Mine's totally real, although I do have a picture of it if ever I want to pretend that I'm somewhere that I shouldn't be, right? You know, people get used to this background. I just have the picture of it and then, you know, get away with all kinds of things.
Right.
There we go. I'd have to turn off GPS on my phone and a host of other things. I can't get away with anything.
Yeah, well, we won't go
So,
there. Too early in the morning for that.
Can't even nip down to the pub, at lunch.
That's true. Yeah.
So for some folks here, they haven't met you yet, James. John, you were on one of our earlier streams. But I think for both of you, we're expecting that this stream is seeing a lot more people who have not yet found us because we did the announcement that we're building on Avalanche now. So there'll be plenty of people finding you. But I was hoping that we talk this whole session about you guys have gone to between the two of you, or the two of you have been in the gaming industry for a long time, and the three of you did a lot of conferences this year, a lot of different gaming conferences. So there's a lot to talk about what we've discovered, how our story fits into the larger narrative and what the industry is looking for, why it's attractive to the people it's been attractive to. But can we start first with just James and then John, a real quick, 2 minutes, like where you come from, how long you've been in the gaming industry, your start, and how you got here?
Sure. So games industry for 25 years now. I used to like to say 20, but it's incontrovertibly 25 at this point. I actually got my start in Asia. So originally from the UK, East Midlands boy like Andy, actually.
Indeed.
And ended up moving to Japan in 1993 after I graduated from university, thinking I was going to go for a year or two, learn Japanese, but obviously best laid plans. So, one thing led to another, which led to a couple of kids, and ended up staying initially in Asia for a span of about 17 years. So initially moved into the games industry in 2000. So I won't bore you with the 1993 to 2000 bit, but ended up getting an opportunity to actually go and teach English to the CEO of what was next in Japan at the time. I'd always been a gamer, and so it was very exciting to go and teach English to the CEO of Nexon. But then relatively quickly, he said, either you're a totally terrible teacher or I'm a terrible student. So why don't you do the international business development, and then I won't have to learn English. So we said, that sounds like a good idea. So he sent me off to GDC 2003 when the entire industry would still fit in the bar at the San Jose Fairmont. Probably, John, you might have been in that room. I don't know, but there were probably was.
Chris Crawford with a sword is what I remember.
Yeah. No, I mean, so probably, all the way back there. And some of the guys that were in that room are still kind of close orbit colleagues and friends in the industry now. So since then, 2003, it really kind of started. And first half of my career was actually in game infrastructure. So we had some big monolithic servers in San Francisco hosting things like Second Life. And I think we had the first League of Legends server in that data center as well. So first half was absolutely focused on infrastructure. And obviously at that point in time, it's very difficult to host games. Second half, ended up meeting a couple of guys during that first, whatever it was, 7-8 years, invited me to come and co-found a studio in Vancouver, which is where I'm sitting now. And that was Roadhouse Interactive. So we started that, I think, around 2009. one of the earliest sort of, I guess, AA companies to license Unity. So we used Unity to develop Family Guy Online in the browser. And then we did a ton of mobile games, including my very favorite one, which you know what I'm going to say, which is the Iron Maiden Legacy of the Beast game, having been a big fan. So that was a, kind of a pioneering project where a major artist toured a video game, not an album, for the first time. So Legacy of the Beast World Tour, pretty successful. Game was pretty successful, so that was pretty cool. And then since 2016, I've done various things under this Greenstone Initiatives banner as a consultant. Initially, I ran the industry association in Vancouver for games and animation visual effects for a couple of years. And then since then, we've been sort of doing various interesting things. And as the industry's evolved, so has Greenstone's focus. And right now, I think this whole opportunity around instant play and the opportunity to finally do games on any device from anywhere at any time, it's very, very exciting. And I think YOM is really the pinnacle of that goal at the moment, right? As you see end users coming into the network and supplying compute and ultimately creating this really ubiquitous, very powerful, low latency environment to be able to stream games. It's kind of, in a way, the holy grail that we've been working towards for the last 20 years, right? So very pleased to be involved with it. And I'll shut up there and let John take it to it.
John, is it similar?
I'll follow that up. Yeah, it's sort of, yeah. Well, it's longevity. Yeah, I'm a little different. I actually started out as a programmer, would you believe, at school, and wrote games for Commodore 64 and 8-bit computers when I was 14. And then I actually fell backwards into it as a job. I wrote some games over the summer and made more money than my lecturers. And then so I left and set up my own games company. And then I moved to California to set up IDOS US, where we published a few games like Tomb Raider and Hitman and Formula One and a whole bunch of licenses. And did that for, 15 years. We went from 40 people to 2,000, and we're the biggest publisher in Europe for a while. I sold out, took a couple of years off in the south of France, as you do, and then I...
A year on Provence. That's great. Was that you? A year in Provence.
12 ans en Provence.
Yeah, sure.
So then I there while I was there, I'm literally on the beach. But I was watching my kid play with the remote control. He stuck it in his mouth and he was chewing on it, and the Teletubbies were speeding up and slowing down. And my wife was out, otherwise I would never have done this. But so I took the batteries out of the remote control and let him chew on it because I thought he was teething. And after a couple of minutes, he started crying again, and I realized that he didn't have the physical dexterity to touch the buttons, so he was using his teeth. He wanted to see the Teletubby speed up and slow down. He realized this little box did this, and that's when the penny dropped. And now, as a consequence, I now know the French for soldering iron. Because I went down the electronics shop and took apart the remote control, which my wife is still looking for, and made a big.
You're still watching the Teletubbies, are you?
I took a bit of box with all these colored buttons, and I chopped up all these DVD footage, so that when you press the yellow button, the yellow Teletubby came out and said hello, and then the red Teletubby came out and said hello. I've forgotten their names, Lala and the other one, and so when I made this interactive DVD player. Which went on to be I raised money, took the company public on the London Stock Exchange, won Toy of the Year. We sold 250,000 of them, and then I sold it to Mattel, who I can't swear, but didn't do the best job possible with it. Let's put it that way. It's a very expensive MBA, as one of my buddies said. So that was sort of adjacent to games, but obviously, it was using games for early learning was the kind of what the toy did. But I was always still involved in games. So after that, I took I then helped some buddies out setting up their company in the US called Kuju, which was a very large outsourcing company based in London. We set up the office in California and San Francisco, and I then spent 3 months in Manila in the Philippines putting together a studio out there. And then I got headhunted to run Paramount Pictures' interactive division. So I was turning movies into games and games into movies for 4 or 5 years. So we were doing Star Trek and Mission Impossible and Top Gun, Rango, and all of the, even did War of the Worlds and a whole bunch of other games on PC, console, and mobile. And then my kids got to a certain age where it was the cricket or baseball test, and cricket won, so I moved back to London. And they went to school in England, and so I set up my own agency then, helping out developers and companies, essentially doing fractional business development for those companies. So some of them want to get into, they've got technology where they want to get into the games business, or they're developers looking for publishers, or publishers looking for developers, or VCs looking for where to spend their money. So I've been doing that, and that's how I came across Andy a few years back in Barcelona. I was out there, and we talked back and forth. And then when he told me about YOM, I was so excited because I had in fact consulted with a precursor to this called OnLive, which was a fantastic technology, but had the same problems that everybody has right now to this date, which is infrastructure costs too much, and not having a centralized architecture means you're going to have costs and and delays in terms of ping times. So when I saw what YOM was doing, the penny dropped instantly, because I'm like, those are the two things. You fix that, you make this possible. And by doing so, it's enabled all sorts of other business models when you get the price down to that point. So not only is, you make streaming a great way of doing user acquisition, because hey, instead of trying to price somebody's joystick out of their cold dead hands and spend an hour installing a PC game instead of playing Fortnite, is a challenge for the whole industry. So you're seeing very few new titles and a lot of sequels. Whereas if you can stream that title instantly, who's not going to click on the ad played for 5 minutes and put it away? So it's a solution. It's try before you buy. It's back to the old demo days. And on the other side of it, that's because of the price point, it makes streaming as a full-time option a great a business model, which it wouldn't be before. So your subscription would be too expensive. Trying to paying out $20 a month for something you already own so you can play it remotely doesn't seem much of a deal to me. Whereas with the prices we can provide, you can have an always on channel, and you got an old laptop, don't spend $2,000 on a new one. Just keep playing it, or you got a Mac, or you got a Chromebook. You don't need to make that hardware investment, and the continuous hardware investment, as people found out really recently with Gearbox, when they suddenly even the latest PCs aren't running it properly. So having a streaming solution gets you out of that constant upgrade cycle. So that's what was exciting for me.
So is that how we've been approaching it at the conferences you guys have been at this year? Like, how does the approach go, and why does it work, I suppose?
Well, I was going to say something funny then, but I'll hold back. I was saying, well, listen, they all come to me, and then I pass them to those guys. They talk the brainy stuff, and then I go, "Hi, how you doing?" No. Right. But in all seriousness, I think, it's been, and obviously just as a headline, I've been with James, and I were in Asia, basically hammering our way through KBW, then Tokyo Game Show. And then, although the Tokyo Game Show was really just there for the Sony event, weren't we, as much as anything? And that was massive.
There was some good conversations in Tokyo for sure, though, right? I mean,
you did, didn't you?
I did. Yeah, I think obviously some of the bigger studios that have got really famous brands, really well-known titles. I mean, the sort of other thing that John kind of mentioned, though, is that obviously with that link to the game, you don't necessarily have to go through a distributor anymore, right? You can go straight from your own website. So if you have a brand like Final Fantasy or Sonic or any of these brands that have got massive, numbers of fans. So I think, Japanese market and Korean market, where there are those kinds of iconic IPs, and, obviously they exist around the world. But we had some great conversations in Japan.
Yeah, we did. Yeah. And then Singapore, obviously, to top it off. By that point, I was ready to go home. And I think you then had a further week. I did quite a few things with John as well. So I think, and I'm not sure what you guys think actually, but it feels like it's kind of an evolving sell and an evolving business. I mean, when John and I were in Brighton, it was like the bit that everyone was like, wow, this is amazing, is this user acquisition piece. And then when people start going, hold on, I can attract it in. That was almost like the hook, I think, or the extra tasty worm on the hook, you know, which got them in. And then I think John's right, is when they start coming in and going, well, actually, hold on. So the price is 5 cents per session. You know, how long's a session? Then you tell them and they're like, well, what? So I could do 8-hour sessions and it's still 5 cents. And then, you know, then they start looking at it on a bigger basis as to how to run full games. And I think that's where it seems to have been going. I mean, it feels like all three of us have been doing the same kind of like angle on things. But I don't know, James, if there's any bits within kind of your trip back to Tokyo when I wasn't with you, which brought out some interesting Asian angles to it. Or John, you've been doing quite a lot of BD in the European side as well. So I don't know if there's anything.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of bits that have really kind of come to the front for me. I mean, obviously what you've been saying now about, you know, how a full-time game stream makes sense, you know, in certain markets where devices aren't quite as cutting edge, or, you know, there's, you know, let's say there's a prevalence of younger gamers who've got Chromebooks and they want to play the latest games. Obviously, you know, that's an advantage of cloud game streaming. But obviously, it's only an advantage that you can take advantage of if pricing makes sense, right? But the other bit that I've really seen and really like about it is this whole idea of having players as invested partners, right? So, you know, one of the things that we've been working on at Greenstone a lot is this concept of owner champion. You know, using tokens to be able to allow people to invest in and make passive income from various new kind of formats and things. So the idea of having your gamers as partners in the ecosystem, contributing the node, having them more vested in the success of the game, things like this are quite interesting, I think, because, you know, it's a better relationship with players, right? Where they feel as if they're part of that, you know, sort of bi-directional relationship with publishers and things like this. And I think certainly, you know, some of the Asian, the Asian companies really have already sort of adopted that view. And I think it's because, you know, MMOs have been around for that much longer. You know, the early days of free to play, probably 2004, 2005 with Nexon. So that idea of community, you know, I think originated in those markets, right? And so as you see bringing the community in to become active participants in creating the network for these games, that's a really interesting additional angle, which is on top of obviously these base, you know, the advantages of what we've just described from discovery, and then the idea of being able to play cutting edge games on lower end devices if you choose to full time, right? So yeah, but I think that's really one that's worth noting, you know, players as partners. And I think you're really,
I'm with you on that completely. And we were talking about that, weren't we? And it's one of the bits I really like is this kind of network effect where you get the gamers get engaged with the game. They love the game. They share it on, you know, Twitter or X as it is now. And then you end up with this circle where publishers get more games, and then, you know, then potentially get rewards for the community as well. I mean, if you look at some of these big communities, they all reward them, but just in slightly different ways. I think there is a flip there where we've got to be careful being a Web3 business that you don't have, okay, we're buying gamers, you know, and you end up, we've all seen those visuals, haven't we, of Asian like rooms with thousands of, you know, dozens of mobiles where people are playing Axie Infinity.
Oh, sure.
You know what I mean? Just to get stuff. But no,
John, we don't have that. We've got this, right? So we know who's playing and who isn't. So there's no possibility of that happening unless they all buy one of these and put them all on walls, and that's actually a good thing. So in our
well, yeah, because all that'll do is
people did it.
It would,
because the great thing about our architecture is the more people join, the faster it gets. That's the beauty of it. So yeah, please build rooms with loads and loads of these on them. That would be fantastic.
Yeah, no, it would be. Yeah, absolutely. Because it's kind of like, yeah, in a sense, then the network's more robust. There's more nodes closer to the players, right? So yeah, knock yourself out.
Well, I was just talking with. I was talking with one of our influencers, and he was, I don't know if you guys caught in, but he was saying that one of the upsides of having the revenue going to the people who own the node is if they decide that they want to upgrade their gaming rig, because one of the things they're going to do with the passive income is get a better rig. Then they put that better rig on the network. Our network gets stronger and can host more streams, and it doesn't cost us anything. Like scaling for us is free. If anything, it actually gives us profit to scale, which is, again, puts a whole model on its head in the best possible way. All of this saving the energy cost of and the construction cost of building a central server and this disruption that it causes to the environment. So in many ways, this decentralized version of doing a cloud is cost effective and better for the environment and better for the industry.
It certainly is. I just read a statistic that it's like somewhere between 25 and 30% of all the electricity in Ireland right now is going into data centers.
Yeah.
Is it really?
Because AI is right.
That's insane.
Yeah.
And do you know, funny enough, I was just reading about mergers and acquisitions in the space, and literally that's all AI. So it's only going to keep, as more AI happens, more compute happens, more data centers get built. I don't know what was the stats from the US, Jeff? Maybe they said they're going to build 25 billion or something, and it's like a drop in the ocean. For
I know that they're building nuclear power plants just to power data centers, right?
Right.
Yeah.
But it is worth making the comment that actually enterprise, in Canada too, lots of monolithic big, data centers off in the distant parts of provinces here and there. I think it's worth making the point actually that enterprise grade GPU doesn't necessarily work as well for gaming as consumer grade GPU, right? So here's another thing.
Yeah.
Like if you're on a enterprise grade NVIDIA, like an A4000 or, 6000, those are great for AI. And obviously they've been purpose built for AI. But I think a lot of people think, the AI GPU and the gaming GPUs are interchangeable.
But they're not.
Any gamer will tell you they're not, right? So another advantage for us is that because we're using end user rigs with, 4070s, 5070s, latest gamer focused GPUs, it actually makes the games run better than if you're trying to do it in an AI data center, right? So it's another really important point to make, I think.
It is. I mean, AI by the nature of how it works best in clusters. So if you've got a whole bunch of them near each other in a data center, that's great. It'll burst calculations around that. That's not how a graphics GPU does it at all.
No.
You're solving for one problem on one device.
It's kind of funny how in the early days the sort of GPU was kind of, sort of almost like brought in to do, mining and Web3 focused activities, even though they weren't necessarily designed for that. Like I think from the early days, the games industry had sort of seen the application of GPUs beyond graphics processing, but it took a while for the world to catch on. But now, obviously, there are companies out there very focused on solving for AI, but I think YOM continues to fly the flag to be proud of solving for gaming, right? Yeah.
So let's talk a little bit then. The studios that we've been speaking to, that you introduced us to, and we've signed like scads of MOUs here recently. That it's been great, right? It seems like they're all ready for us to get the network up and running, so they can start putting the games out there. It's again, I'm on the sidelines, so I only get to see like the headlines that they seem to be buying into this concept pretty easily. But has it been surprising to you to see the amount of interest? Has it been exactly what you expected it to be? I know that Phil Spector at Microsoft had said back in, 8 years ago that cloud gaming was going to be a solution. It's just going to require a different kind of cloud gaming. I don't think he envisioned decentralized when he said this, but he did say it. So has the idea of cloud gaming got its foot already in the door and really just we're offering a better version of it? How's the reception been on these big studios?
Well, we're offering different business models. Coming to them and saying, use it for user acquisition is not something that's ever been proposed before, because the pricing model didn't support it. It just doesn't. It makes the perception was streaming is like what you do if you haven't got the right hardware, or you're not at your desk, right? And you want to try and you want to play it somewhere else. That's kind of the niche view of it all. What we're saying is, with this pricing model and the distributed model, streaming's ubiquitous. It's not a sort of solution for a particular problem. It's an always-on solution for a multitude of ways of getting an experience on whatever device you're on. So I can play a mobile game on my desktop, and vice versa. So these are things that you never thought of before. I'm sitting at work and there's an ad for, I don't know, Candy Crush. I can play it instantly via stream and then tag it to download when I'm next at home on my mobile. device rather than having to go and get my mobile and install it and all the rest of it in order to, because that's the instant streaming solution. So there's all sorts of different things that become possible, and there's probably a few we haven't thought of that will occur to people, because that's always the case when you put out a solution, that other people will come to you with problems you didn't even know existed. So yeah, it certainly does solve the basic issues that most people have with streaming, but in terms of performance and price. But it also opens up all new kinds of markets that we hadn't thought of before.
Yeah, the stat that I saw on user acquisition was saying something like 6% of people's gaming time, just 6%, is spent on any kind of new experience. The bulk of gamers' time is spent on the game that they've been playing already over and over again, that their friends are invested in, and they've got a squad going, and these kinds of things. So to get them to try something new, especially if you're forcing them to download and install it to try something new, is just too much of a barrier.
Yeah, unless you've cracked Steam in terms of wish lists and all of that kind of stuff, or it's being talked about for 3 years in advance, and so people are going to spend the time installing 100 gigabytes of, or whatever it is, for the latest game. So how much press did something like Baldur's Gate have before launch? So those are the sort of those games are going to be successful regardless, because people are throwing vast amounts of money. But if you don't have that, discovery is a massive problem on those platforms, and it's because, like you said, people aren't spending the time to go and look at other stuff like they used to, because they're so vested into clan gaming, or always on gaming, or MMOs, or all that kind of stuff. So trying to get past that, to say, hey, play this little 12-hour experience, 14-hour experience, 8-hour experience. There's few and far between that break through that noise, and we all know them. Are we there yet? Right? That's like one that breaks in. Last year it was Among Us, or the year before. There's always something, but you can't base a business model on the exception or the outlier. Whereas if you can experience something for 5 minutes and then decide you're going to like it, that all of a sudden, and hey, it's only $19.99 or $29.99. All of a sudden, the discovery has been solved for that entire market segment.
James, you wanted to add to that?
Well, I would. I mean, because it's interesting what you say about Baldur's Gate, for example, always going to be successful. And I agree with you. I mean, obviously, within reason, that's true. Yeah. Because there's an audience of hardcore PC gamer that will be willing to do a 100 gig download. But I mean, being slightly hyperbolic there, I suppose. But yeah, but not me. I mean, I have to say, probably in the old days, I would have, maybe done that. But at this point, if I could pick up a controller, play it on the TV, if I could pick up a controller, play it now, I'd probably give a lot more things a shake of the stick, to be honest with you, right? So that convenience factor of whatever the game is, even as sort of, wannabe, older gamer, I suppose, at this point. So I think it expands the market, right?
Look, how big would Netflix be if it was a download-based system? That's
exactly. Well, how big was it? How big was it when you had
Blockbuster? Right?
No, but how big was it when you had to take DVDs and put them in the post box and send them backwards and forwards?
But there was no alternative then, right?
Right.
So in an always-on world,
exactly.
You know what I mean? Then there's it's you have to go with the apples and apples. So the moment, I guess what I'm saying is, the moment Netflix arrived, people stopped going to the store. All right, because that's what we're looking at now is, okay, we're saying stream now, don't have to go to the store in the sense of you don't have to wait an hour for the game, which is what happens right now. So I think we're on the verge of that kind of revolution, that the experience is instant and not some hour based or fraction thereof.
And you already mentioned OnLive. I mean, obviously, all the way back to what G Cluster, it was the early 2000s, and then Gaikai, OnLive, Stadia. We've tried it many times, and I will admit I've tried all of them, because this idea of being able to just play instantly on demand was always very, very appealing. But as you said completely correctly there, the infrastructure costs and the fact that the servers were thousands of miles away meant that that we used to have that saying that only Jade Raymond could solve the speed of light, right? So. Which was never true, right? So there was always this issue of a little bit of lag, a little bit of latency. Now with YOM, if my game is being served from another computer within my neighborhood, then that issue also gets solved, right? As we all know. So from that perspective too, it's not only from a cost perspective, it is the performance, the fact that we're on gamer grade GPUs, and the fact that as the network grows, it becomes lower and lower and lower latency. And that's obviously where the patents and the protections sit within the business here, right? So again, exceptionally exciting, because what we've always wanted to do, which is just pick up a controller and start playing, or pick up a mobile device and start playing, finally that vision's a reality, right? So.
Andy, you're going to jump in there?
Yeah, and I was actually just going to post it on the community chat instead. But I like that, right? I think we steal that. We steal Blockbuster and Netflix is AWS versus YOM. And I think we'll put AWS in the Blockbuster side. Yeah, and we'll be the Netflix.
We're Netflix.
Yeah, there's another one.
There's one other thing we're doing that nobody else has done ever, which is give back money to the community. That's just not a thing. And that's
right.
I think is when you mentioned community, that's something when you're talking to publishers, the ones that are very community focused, that resonates with them, with their community guys. It's like, wow, we're going to give money back to our guys for playing, hosting our game. They're going to love us for that. So that's the more popular our game is, the more people will make money from it, and it's a virtuous circle. So I think that's worth bringing up as well. That is a first, to my knowledge, in the industry.
I was going to say on that note, we even thought about doing like V-Bucks. So instead of giving YOM token, you could give V-Bucks out. V-Bucks just as an equivalent for ease, for everyone knows. You could give V-Bucks out, which then would encourage people to keep the token within the ecosystem. So people host a Fortnite, just for ease, Fortnite node, they get V-Bucks instead of getting YOM tokens, and then the money goes straight back into the ecosystem. You then end up with this kind of free extra money coming in for hosting. But sorry, Jeff, you're going to say?
Andy, this could be another aspect of going to a layer one, right? We were talking about doing the regional YOMs, right, to match with the energy service.
Yeah. I like it.
We should talk to Jorrit about this, but it does seem to me that this allows us to make it easier for us to have a Fortnite token, or I'm going to use them, but a token attached to a game that we can reward through the network. So, if you're listening, pay attention to that idea.
I think. So I was going to say the other. It's 100% true, right? I mean, I was looking up some stats, right, and we've sort of toyed around with this. I know when Andy, you've done really great, pictures on the road as we've been traveling together. But that point, I think 2024, looking at statistics, about 250 million GPU was shipped, NVIDIA only, right, is what I'm talking. So that 250 million GPUs. And that's only the discrete desktop numbers, right? So I think what we were saying was that there's something like 750 million GPUs out there that can run YOM, right? And so if you think about the scale of that network, and you think about that community factor, and you think about things like passive income and think about saving energy, and you think about all these things that we've already mentioned, I think the scale of what we can do here is pretty incredible, right? And obviously, we don't need 250 million GPUs on the network in order to have it work, right? Which is worth saying. Yeah. But the fact that that's sort of, at least even just in terms of 2024 shipments, it's an incredibly interesting way to approach this problem. And definitely, it comes from thinking outside of the box, pun intended, thinking inside the box, I guess, is the pun really. But anyway, it's all very exciting stuff. And, we've been sort of pursuing this goal since very early 2000s when we were trying to figure out ubiquitous computing, and here it is.
John, I think you might have said this, and I don't know if it's the same term. But one of the things that we've talked about in the early days of YOM is that when we bring the price down to a level that allows for 3D, basically the 3D internet, in a reasonable, financial fashion, this means that the concept of the metaverse can actually happen, or at least a persistent 3D world that's always on, that you can jump in and out of. Is that something that is that what you guys are talking about when you say a persistent game, always on game? Is that part of the equation? Is that part of what people are looking at in the industry?
Well, I was using it in reference to being able to have the experience of your game regardless of where you are. So you've bought the game, you want to play it remotely from right now the only solution out there costs you $20 a month to do that, which seems penury. But
to play your own games, like you said, right? Own the game anyway.
But yet certainly you're right. It does, if you are part of some kind of community. I mean, you mentioned Second Life there a moment ago, James. If you are part of something like that, then be able to access that from anywhere is kind of what you're saying about the metaverse, and being always a participant, because it doesn't really matter what your device you're on, you can stream it. So whether you're on your TV, smart TV, or your laptop, or somebody else's laptop, or your mobile device, or your iPad, or whatever, it's, you know, if you can stream YouTube or Netflix or TikTok, then you can play YOM. That's a hell of a level of ubiquity.
Yeah, but I mean, there is an expansion on that as well, right? You know, I think, to sort of take another anecdote from the dim and distant past, I remember when we first started looking at HoloLens, right? So Microsoft said, in order to have these mixed reality experiences of the type that they were providing through HoloLens in the early days, the argument was that you had to have the computer on your head, right? I remember having a conversation, and I said, well, that's because Microsoft doesn't really have a solid mobile strategy at the time. I think everybody else that was looking at augmented reality eyewear, the idea was that the phone would be in your pocket and the display would be on your face, right? But that still means, how are you going to send content to that device, right? There's always going to be that requirement to connect to a server that potentially is 1,000 miles away. You know, we all know that, I think John Carmack said that anything under 30 milliseconds, you're going to start to see the nausea in a heads-up display, right? Now, if you know that within your neighborhood, you've got computers that are 2 milliseconds, 5 milliseconds, 10 milliseconds away, we're not only solving that latency problem for gaming, we're also, because the stream in that sense is the same, unlocks this, what I call ubiquitous compute. In fact, not cloud, it's called fog, because now the clouds come down onto that neighborhood and we're all within it, right? So it's the fog. So the fog computing is an interesting concept, because again, what it does is you've got that overlay of the real world. Let's say you've got your Apple Vision Pro, or, you know, 10 years down the line, it's going to be kind of like Ray-Ban format Facebook spectacles or whatever, delivering content in real time that updates as you walk around. We need this type of decentralized compute in order to be able to provide that platform as well, right? So I think it's not necessarily a gaming experience as much as it is the requirement for things like heads-up displays on car windshields, or, you know, finally, when we get to that, you know, on-your-face device that we're all hoping will, you know, replace the necessity for us to constantly keep taking phones out of pockets and stuff like that, right? So I think that this idea of this ubiquitous fog compute is bigger than gaming, but at the same time, the gaming opportunity is so large that we don't want to, you know, necessarily get ahead of ourselves. But we're definitely.
Is that your term?
The fog, is that? Did you make?
No, it's the thing. I mean, we've been talking about fog for a while, and I think, you know, in my background, we've tried various things. I
got into the fog when I turned 40. But that's just something I woke up with.
Yeah, it's a good thing, because I mean, you know, fog obviously. But yeah, no, it's been around because we've tried things like putting data centers in the basements of residential buildings and using the heat from the servers to heat the building. And that was an idea of bringing the fog. And, you know, a lot of people have tried it. But I think the world at the moment, mainly because of AI, is going in the opposite direction, where we are doing, you know, hectare size, billion monolithic data centers out in the wilderness in Canada, for example. Yeah. And that's got a great application for certain things, right? You know, if you want to be training AI, you want to do, you know, particularly if you're on renewable energy and things like this, but it doesn't solve the problem of walking around with a device on your face, or it doesn't solve the problem of.
Yeah, I live in London. There's 14 million people, right? I can't be sending that signal to Scotland, right? You know, it just doesn't work. You know, because even though that's cheaper and it'll be cooler, etc. Right? So it'll be, you know, great, but even that distance, we're in the same, you know, geographical island. We've got, you know, you're starting to get latency. So no, if I've got 14 million people around me, surely the heck someone around nearby has got a GPU that's not doing anything. That's what we want. That's the you know, sort of blanketed, as you said.
Well, and if you can flash up the little SSD again, I mean, I'll tell you something else that I love about it. So, I mean, I haven't got one of them yet. John's got one, but I mean, the simplicity. I know, but the simplicity with which that plugs in, right? So you plug that in, you got your QR code. Now you're on the network again. You don't need to be you know, I mean, even I could do it. Let's put it that way, right? You know, plug it in, scan the QR code. And now I'm on the network earning money. You know,
I could do it live right now, except my.
You want it? Well, I wouldn't do it. I would never do a live demo.
No, I mean, literally, reset the laptop right now. My laptop right now is trying to install Windows 11. Jesus. I'm more chance of getting to Mars before Musk.
Well, I was going to say you've got more chance of solving the speed of light than you do. Windows, but
Anyway,
Anyway, I think
please
we
wait
should.
while I format your hard drive. What?
One last question for you guys. We got about, actually, maybe not last question, but one other question. So one of the other things we talk about is the power of passing a game around, because now we can stream inside Telegram and inside Discord, right? And we're working on Reddit. We're working on a few others. So the ability to have the game right inside those applications, and again, ease of sending the link around, or everyone in the channel being able to play the same game from our network, but inside those services. Is this something that the game industry is talking about, interested in? Is it something that they don't really even consider?
If you're a smaller developer, and you were talking about, this ties it in nicely, because you were saying about our experiences recently. So recently I was at Pocket Gamer in Finland. And Finland obviously is a powerhouse of mobile games, has been, the sort of halo effect of Nokia for many years now. Although there was a time where no one could even find Finland on a map. But mobile games did that. And a whole new industry and a whole new bunch of developers and publishers came out of that, which is always the case when there's a paradigm shift. The big companies don't jump onto new things. They wait until something becomes successful and then they buy it, like Sega buying Rovio, or Activision buying King, and so on. All companies no one had ever heard of before this paradigm shift. So I wouldn't be surprised if something like that happens with streaming as well. But anyway, the point I was making was, if you look at the mobile market right now, unless you're spending, literally monopoly money, as in Monopoly Go from Scopely, where there's hundreds of millions, you're not going to break into that top 10, top 20, even the top 50 in mobile without spending enormous amounts. So all the new startups or guys that are disillusioned with that that I was talking to in Finland, they're all looking to do PC and console, PC first, because but then they run, because it's the barrier to entry is low. You put it up on Steam, but then you realize that there's any number of thousands of games coming out all the time on Steam, and you've got a discovery problem on Steam that's just as bad. So they're very interested, to tie back to what you're saying, in any new forms of discovery. And any of the developers I spoke to up there were just like, this would be a godsend, because we can talk directly to our community. They can share it to their community. Every one of our guys becomes, a maven within that network, because they can just go, hey, what do you think of this, and embed it into that message in Discord. That's never happened before. It's just it's not a discovery method that's existed up to now. Usually it's click here to go to a website to download and then install an upseed or graphic driver, or like me, Windows just doesn't work. I keep looking over this way because that's where the laptop is, and it's popping up messages at me. And so that instant, we're all, look at the TikTok generation. I've got kids, I watch them. If it's more than 10 seconds, they've changed channels. And being able to just serve up that experience in the TikTok amount of time, that's a game changer for me.
James?
Yeah, I think there's again an extension of that comment, because everything John said, totally correct. But I think one of a couple of other bits. So number one is, I think companies, creators, and this isn't only in games, it's in music, it's in movies, it's everywhere, right? Where the creator feels sort of divorced from the audience, right? And that's largely because of the reliance on distributors, right? So in music, you've got your digital service providers, right? And in games, you've got different distributors. I think in the early days, they did a great service where the discovery was enhanced by those distributors. But now, you look at, I've been doing a fair amount of work in music recently. The labels get really annoyed that they have to rent back their own audience data from the distributors, right? Because that's where the transaction happens. So if you can bring that upstream, and now we've got creator to audience, or we've got developer to audience, that's a really big thing, because now you're starting to take back ownership of your own user database, and then you can have this direct dialogue with that user base, right? And then as you start to maybe invest in influencers, and you've got I was speaking, I'm not going to say the name, but one of the larger Japanese companies, big transmedia group, cross media group, right? So they're in everything from movies, games, live events, everything, right? So the idea of having that user, who A, they know, they have a relationship with, B, can speak with directly, C, you're on any form of social media and you've got an influencer, or even one of your friends who then says, hey, why don't you check this out? As John says, that ability to do it within that attention span of the TikTok generation is really, really important. Not only because they will then, I think expand audiences, but then also be able to, maintain this relationship with that audience directly. And I don't think it's going to happen overnight, because obviously a lot of the distributors do continue to kind of support the industry through, guarantees and all these kinds of things. But, if you look at a new emerging market, I don't know, take Indonesia, for example, right? As that market continues to come online with 350 million people, all of these old ways of doing things haven't necessarily sort of taken hold like they have in more established markets, right? So I think this idea of instant access, direct relationship, and obviously, I think there's a saying at the moment that we're now, I think, in the decade of the first billion-dollar game that's created by a single individual, right? If you think about AI development tools and stuff like this, will that happen? I don't know, but much smaller teams having much bigger access to audiences that are going to be interested in what they're doing, it's really good for the industry, right? I think certainly more democratized and egalitarian than it has been, right? Which is great.
Yeah, I mean, you do always see, like, with these with new paradigms that these emerging markets, they always leapfrog the existing technologies. India didn't bother with laying billions of dollars worth of copper; they just went straight to mobile.
Yeah, exactly.
And that, so you're going to see, okay, it's difficult to, in say Indonesia or the Philippines, or Southeast Asia in general, who's going to buy a $2,000 PC? But and in the old days, you went to an internet cafe. Well, for less than that, you can stream YOM. And play games that way.
Yeah, straight to DePIN, I guess. Well, not straight to DePIN, but I think that whole point about straight to mobile, really good one. I mean, you look at Africa coming online, stuff like that. I mean, obviously, yeah, but even fundamental services like banking, I think, obviously there isn't that requirement to go through the whole copper phase, right? But as you said, very, very, astute.
Isn't there? And just following up on that, isn't Vodafone the largest bank or something in Africa, or the largest transactor, because it's all on mobile? So you have the Vodafone app, and then you obviously put dollars into it and whatever, but it all works on your mobile. And again, it's because
everything shows up on your bill. Everything you bought shows up on your bill at the end of the month, kind of thing. Yeah,
there you go. Yeah, it's a different way of thinking in the emerging markets, isn't it? Because they don't have. I mean, look, we're all, except John, obviously, we're all Brits. And, we have copper now, because I went back to Derbyshire, and my mum she just had the copper tape taken out. They put in Virgin, and it's gone from literally, I mean, the upload download speed is horrendous. You couldn't even download stuff, to now you've got like 1 gigabyte of fiber. But look where we are. It's taken 20, 30 years to get that, and it's going to be another 20 odd years before everything rolls out. Whereas, the Asians are going to go straight to mobile, inside the mass, all that kind of stuff. So, yeah.
So I was talking to the folks at Freshminers today. They were saying that some of where they're selling a lot of DePIN out to is Eastern Europe and South America. And I think the Eastern European thing is pretty interesting, because from what I understand, all of Europe is ahead of the game fiber optic wise than we are here in the States, right? And maybe it's just the fact that we've got large geographical area to cover. Could be that rebuilding just happens. It's happening that Eastern Europe is coming into their technological phase rapidly as they're rebuilding, and that's why there's a lot of fiber optic going on there. But studios too, like that. From what I remember from being at GDC this year, there was a lot of European and Eastern European, especially studios that I was seeing. Is there a regional thing that you guys have recognized?
The US has sort of got this thing that goes all the way back to the Orbox, where you've got ironically for the US, almost no competition on local levels, right? So if you're in a certain neighborhood for cable, there's really only one supplier, and you're stuck with that. And so what they've done in other countries, like in the UK, there's one backbone company that the whole fiber backbone works on, but then loads of other companies can provide the sort of to the home sort of fiber from the fiber to, so they provide the fiber to the box, and then it's fiber from the box to the home. Or in the case of Virgin, they have their own. They're not using fiber in a lot of cases. They're using they do fiber over what is it called, coaxial. So it's these fiber speeds, but it's over coaxial. But anyway, so yeah, you're seeing different techs being used, but you're also seeing different what do you say, more competition on the local areas than you see in the US. So that's one of the biggest reasons for it. So I can get like 10 different suppliers of gigabit speeds to my house. You don't get that in the US. Yeah.
No.
Well, I mean, I think
that's it.
Yeah, I mean, and having lived through kind of like late 90s, early 2000s in Asia, right? I mean, the economic downturn in Korea, for example, in like late 1990, well, that was 97, 98. I mean, there was absolutely a very, very, intentional move by the Korean government to introduce high-speed bandwidth as kind of a key unlocker of future potential, right? I mean, I can remember it pretty clearly where all of these government loans, massive amount of private competition. And so really just government went, you know what, we need to fix this. And they did it in like the late 90s. And we all know then, the impact, I mean, not only from that, from that policy, but I mean, it did revolutionize sort of Korea. And I think that's why so much innovation in particularly, even gaming as a vanguard of online innovation.
Warcraft was a big one, yeah.
Yeah, 100%, right? Because I mean, I remember going to hotels in Korea even in mid 2000s, and it was, well, first of all, you could sort of sit in the public bath watching StarCraft on television, but not that, but you could be like 100 megabits per second in a hotel room in the mid 2000s, and it was definitely an intentional policy. So I think with the US, the government doesn't behave that way usually.
No, it's a weird thing that sometimes regulatory things actually can encourage competition. So GSM being from the mobile market being a great example. So it had a standard that everyone had to adhere to, but anyone could provide the access. So it's a kind of mixture of kind of bureaucracy as well as innovation. Whereas in the US, I well remember you couldn't use your phone from California in Texas because they incompatible technologies. It was
it is interesting. I think you just said except now, because I think obviously with things like the Genius Act and sort of like a focus on Web3, that is definitely an interesting shift there, where I think obviously that single piece of legislation had massive impact on the viability of stablecoin and Web3 developments. And I think maybe there's a bit of a shift, but anyway, I guess it's really the forum for political conversations, but it is.
This goes back. I mean, all these things have an origin. One of the reasons U.S. banking is so bad is because, or not so bad, but so antiquated, is there used to be an acts prohibiting businesses, banks operating outside of the state, because when you got a system that big, if you get a run on it, you get a contagion effect, right? So you get a run on a bank in New York, and the next second something goes wrong in California. So that's why they brought in those laws in the 30s, just because of the there are all these things like that. All those banking collapses were essentially like Jenga. One thing causing another, in there to stop that sort of thing. So there was a reason for all of that, and there was a reason why AT&T got split up. Because it was artificially keeping prices higher. So the idea of RBox made sense, but very quickly they all merged back in again with regional names, but actually they're all Marvel reassembled. So without a kind of sort of infrastructure that's legislated for, like you had in Europe, you're not going to solve infrastructure on a piece by piece basis. You're better off with some kind of background infrastructure and regulatory system. Then you can innovate within that environment.
But I do think another thing is worth saying is we're not, I mean, we've talked about 100 megabit per second, gigabit per second, as if that, again, just to bring it back to YOM a little bit, we don't actually need that level of speed, right? 15 megabit, 20 megabit per second, no problem, right? And so, even if you look at stats across new markets like Africa, like, even some of the most remote parts of the United States, you can get 50 megabits per second, right? So, I mean, I want to make it clear, this conversation is more, from our own interest perspective than it is saying, oh, there are certain markets like where we couldn't be able to.
It's a sort of watts versus voltage, or amps versus voltage situation, right? Where if all you're doing is measuring, the download speeds, you're not, and you're ping times, that's like just counting, it's 10,000 volts. Well, I can if it's at a low enough ampage, I can lick 10,000 volts. You know, so it's the same thing with this, right? You could have a gigabit connection, but if it's 1,000 miles away, the server, your ping time's screwed. So
speed of light, always the speed of light.
So what's next for you guys on the schedule? Where are we? Are there conferences going on before the end of the year?
We're going to solve the speed of light, aren't we? No, we're not going to solve the speed.
I'm definitely not doing that. But I am going to Slush though. So it's myself and Jorrit going to Slush, which will be a very good event. And then I think that's it. I mean, John, there's a few that we're trying to talk about, aren't we?
Yeah, I'm going to Pocket Gamer in in Jordan.
Cool. Nice. Yes, that's a good one. I have G-Star in South Korea, so I'm going back to Busan, I think, for whatever that is now, the 15th time. Or at least G-Star for the 15th time. I can't remember when it moved to Busan, but it's a very nice city, South Korea, Busan. I always like G-Star. And then I'm doing another week in Tokyo following the trip to Korea to kind of continue to follow up on stuff that we started to engage with a Tokyo Game Show. And I think that's probably it for me for the year as well. Although, I don't know, there's Abu Dhabi Blockchain Week and a couple of other things later on in December, which,
there's a couple more.
I get back from these trips and I'm not going. Hey, you say again?
There's GameSpeak in San Francisco.
That's true. GameSpeak next is a good one. That clashes with G-Star, actually, unfortunately.
Oh, yeah.
But I always get back from these trips saying I'm not traveling for the rest of the year. I'm not traveling. And then I'm home for 3 days.
You say that in January.
No, I do. And then I get, I recover a little bit, and then I'm like, shit, because Vancouver's pretty rainy and grim at the moment. I mean, obviously, if you're a skier or a snowboarder, you can sit here going, well, at least it's snowing in the mountains. But the idea of Abu Dhabi or Middle East at the end of the year is very, very. And now I'm feeling all healthy, right? So I'm sort of thinking, okay, Abu Dhabi end of the year, no problem. But you could ask me that after 15 days on the road in Asia again. But yeah, anyway. So
I'll give you a fun fact, James. Did you know that London's on the same latitude as Vancouver? We should have that weather, but thank God we've got the Gulf Stream.
Well, that is true. I mean, you're right. I mean, and sometimes, I think a good thing about Vancouver is it rains when it's supposed to rain, not like on an August Sunday when you're going to have a barbecue, right? So, we get a lot of rain, but yeah, you're right. It's sort of a little bit more predictable, and we keep it. It's a big sort of secret that we don't tell the rest of the world that July, August, and September are absolutely gorgeous here because we don't want any more people coming, kind of thing. Whereas, in the UK, obviously, you can't plan anything because of the weather. But
the last few years, actually, it's changed.
You wanted to?
Yeah, I was just going to say, just as a conclusion, we got 2 minutes left, haven't we? Actually, I think there's a little bit around where we are from a business development perspective, because part of it is about going to conferences. But part of it is also about, coming back from those conferences, signing up contracts, MOUs. And I think we've been inundated. I mean, I was going to do some maths on it, but I haven't had time so far. But there's, even with the MOUs we had coming in the last couple of weeks, I was putting some rough numbers together. And it's hundreds of games, not tens of games or ones of games. And, it's certain companies that are like, yeah, look, we've got 70 games. Yeah, we've got 10 games. Yeah, we've got 15 games. And the concurrent users, I mean, there was one that Jorrit was talking to a couple of days ago, and they said, yeah, look, when you've got 1,000 nodes live, come back to us because then we can have a test. They've got like 12 million monthly users. I was talking to the guys at Metaverse Me, and they were saying, right, 100,000 monthly users makes about, I forget what these numbers were, it's like 15,000 daily users. So if you think about it, 100,000 regular users come in on a daily basis, 15,000. Now, to run 15,000, we need X number of nodes. This is not a kind of, oh yeah, we need 100 games to become profitable. This is like we need 1 or 2 games to become profitable, and we've got so much interest. There's millions of hours of streaming ready to come on board as soon as we get live. So this is kind of the chicken and egg piece. We might have to slow James and John down a little bit on onboarding other games. We'll have a few kind of sexy ones, I think. Let's get some nice ones, which I know both of you have got very good names that you're talking to.
Yeah.
I won't drop any.
I'm in charge of sex.
No, we're in charge of sexy. Yeah, you should be in charge of sexy, John. I think that's the thing. I was going to say it's always good to know that all good things stem from Tubby Custard. You know, I think it's really the right thing. So if we get Teletubbies games on the network, then it will be full cycle in our job.
And that's it. We're done.
No, but it is a good point. You know, in order to be profitable, you need one good game.
It's true.
Yep. You know, so you know, it's not the ubiquity of games. It is, as you said, it's having the ubiquity of nodes out there that provide a great experience in n number of games, and that's where we're successful. So as we're rolling them out in the next few weeks, days, months, you know, that's when you'll see a lot more testing with big publishers, because they're not going to, you know, they quite rightly say, yeah, we're interested, we want to do it, but we got to test deploy it first, and then we say, okay, well, come December, January, we'll have that there, and you get your 15,000 people.
So even though it is chicken and egg, I'd like to encourage all the chickens to buy the YOM Nano SSDs, because it is a bit chicken and egg, but the chicken has to come first. But it will be worth it, right? So
no, be the rooster
in YOM Nano, because it's gonna be a good investment. Not that that's investment advice. I'm not an investment professional. Like I would say get your hands on as many as you possibly can, because we're going to need to use them, right? So
yeah. The gaming industry is counting on you to help us make this all work.
Come on, chicken. Let's do it.
All right, guys. Thanks so much for taking the time today and talking to the community and letting us in on all the secrets. I learned some things too, so it's kind of good. And it helps to validate some of the stuff that we've been saying for a while. So we'll be in touch, and appreciate it again, guys. Thanks.
Take care.
See you later.
Catch you all soon, guys. Ciao. Bye-bye.
All right. We are... so we're at the spot in the schedule where originally I had in one of our the guy that we do the spaces. If you've been paying attention, we've been in a lot more spaces here the last couple of weeks. And Jack, who is the host, he and I get on very well. I very much enjoy speaking with him on all the different subjects that we've covered in our spaces. As a matter of fact, tomorrow I'm on a spaces at what time? Let me check and see what time that is. 6 p.m. Central European time, or 1 p.m. my time, and then. Of course, on Thursday, we have our normal spaces. It's also at 6 p.m. on Thursday. And then on Friday at 4 p.m., I'm going to be on with NeoTokyo in their spaces. And Jack hosts these, and he's been a great guy. But unfortunately, because of the time shift, because the Europeans have done their daylight savings and we have not done our daylight savings, Jack was unable to join us for this next segment. But we're able to reach out to a game project that we spoke to in, I'm going to say Holland. Where did they come from? Outmine. I actually don't know where they are, but we met with them while we were at one of the conferences. I'm going to think Pocket Gaming, and so we're going to bring her up in a second. She should be here shortly. In the meantime, let me see. Checking my questions to see if there are questions from the community that we haven't covered yet. If you have questions, obviously you can enter them into any of the places you're watching the stream inside of Telegram or inside of Telegram or inside of YouTube, and the community mods are watching those questions come up and they're dropping them to me. So that's what I'm checking right now to see if we have any questions come up. But I don't see any. I'm at the wrong spot. Okay, I ran out of time anyways. Anna is here. Let me go ahead and bring Anna up from Outmine, and let's introduce ourselves. Hi, Anna. How are you? Oh, I don't have audio. I'm not hearing you. Okay, we'll give you a second. That's fine.
Hello?
There you go. Perfect. How are you?
Okay. Yeah, good. Thanks. Very busy today, but how are you?
Very good. Thank you for jumping in last minute. I know this was kind of you're filling in a spot from a guest who couldn't make it, but welcome to our live stream event. This has been going on for now 4 hours and 10 minutes. I've been on the microphone. It's been a long day, but we've had some crazy news over here at YOM, and we wanted to kind of share with our community, then talk to some of our partners. So I don't know how we met, or, you know, you and I have just been told, hey, we should get together on a live stream, but can you introduce yourself to the community. Let us all know who you are, and you represent Outmine. Is that correct?
Yeah, definitely. So I met your colleague Jorrit actually at PGC, Pocket Gamer Connect in Helsinki, a gaming event, as we are a gaming studio focused on multiple platforms, but specifically our game Outmine is on Telegram. So Telegram first game, and we are gaming industry veterans with my co-founder, having created mobile games with millions of downloads. But we have been operating in Web3 for a few years now. And yes, I'm one of the co-founders. My name is Anna Stoilova, and I take care of a lot of things: community, marketing, business development, you name it. So yeah, really excited to talk about the current state of affairs in gaming cross-platform.
Very good. Well, let me introduce myself a little bit so you have an understanding of who you're speaking with. So again, Jeff Outlaw, I'm the CXO, Chief Experience Officer at YOM, but my background is in games also. I actually started my gaming career in 2000. So 25 years ago, I was an artist and an animator. I did that for about 8 years and then moved into production, and I was producer for a bulk of my career. I did games on the GameCube and Xbox 360, PlayStation 2, and then went into mobile gaming, educational gaming, did a lot of VR titles, over a dozen VR titles, and then went into Web3 gaming in about 2018. But have found myself at YOM. I've been at YOM for the last 2 years. The idea of providing infrastructure that allows for cloud gaming, very attractive to me, because I feel like this is a great way to expand the market to people who don't have the beefy gaming rig. They want to get in there. But talking about Telegram gaming, because we've now got our cloud streaming into Telegram and to Discord both, and it was a very interesting and exciting angle for us to take, because we've seen studios like yours move from mobile gaming to Telegram native gaming. Can you talk a little bit about why that decision was made? Like what prompted you to think of a Telegram native launch?
Well, look, I think every platform has its origins, right? And it has the time where there is basically not enough adopters, but it's yet to be adopted. And I think with mobile, that was 20 years ago, right? 2020, 2005, something like that. And I think this is really the precedent, what we're seeing right now across Telegram, but other platforms as well. We're seeing new platforms where users actually are. They're using more, while it's very competitive at the moment when it comes to Google Play and App Store, right? For developers to build and not having millions of ad spend that they need to spend first to get even seen, right? So it's very interesting time right now where Telegram is a social first platform, right? They have 1 billion users. Users are chatting and messaging one another. But why not we see more games on there, right? The infrastructure is there. And for us as gaming studio, the key is that we can get our games to where the players are. So in this way, you're combining your community with your gameplay, and you can really easily build on that. And I think these are the main reasons why we've chosen such a platform. So first is accessibility, and second is the virality and the fact that, yes, players are on that platform. And that really helps smaller studios that are not AAA and huge studios with thousands of people really be seen as well, which is another thing that I really like.
Yeah. So so at the beginning of the year, I found a report by Matthew Ball, and he talks about, I don't know if you know who Matthew Ball is. He's an author. He wrote a book called The Metaverse, and he was an author for many different things, but he did a deep dive into the metrics for gaming industry. And that was one of the things, as he talked about the slump that the industry had a big ramp from 2011 to 2021. It was 10% annual compound annual growth rate. I mean, games were doing very, very well for that 10-year period. But in about 2001 to now, we've kind of leveled off. And he talks about how mobile phone adoption kind of was also spiking during that time. So there was a lot of reasons that there were new players into the marketplace, part of that 10-year growth was people were getting mobile phones for the first time, and then they were finding games on mobile phones. But at this point, it's kind of leveled off, and now the growth of mobile phone sales is equal to population growth. So it just kind of matched out. So when he talks about some of the solutions, he talks about social platforms as an avenue to get into games as being one of the things that's going to, reinvigorate the industry. So it does seem you guys are being very prescient. I don't know if that was a conscious decision, or if you probably didn't even see that report as you were planning out your game. But it does seem like a smart move to make. That's where players are already. And if you can embed a game inside of the social channels, now you've got an instant access to players, and they become your sales force, to spread the game around virally. Is that fair to say? All those things are part of the equation.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that's super true, and it's exactly what we've seen as well. And also just the ease of use. I think, for example, going to some conferences and meeting people in real life, right? They ask me, where is your game? Within seconds, most people have telegrams, right? So within few seconds, they're in, right? No need to download, no need to go to App Store. Then it's like, okay, do you have a space on your phone, which is really related to you, right? About the cloud streaming, is that the similar problems there around having to download apps that are literally 500 megs, right? 1 gigs, some games. And to be fair, that I struggle with that personally, because my iPhone is running out of memory constantly. I'm having to delete games, right? Because that's what's going on right now. So it's really interesting. And I think this is only going to change. I think, it's basically the industry is changing rapidly at the moment.
I want to make sure I bring up the website. So if I were to look for it, where would I go? Outmine.
Yes, but I think, since we are on X as well, we can share that the Twitter handle is @playoutmine. But yes, the website is outmine.gg.
Outmine.gg. Okay, let me bring that up. So we should talk about what the style of the game is, and here we go. All right, I'm gonna share my screen. This looks pretty interesting so far. So tell me the story of the game. Who's it appeal to? What kind of gameplay is it? Those kinds of things.
So it's very much incentivized. Yes, that's the site. So I'm not sure if you want to play the game or see the site, but the game is playable in browser. So you can even play now, and it's going to open the browser within the one that you have. But it's normally, mobile first. So we need to load a little. It's not cloud gaming just yet. But yes, as you can see, it's actually very fast. So you need to log in with Telegram on this one. So in the middle there, I'm actually not... let's see if it works. Just be careful if you share something there, like, with the audience here, if it's phone number, maybe don't show your phone number. But yes, you can log in within 1 click. Now, if you're in Telegram, you already be in, right? So you wouldn't need to do that extra step. So basically, it is a dungeon crawler game. As you can see over there, some of the art, it's very much inspired by retro gaming in a way, with its 2D style. And you'll be able to do that quickly, I think.
There you go.
Yeah. So
I think I'm gonna play the game. Here we go.
Yeah, Telegram is easier, you see, even than browser version in that regard.
Kill that. Where are you, Telegram? Oh, you're not seeing that screen. I want to share. Let me stop that. And let me share this screen instead. How's this?
Yes, that's right. That's correct. Perfect. Okay, so Okay, it's interesting. Although I'm not sure why you're so zoomed in, but it's cool. Yeah, so you have to go and collect gems. Go to the mining mode, and you have to collect gems. Escape any bats, and you're gonna kill yourself. Now you're dead.
All right. Well, I'm not.
Don't worry.
I never. I've not ever said that I'm the strongest gamer any longer. At this point, I've kind of leave the gaming to my son and let him talk me through.
No, it's very typical. The thing is, it's not. It's the few times you do that, and then you realize the bombs kill you. But it's not. This is the thing about gaming, right? It is not about being too easy. Neither is about being too difficult. So some of the best games really find a good balance between being good and being easy, but being easy enough, but not too easy, right? So
we used
yeah,
to, we used to say amongst the game designers that the object of the gameplay is to have the player be mad at themselves for not going farther, not mad at the game. If you're slightly angry with yourself, like, oh, I could have done better. If I just do this, I can go back. They'll try again. Kind of angry at themselves for not doing better. If they feel like the game is just unbelievably hard, they've been cheated, then they won't go back to the game itself. They've got to be kind of angry or motivated by their own improvement. And then when you do succeed, allow them to feel the reward. Don't move on immediately. Let them feel the reward for a second or two before they move on to the next challenge. But they should always feel like they're progressing and getting better.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's fair assessment there.
So you met at the Pocket Gamer. Is that how often do you get to Pocket Gamer? Is it a regular occurrence for you guys?
Yeah, no, it was my first time. But what I wanted to say about Outmine is that it's definitely about the competition. So you ask what the audience is, and I think if we're streaming this on X, we'll probably have a lot of Web3 audience. So it's very much a tournament-driven game. So this is the key. It's not that you're collecting gems just for the pleasure of it, but there's also a competitive element, and there is the weekly leaderboard, which actually resets in 13 minutes. So it's a little bit of a good time right now. But we've already had 50 weeks of that tournament as well. So we've been consistent with our tournaments as well throughout the year, pretty much a full year. So that is the audience at the moment. It's competitive gamers that want to be the first ones to win.
What's the reward for number one after the 50-week tournament?
Yes, actually, it's very fair, very automated. So the top 40 get a price of a share of a prize pool, which is at the moment USDT. So they can connect the wallet and withdraw USDT within the app. Nice.
So but it's free to play, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Where is how's it work that the players are receiving a reward? How is the reward, I guess, generated?
Yeah, definitely. So we have, of course, the in-app purchases, and there is opportunity to also watch reward ads. So that is the paid kind of the way for monetization on our side. So at the moment, we are funding a lot of the prize pool. Of course, the idea is that the sustainable economy is there, where players are, of course, buying skins, boosts and additional weapons, etc. But also part of that, or the majority of the money that they spend goes back to the prize pool and vice versa. So that you have to be skillful. So, but yet, there are some items that may help you slightly in the game as well, creating a sustainable economy.
So this is probably analogous, but you'd have to tell me you can feel free to tell me I'm wrong. That's okay. But back in the day, I had done a couple different Facebook games with the one studio I worked at, right? And one of the exciting part, this is back when Facebook gaming with Farmville was very, very big. And so everyone wanted to make a Facebook game. And the concept there was that the game gets to be seen, and your win state was a bit of a brag, right? You could brag on Facebook that you just got to this point in the game. And that was one of the ways that kept players playing, and it and brought new players in, because someone would see, I would see a brag, someone's boasting about what they had done, and either if I was playing, I'd want to beat that score, or if I wasn't playing, I'd want to beat them just because they were friends of mine, and we were competitive with each other. Is that the same type of hook that the Telegram gaming will have as well, where it's a bit of it is about boasting about your progress and enticing people to play against you because you can boast?
Hopefully, yes. I think this is a very powerful social mechanic, and I think even, believe it or not, LinkedIn have actually utilized that. So you can share with your colleagues or professional contact, if you're playing Sudoku on LinkedIn, that you're
Right.
number one, which is super funny. But I think with Telegram, yes, I think it's getting there. But frankly, I think Telegram at the moment is an interesting place, because a lot of the players, I'm not saying all of them, but a lot of them are kind of the typical Web3 audience, which is very incentivized by rewards. So I think as we progress, I think us, the builders, right, we're hoping for more of a gamery audience, and I think that will be helped by the expansion of the platform to the US, for example. I'm not sure where you're based, but maybe you're in the US.
I am in the US,
Yeah. So I'm not sure how, but at the moment they are trying to expand. I know that in the UK, 90% of the people that I speak to, like, they have Telegram, but they still use WhatsApp a lot as well, right? So yeah, I think that's really related to how the platform is utilized in the country as well.
But you're right, Telegram is not, I mean, it's making its inroads into the US. I'm not sure. I keep on seeing new contacts of mine being added on. So but it's not as, I think Discord's got a little bit more in the US. But again, this is just my field. I don't have any real numbers to match. And you're right about the UK. Boy, they love their WhatsApp in the UK. It's every UK contact I have is always asking me for WhatsApp exchanges. So many different messaging applications I have to have concurrent on my phone. But I do like Telegram a lot, actually. We use Telegram internally to the studio. I think I wasn't originally so keen on it, but now I've gotten used to it, and it's a much, much better system as far as our communication system. So, and again, like I said, we put our stream that goes live into Telegram now too, which as far as I know, for AAA 3D quality games, we're I think the premier network for doing that streaming inside of Telegram. Well, nice. Are there milestones for Outmine that we should know about, or the next release? You said the tournament is just coming to an end. Does that mean we're launching into a new tournament starting in 2 weeks or so, or is that how it will work?
Well, I think the next one will start in 7 minutes. But also, but it's automatic. So, I actually sometimes I miss the start. It's not heavily marketed actually anymore because it's all in the app. But what we have is, so in terms of the immediate launch that we are pushing is the Outmine Pets, which is new companions that are helping you essentially outmine. So an auto idle mode which is more strategic. So instead of having to grind and do a lot of hours of playing, which a lot of our players do to win, it's more around getting some external help and setting up your character in a very strategic way, so that you can basically get on the leaderboard. As of course, skill is still required, but this is another mode that adds an additional gameplay to the equation. So that's launching. Those pets are launching in also 6 minutes. And that's available in the app, as well as they're actually NFTs. So they're available on Rarible, Rarible.com, essentially one of the biggest NFT marketplaces. So that's what's happening at the moment.
It sounds like you're super, super busy, that you took the 30 minutes to come on board. I very much appreciate. And it sounds like the game has got a lot of depth to it. It sounds like it has a lot of strategy on the one side, and then it has some skills building on the other. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, definitely. And we're adding more as well. Like, yes, this is only the beginning, because again, we want to create a great gaming universe that's beyond a single game. And I think this is what I spoke to you guys about, to Jorrit, about YOM the opportunity that you provide to developers to expand on different platforms. And I think this is where us at Outmine and YOM align, is the vision about multiple platforms, right? It's not just you're not stuck to one. It's about expansion. And again, that's really our vision with Outmine, is to move to, multiple platforms in the future with a lot more content.
Yeah, nice. And the NFTs, are they Ethereum based? Where they're on Rarible? Are they Solana? What chain are you folks on?
Yeah, definitely. So it's Moonbeam Network, which is a parachain on Polkadot.
Okay.
It's called Moonbeam. Yeah.
Moonbeam, very good. All right. Well, so we should send people over to outmine.gg. They should check out the game, get it installed on Telegram, get in there quick, because the next tournament is starting off in probably about 4 minutes. You should get in and try it, and then go to Rarible if you're interested in upgrading and getting I imagine the NFTs are upgrades to your character and upgrades to your weapons. Is that how it works?
Yeah, they're actually really cool additional characters. They're mutated creatures. So they're very cool, and they are very quirky is the word. New characters that are added. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Very, very good for Halloween coming as well, because they have the creepy factor as well a little bit. So it's
very nice.
Now with Halloween coming in 2 days. Happy Halloween, everyone.
3 days away. Yep. All right. Well, thank you, Anna, for joining us. I appreciate you taking time on such a busy day to come in and talk to us about Outmine and present the studio. I'm glad that we're talking already. I'm sure Jorrit's going to have more to say on the outside about how we might expand and add to the Outmine universe.
Yeah, definitely. I think there is definitely great news from YOM, I don't know how you pronounce it, YOM.net. YOM, okay,
Yes.
from you guys about launching on Avalanche. So I think this is super exciting news. So congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Big news today, right?
Yes. Yeah. It really is. That was when it first proposed to us, we didn't know that was something we wanted to take. But now that we've made the move, we're very confident this is the right decision to make. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll check your other partners as well, because I know how many amazing games Avalanche ecosystem has. So it sounds like it's a great combo for you guys, and I feel that our paths will keep crossing either way.
Sure.
And I really want to thank you for the space. Yes, I'm a little bit spaced out today with our launches, but it's good to meet Jeff. And
Yes,
yeah.
Nice to have met you too, Anna. I appreciate it. All right, everybody check out outmine.gg and check out their Twitter page as well. Thanks, Anna.
Awesome. See you soon.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes, and we're going to bring up the presentation, and we're going to talk a little bit about, I've mentioned it a number of times already, the Michael Ball report that did the whole pass on what's going on in the past 10, 15 years inside the gaming industry, the trends we were on, where we are currently at, and the solutions that he sees when he looks at the future about what could help the gaming industry, including, of course, cloud gaming. So let me pass this over. I'm going to play up the one that has the pictures of our studio and our studio members and some of our machines that we're running. And I actually had people send in their pets as well, so we can take a quick break. We'll be back in just a moment. Hey, we're back. All right. Let me kill that right there. So, yeah, this slot I was left open. I was going to take some time to answer some questions. And at the same time, I wanted to talk a little bit about how much the gaming industry has changed in my time and in the industry. So I said earlier, if you've been paying attention, I've been in the gaming industry for, gosh, since 2000. And that was going back to the GameCube. My first launch was on the GameCube and PlayStation 2. A lot has changed, obviously, in the gaming industry in the past 25 years. But certainly there's been a lot of change in the past 10, 15 years that we should pay attention to because it plays into what YOM has created. Again, if you're new to the YOM is a decentralized cloud gaming network. We have built the ability to stream AAA quality engines like Unreal and Unity, those kinds of games, from our network to any computer. So a small laptop or a phone, you don't have to have a beefy computer to play these high-end games any longer when you stream from our network. Now, cloud gaming's been around for a little bit. Google Stadia tried their version of it, and they took it down. NVIDIA has GeForce Now. Microsoft has the Game Pass, and I think Sony's also building. They've already got a cloud system as well. But all these other cloud systems, they're all using a central server. And the issue with the central server, but there are a few real big issues. First is cost. It's very expensive to build and then maintain a central server. Those central servers are also destructive to the environment, and they disrupt the local environment when they build one of these. They don't scale very well. When you want to make a bigger one, you've got another cost to scale. And then the hardware that are being used in these centralized systems are generally not really made for gaming. They're made for compute. Like it does very well with AI, but for gaming, you really want to have a dedicated machine or a different type of hardware. So what we do is we allow people who have a gaming rig at home to put their rig on our network, and we borrow their rig when they're not using it, and we pay them to allow the games to stream from their computer to the end user. And the end user can be hitting these games on any website, inside a Discord or Telegram, on any device, on a mobile phone, on a small laptop or something like that. So why is this solved? Why is this so important to the gaming industry? Well, let's get into this a little bit. I'm going to use this version here and walk through. Let's see. Nope, to this. This report. All right, so you all seeing this, yeah? So this is the report. Again, Matthew Ball, if you don't know who he is, he created a book called The Metaverse. It was a research paper basically about what does the metaverse consist of? And things like consistency, concurrency, all these different pieces that are going to have to make. His contention was there is a single metaverse that is going to be built, not different open world games, which is what we have seen to this point. It's a very thoughtful book and everything. I've read that. I got over here on my shelf. It's a pretty good book. But what this report is, this is a state of the gaming industry report where he looked at a lot of metrics from the gaming industry and call out a few important things. Right? We've had a rough 3 years, really, and the end of the growth wave of 21 of 11 to 21. That was 10-year growth phase. So you can see, like, from 2011 to 2021, we had almost a 10% compound annual growth rate. So a lot of people were getting into gaming. And there were projections, all these different projections that it was going to keep on going on this curve. But instead, we really didn't hit that. What we did, we kind of peaked out and gone sideways for the past 4 years. Now, in the report, and again, this is a summary of his report. I'm not going through every slide. The whole thing is 150 slides. It's quite dense. But I'll go through some of the reasons that he has there here at the beginning to kind of talk about what he was saying. And one of the things he says you can't say that it's because there aren't great games in the past 3 years. We've had a lot of really great games come out in the past 3 years. So it's not that there wasn't great games. And he was saying arguably some of the best games came out in this period. Certainly Resident Evil 4 was awesome, right? Dead Space was great. I go into the ones that I remember playing. But there were plenty of great titles. Spider-Man 2, plenty of great titles that came out. He was saying that, again, that sideways growth was not just that there were less spend. It was that there was less people playing. And while the average spend per player went up, that was because a lot of casual players left. So there was a lot of people who were getting less engaged than had played before. Now, again, we're competing in this period. We're also competing with new forms of social media like TikTok and YouTube Shorts have come up. So people's attention, this is probably where all the casual gamers went to. They went to other forms of things they can do on their phone, right? Other forms of entertainment. And he talks about there really were the cost of all this was, while there was expectation of a lot of growth to the players, and because there wasn't, there were a lot of these games that came out that actually didn't do very well, which, if you don't know, the gaming industry can, if a big studio takes a loss on a game that they spend a lot of time and money on, it can be catastrophic for that studio. It'll close a studio very quickly. You put all your eggs into one basket, and even when you think you've got a good title on your hands, or even a title that's got a lot of high property like Gotham Knights, I don't know that it closed that studio, but you've got some high end IP, Batman IP, the Star Wars IP, and even they couldn't pull off some games, or they weren't as successful as they should have been, I suppose. I'll say it that way. So let's go back and take a look at those 10 years that we had that growth. What was going on there? Well, combination of different events, right? You had the adoption of mobile phones. You really kind of ramped up in that period. So you had a lot more people playing the mobile game market anyways, expanded in that time. But after the end of those 10 years, new phone adoption kind of stayed current to population growth. So it leveled off. You sell a new phone, but that's only because someone else had reached the age of owning a phone, where before that there were people who were just getting phones for the first time in much of those 10-year periods. You also had adoption of say battle royale games, and the battle royale genre was great because it brings in not just a player, but the player brings in his friends, right? So you get this expansion happening because they're bringing in their friends to play the games as well. User-generated content platforms, things like Roblox, those kinds of games are bringing in people into the gaming space. So that 10-year growth period was affected by all these things that were really super helpful to help the gaming industry expand. And we're building something here. There were also calls for new things to help expand the market that really didn't hit like it should have yet in that period, in the 4-year period from 2001 to 2024. Cloud gaming being one of them, obviously, that we're interested in, but also Web3 gaming and cryptos and just new game genres. So that's kind of where we're going to talk about, like where the expansion can happen, and of course, our place in this expansion of the gaming industry. And again, talking about some of the things that stole away the attention from gaming during this 3-year period from 2021 to 2024, things like the end of, I just talked about already, the end of mobile game adoption or mobile phone adoption, the rise of cost of development, which has made studios start to pull in their horns. They're spending less money now and taking less risk because it is so expensive to have a failure happen. Reductions in game sampling is another one that I had underlined back when I originally went through this report, and it turns out to be very, very true. If you paid attention to our discussion with our BizDev guys, we were talking about the idea that game sampling, getting people to try a game before they commit to buying, has just not been available without a cloud gaming network that's cost effective, the kind that we've built with YOM. Again, I say the kind that we've built. Really, the only kind that exists that's cost effective is the one that we've built. Let's see. So I talk about this as less phones being sold. Getting reacquainted with some of these. Oh, this is a big one too. So in that phase at the end of 2021, there were regulations that were passed that no longer allowed for the game developers to mine data from the players as much as they used to. So studios used to be able to take the data from a gamer's play pattern and then modify their game or work their next game into playing into that play pattern. But with the new regulations, new laws that were passed, that data is now hidden or not allowed to be captured. So a lot of studios started flying blind, and they started making guesses and being incorrect with those guesses. And that lack of information has affected the game studio's ability to serve the market with a game that fits their play pattern or fits their excitement level. So that was another big piece of the puzzle that caused some of this down. What is interesting, I thought, to find out was that the Google Store and the Apple Store actually make more money from gaming than the top 25 publishers of games combined, if you take out the Chinese game publishers. So just the sale of the game inside of the store, because Apple takes, I think, 30% of every sale. I don't know what the Google Store amount is, but because the Apple Store gets so much of a profit from the sale, it's really 30% is a huge amount if you think about it. But they end up making more money. They have no spend. They're not spending any money in development. All they're doing is providing a sales channel for these games, and they're making more money than the top 25 studios combined. It's pretty amazing, actually, when you think about it. And one of the things we address with our system is taking some of that, by creating a new channel for selling the games, we take that 30% spend that a studio would have lost, and we give it back to the developers. So it's, in that way, we're helping the gaming industry. Yet another way we're helping the gaming industry with our network. Again, another fascinating stat when you look at it. So Steam is where a lot of game studios still feel like we got to get our game in the Steam store. If we get our game in the Steam store, onto a wish list, we can prove out that our game is going to be really, really popular. However, 80% of the games that were published in 2024, of the 19,000 games that were released, 80% of them did not reach $5,000 in sales, just $5,000 worth of sales. So adoption out of Steam is still very, very low. And for smaller studio, or even a AA studio, this is not just like people, independent, little developer games. These are studios with a real track record, but even they're having a hard time getting their games adopted out of Steam or discovered out of Steam. 80%. And again, the amount of this is talking about the PC growth. It's actually kind of ramped up, which is interesting because back in the day, it was all about owning a console. And there were people who were PC gamers kind of felt like we're a little bit above that console war melee that's happening, the mudslinging that happened all the way through those years. But now it does seem like PC game sales has now grown, which is great. I think it again plays into what we're doing over here at YOM. I'm going to go past this. Talking about the rise in development costs. Again, another reason why studios are kind of pulling in their horns is because not only is it more expensive to build a game resource-wise, it's also taking more time, which means it's a longer delay between game releases to profitability, right? So not only are they spending more money, but it's a longer time to get the game out into the market and make some money off the game. Just covered that. And I talked about this a number of times today already too, that discoverability is really a big issue for these game developers. If people are only spending 6.5% of their gaming time looking at new releases, they generally spend, what's that leave, 93.5% of their time playing the game they're already stuck in playing. And I say stuck in, but basically they've got, and I think I've got that slide here too. Well, just to add that 6.5% in 2023 was spent on basically 4 games plus everything else. So even though it was only 6.5%, even less of it really was on the everything else category. So it's just a tiny amount of people are trying out new games, because the download and install to try out a game that you may or may not like is not worth the squeeze of staying with the game you already like. And the things like playing. What this slide talks about is playing with your friends. You've got your squad already built up. You've already spent hours inside of a game. You've got all your friends are playing it. You're not going to be the first one to abandon the game that you're all playing together. So it becomes a black hole. Gravity's so tight that you leave the game that you're already invested in is very, very hard to do, and not very many people do it. So that he calls it the black hole of games, the black hole games. So, and this concept too, I thought was really fascinating. But it's not just about. I'm going to remember this right. It's not just about that you're playing. It's not just about you and your friends are playing. It's that you and your friends and their friends are playing. So it becomes this tight net, this tight web where no one wants to leave and try something new. He also talked a little bit again. All this is like the damage that's being done, not damage, the challenges that the gaming industry is facing with this new cycle of games. This here slide is talking about the cost of after launch. Now, I mean, not everyone knows this, but the cost of producing a game is actually much less than the cost of keeping a game live. Keeping a game live, adding in new content, talking to the community, and bug fixes and all the services that go into keeping a live game, doing the leaderboards and the reward systems. That's actually as larger team than the actual game production team. So all those costs are still in there as well. And you're seeing that many projects that launch, if they're not immediately profitable, they cut out. They soon start pulling back on the keeping the game live. And Call of Duty is like the champion of this. They keep their games live for the longest time, but other studios, other projects can't really match that live spend. And that's, again, this is showing the same type of thing. All right, so all that stuff didn't cover all the challenges. There's a lot of challenges in China and Southeast Asia also eating into the market, and the AR and VR is disappointing conversion rates and not really bringing the people into the gaming industry that was expected. But this is the way that he sums up the first 2/3 of his report. Again, it's kind of the 2/3 of the report is a little depressing, but basically what he's saying is that all these different things that were going to keep on growing the gaming industry stopped happening, and everything that was keeping the gaming industry alive has gotten more and more expensive, or more and more opportunity. The opportunity costs are getting higher and higher, so less and less of it's being maintained. But the innovation that leads to more growth is not happening. This is really the summary that I put in for this, what he said here in a long way of saying it. And that the business model that supported prior growth will not be sustainable because the audience has changed their habits, right? You're playing TikTok now more, or they've got their phones for other reasons, and more access to other leisure activities. And new markets have brought in new competitors overseas. That's the China factor. So a revolution is needed. So he points to these things, and this is where the picture starts to get brighter, and it starts pointing more and more to YOM. So this cycle that we're currently stuck in is that we get stagnant revenues and rising costs. So falling profits and big and more failures, and that means less investment. That means fewer game studios, fewer hits, and low to no growth, and players are leaving. That's a bad cycle to get ourselves into. So we need to find a way to break out of this cycle. So here's some bright notes. So here's where it starts. So we've got these titles that he talks about that have been very, very successful. And what's interesting about this is that these three were generally launched from solo developers. Now I know they've added team members since they launched, but these three games were made, and now there's two. Powerwolf was only 40 employees, but small studios will have a way to break us out of the cycle that we're into. They'll play a part, certainly. And then these other growth engines, and again, a lot of this points to what we're talking about over here at YOM. So you've got user-generated platforms and tools, social gaming services, and we just spoke to Anna from Outmine about using Telegram as a path to find new users. Like embedding your game inside of Telegram is a great way to find users because there are already players that are playing there. New game genres. We'll talk about how new technology supports the discovery of new game genres. And then playing AAA quality games on mobile devices, it kind of hasn't really happened yet, but it can happen when you've got a strong cloud-based system. User-generated content. We're really talking about games like Roblox. This is going to be you're going to see more of these kind of things as technology supports it more, and AI tools inside of game development engines and those kinds of things are going to create more opportunities for small studios and independent developers to create games of their own. We just need a better distribution system than Steam. As we're saying, most Steam games just don't get discovered. It's a big sweaty market. Steam is a big, hot and sweaty market right now. It's just crowded. And talk about different types of game styles, player game styles. What's interesting about Roblox is it generates a lot. It's a big player in the marketplace. Generally, the cost of revenue, or the amount of revenue per player, is really, really low. It's not as expensive. It's not as revenue generating as you would per player as other game platforms like Steam and what EA is able to generate. Again, Discord is another avenue so Discord and Telegram. When it's talking about social game services, you're talking about Discord and Telegram, which again was one of the reasons why we felt it was very important to be able to stream from our network into those two services, because we know that the players are already there. It's just a matter of reaching them with games. His talk here is about the new game genres and the rise of the battle royale. So battle royale did not rise only because someone had a really good idea for a game. There were other things like the adoption of solid-state drives and advances in local CPUs, advances in server-side CPUs. Like these, as the technology improved, it supported the growth of a new game style, or battle royales in this case. And we expect the same thing's going to happen once we release the network and cloud gaming becomes super inexpensive and ubiquitous, people are using it everywhere. You're going to see new game styles that capitalize on running from a cloud inside of a mobile device. You'll see things like cross-play between your phone and your PC, have that adoption, that cross play, or using both devices to display a single game. It's going to be more and more popular as the cloud supports better play patterns on the mobile devices. More things about mobile games and how we haven't really seen that AAA quality gaming on mobile devices like we expected. But there's a lot of which really just means there's a lot of opportunity to make this happen at post 2024. Here's where much of the kind of culminates into what we're talking about here. So you'll have the first three societal 3D generation. So like my children who are used to being in a 3D world when they game are going to want to do other things in 3D on the internet. They just need it has to be cost effective for it to happen. But you'll see social media, you'll see marketing, those kinds of things all happen in a 3D space once you have a inexpensive way to stream 3D interactive content through the internet. There'll obviously be improvements on mobile compute, and then the improvements on cloud gaming streaming, which is really, we're a big piece of the puzzle for the solution to the stagnation of the gaming industry. I'll have my hat on that all day long. And a matter of fact, I think I did. Yeah. So I called it out. It's interesting to me that this is completely not my doing. He drew a circle around this 3-legged symbol. And if you don't see YOM in that, then I'm just kind of surprised, because I certainly see it pretty standard. So again, this is talking about the 3D generation, looking for 3D on everything. Improvements in mobile compute. Basically, your phone's getting more and more powerful. This is true, but it doesn't. But that's kind of hanging your head on the computer. The phone's doing all the calculation, and I don't think anybody really wants that, because that just drains your battery anyway. So we won't be allowing. That's not going to be the way that it happens. Let's see. Talk about the revenue of Fortnite per different consoles or different actions. But here's where it kind of comes to the end. So Phil Spencer said back in 2019 that he thinks that cloud gaming is years away from mainstream way that people play. He's saying years, but not the 20 years it took for Netflix to take over. Something shorter than that. I think he said this in 2019. So here we are 6 years later, and looking at YOM and saying, okay, then he was right. And we're that solution that he's looking for, an improved cloud gaming streaming system, one that is cost effective and has none of the latency issues, because, again, we're going locally. Plus, the added benefit of paying people to let us use their computer means that we're putting money into the hands of gamers who are going to go and take that money and spend it into the gaming industry. So it ends up being a great circle that we're working with. So if you have a chance, if you haven't taken a look at it yet, I highly advise MatthewBall.co. And then you'll find on his website this report, State of Video Gaming 2025. Again, that was a short version. That was 30 minutes. It was pretty quick that I've ever gone, probably the quickest I've ever gone through it. But it's about 160 slides. And if you're involved at all in the gaming industry, or if you're looking to invest in the gaming industry, if you want to know why we have such conviction at YOM that what we're building is important, this report is a lot of the reason for all that. All right. I'll give you a quick 2-minute break, and then I'm going to bring up Damon from Tokyo, from NeoTokyo, who's going to talk. We've spoken before, and great to talk about how NeoTokyo and YOM play together, and our move to building on Avalanche and how that changes things. So I will be back shortly. Hey, Damon, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Very good. Hope you enjoyed the intermission slideshow there.
Yeah, I had a nice dance going on.
We had some pictures from those. So our team members' pets, our team members' workstations, and then that last video is the fellow from Alibaba who took a look at our node, and they've expressed some interest. I don't think we've talked very much about that yet to our community, but that's what that was. So anyways, welcome to it. I'm about 5 hours into this live stream, so slightly slowed down in my hype level, but
I'll try to match your easygoing mode right now. So
I appreciate it. Hey, so not everyone in our community is familiar with NeoTokyo, I don't think. I think it'd be helpful maybe to start us off just to kind of explain to people what NeoTokyo is and who you are and how you find us.
Sure. I'll give a quick, little background on myself, just to kind of ramp into NeoTokyo, because I think it's all related to how we get to where we're going. For me, I've been in film for a long time, and my passion has always kind of been around community. And in filmmaking, it's really about creating something for a larger audience, right? You have some tech people and some business people and some art people, and they come together to create, this product for a larger audience. And the same thing happens in the game space. So working in film for a long time as a first assistant director, kind of organizing teams, communicating between those teams, set me up in a really good position for understanding what blockchain could be. There's a pretty clear transition over, and the same thing with games. And so once I realized that blockchain games were happening in this space, I realized that there was a pretty easy transition for me, which was in 2021, whenever COVID was happening and all the nonsense was happening in the film space as well. So I thought it was a good transition. And I started looking into, how you would understand what was happening in the space. And the first thing I did, which I didn't realize, was kind of decentralizing research. I didn't mean to do it, but it was just in my mindset. I started organizing with my friends. I had a bunch of smart friends. I said, look, I'm gonna do a research during the day, and I want to have a 15-minute, monologue of me telling you everything that I found, and then we'll have a 15-minute like brainstorming session. And I was like, I'm gonna do it for 30 days. We'll see how far we get. And I realized at about 25 days, I was too far ahead of my friends. It was like pulling teeth to get them to join a call. They just weren't getting it. And so I kind of left that group and started looking into online communities to try to figure out what this was. And luckily for me, I found, YouTubers like Alex Becker and Elio Trades and some of the other guys that were popular at that time. And a lot of them were talking about NFTs about halfway through that year. And what those communities I found were coming together to try to do exactly what I was doing, support each other as they were like educating. And so, this has been 4 years ago now. This kind of, runs straight into NeoTokyo. Once I found out that there were people trying to solve these riddles to get into an NFT community, I said, okay, how do I find these people? And you spend weeks getting to know a few people that you met online, and you end up sharing life stories, and before you know it, you're actually friends. But for NeoTokyo itself, Alex Becker and Elio Trades started the community with a very gamified version of getting in. And what I think that did is it created a funnel of people who were interested in Web3, people who were, had either time or resources to be able to actually like dig in and try to understand it. But then also a lot of them were entrepreneurs or risk takers or degens. And I think that it created a really cool opportunity at almost like the perfect space and time, where Becker and Elliot, created a space for us, right? And so they were promoting at the time, crypto gaming Illuminati, the Soho house of Web3 building and all these other things. And that's really what it became, as a space for builders and investors and founders in Web3 to come together and support each other as we kind of went through the journey. So I guess what we eventually became, I like to think of it as more of like a digital city, full of talent and people that are interested in games, how the blockchain technology actually works, and then networking together through that process to support each other. So.
Nice. All right. Well, then it makes kind of almost complete sense that we talk about where YOM and NeoTokyo play nice together, because our infrastructure is all about supporting the gaming industry. Our BizDev team, my own background, is all about being inside the gaming space. I don't know how much you probably don't know very much of my background, but so I started off in games back in 2000. I was building back on the GameCube and PlayStation 2 days as an artist and an animator, and then went into production about 8 years into it. And I worked for EA a little bit. I worked for Facebook for a little bit. Published about a dozen VR titles and some other titles on mobile and iPad, a lot of iPad games and everything.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so the infrastructure play that YOM is providing, I think now, if you saw the tail end of that last segment, I was talking about the Matthew Ball report. Are you familiar with his report or that?
No, not really. No.
it's pretty dense and pretty amazing. I'm super lucky to have found it, and so very glad that he put it together. Someday I'll actually meet the guy and shake his hand, because I keep on pilfering from his report every time I do one of these long live streams. But it's really interesting to see what the gaming industry has been, and now is what it's struggling with, and some of the solutions that everyone's kind of looking for, and that we get to play a part of it feels pretty satisfying. Originally this live stream was conceived because today was going to be our TGE. We were very excited about launching our token on the Peak network. And then I don't know if you caught the very early part of our presentation, but really only up to a week ago, again, maybe 10 days ago, we were still saying TGE is happening on the 28th. But we were in talks with Avalanche. We didn't know the talks were going to. We couldn't be sure that they were going to reach a consensus as we were negotiating. So we didn't want to change our path. But sure enough, a couple of days ago, Thursday, I think we signed the contract with them, and we're able to say, okay, we're changing course. So for some of our community, it's kind of like we were going in drive, and then we jammed the car in reverse, and everyone went like this, right?
Yeah.
But I think the consensus is catching on that. Avalanche is a huge chain. They play a lot in the gaming space. They got a lot of really great titles out there, and they're looking to get even deeper into the gaming space to be that gaming blockchain. So when you heard the news that we're making this massive change, and we did it just a few days before TG, were you of that same? Were you in that side, in the passenger seat, doing the same kind of thrust forward?
Yeah, so my experience in NeoTokyo has been very much related to the founders. So I've advised about 120 different projects that have come out of NeoTokyo, and one of the things that and this happens in filmmaking too, like things change, and they're changing because there's an opportunity in place, or there's something that new information that is not known to everybody. And I think that part of my mindset in general is like, go with the flow, because the people that are in charge are making smart choices, and you have to follow their lead. You can't buck every sort of pushback. So whenever I heard it, honestly, I was excited. I was like, okay, obviously this is not something that just happened overnight, even though it's information that you get overnight, right? But it means that that time and effort and thought was put into it. Pros and cons were weighed. I've met the business side of this team, and I've also worked with the tech side. You guys are smart. You're thinking. You're progressive. You're trying to figure things out. I didn't have any second doubts whenever I heard it. I was like, okay, great. I know that AVAX's tech stack actually supports what you guys are trying to do, and also it's like. I was thinking of it as kind of like you're moving into a new neighborhood. A lot of times whenever you're moving chains, you're just moving from one space to another. You have all the same goals and missions that you're trying to accomplish. But now you saw something in that new neighborhood that makes you feel like I can accomplish my goals better here. So I was excited. I'm really excited to see where it goes. So
it's very kind of you to say those things about the studio. But I agree. Our tech team is very, very smart, and Jorrit is just I said a number of times today, he can blow you away with his information base. But one of the things I said to the community who first heard and were a little heated about it was, we have heard oftentimes where we get challenged oftentimes from investors and that kind of thing to say, well, what stops Microsoft from building the same thing you're building, or what stops Google from building the same thing? And what I always say, because of my time at Facebook, which I would not say I wouldn't say I deeply enjoyed it. I've always had a better time at smaller studios than I have at the larger ones. I said one of the reasons why we can do this where others won't be able to do it is the stagnation, or they like the central server model because it gives them control, and they don't like to give up control. Whereas we can be much more agile. We can get new information, as you're saying, get a new opportunity, and we can take advantage of that opportunity where others, these larger companies, just won't be able to do that. You couldn't. If I was a young guy inside of Microsoft and I said, I've got this great idea, they're all going to say, okay, quiet down. You're a young developer. You don't know. You're out of your skis. We don't have that problem here. When one of our engineers says, I got a better way to solve that, we stop and listen to them, right? So is that, I guess that's part of the equation.
Yeah, I strongly agree with that. And even seeing this in blockchain projects, the larger the project grows, the harder it is to steer the boat, right? So, but yeah, I think that in comparison to these larger corporations, it's not going to happen overnight. It's not going to happen quickly that they, gobble up the idea that you guys are pushing forward. It's going to take them time. And they're going to have to go through a bunch of red tape on their side to figure things out, and then to make that progress. So, first movers do have an advantage, right?
Right. More likely, what's going to happen is someone's going to come along and with a dump truck full of money and put it at our doorstep and say, "Do you want to take this?" And we'll take what you've got.
Yeah.
Which, depending on how big that dump truck is, we may say yes.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's typically how it goes. You do something smart, as somebody else says, "I want that," and they have enough money to say, "I'll take it from you. Please, please take this money in exchange." Right.
Yeah.
I've met a lot of founders of Web 2 and Web 3 companies in the last year, and half of them are literally just doing that. They're just saying, I've exited 5 projects in the last 5 years. So there's definitely a process there. But yeah, I think you guys are going to do well.
I think it's, that's not, maybe that's some in the back of some people's heads. We just want to be able to make it work. Because I feel very strongly that, so still have a lot of friends who work in the gaming industry, and my LinkedIn feed lately, I say lately, in the past like 8 months or so, has been all the layoffs. People are like, everyone I know seems to be working, and these are talented people, like really talented, really passionate people who are out looking for work. And it's a shame because that's creative energy that's sitting idle right now. Yeah. And it bothers me. So the idea that we're playing a part of reinvigorating the industry, giving we've in many of the talks we talk about YOM, we talk about the creation of a YouTube-like network for people who are just solo developers who are building their own little pet project, but they can't get discovered on Steam because it's just so packed and sweaty in there.
Yeah.
If we give them a channel where they can just put their game up on their website and stream it for nearly for free to anybody who might want to play, you're going to find some really creative new game genres or new game mechanics that get discovered by people who are like, I always wanted to make this game, but no one at the studio would ever let me do it. But now I can do it on my own. I just don't have a way to publish it. And we're like, okay, well, we'll open that door to publishing it as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I got a little distracted here, but have you guys talked to NT Plays at all?
Don't know that we have. If maybe Jorrit may have, but go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I feel like that we should have you guys talk at some point. It just popped into my head. Sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah.
So
one of the things I did want to mention on this was that the tech team, I have a new rig, and I'm not a tech guy, to be honest, and this was also kind of pushing the limits a little bit of where you guys were with your rigs, or with your working with this rig too. But I had a great experience just with the team, just getting on a call with me, talking me through things, kind of walking me through the process. I just wanted to give a shout out to you guys, the tech guys behind the scene, that I really appreciate. Not even, I mean, it was late at night for them. It was like midnight or something, and they were casual. They were just smiling and having a good time. And it really makes a difference for whenever you're interacting and it's something new that you haven't done before. So just wanted to say, thanks for that.
Likely that was Dirk, he's very good like that. I was last year when I was in Singapore. I had, after Token Singapore was the Solana event that Star Atlas had invited us to have a table there, and we were setting up our node for the very first time, running from my laptop and streaming to my phone. That was the setup. We wanted to prove it out. But I was in Singapore, and the day before the show that I'm supposed to demo this, I'm trying to get the connection to work the way that it was supposed to work. It was 2:30 in the morning. Dirk slept at the office to make sure that he could. I was waking up at his 2:30 in the morning. Or heading out at his 2:30 in the morning. But he stayed at the office, stayed overnight in the office, and I called him, he was ready for me to go, and we spent like an hour and a half, 2:30 in the morning for his time to make sure that the demo worked. Yeah, we've got a dedicated team. We all kind of feel that same kind of passion for what we're building.
Yeah. He also had to call in a support as well. So we had someone else joining us. So it was good. Honestly, it was really I found it great to actually have the conversation with them and talk through the process, because I almost feel like at some point maybe you guys should do a live stream talk through of signing somebody up or something like that. So.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately the goal is going to be that you just get the device, sent to you in the mail, and you plug it in and make it work. But here in these first test phases, you're one of our alpha testers. We got there are bugs to find out. But again, a lot of this has been super enlightening. We found out things like not everyone's obviously not everyone's modem works the same, right? So there are sometimes we have to account for the boot up process has to account for connecting to the internet a different way. Right now we're still there's a limitation of Ethernet cable because Wi-Fi is just not fast enough yet. But we expect we'll cross that bridge. Early on we were only available to Unreal projects, but now with our universal pixel streamer, not only can we stream from any engine or any game, but it ends up that the universal pixel streamer is faster, lower latency than the Unreal SDK that we had built, that we created, because there's less bloat to it. So I mean, we're finding out all kinds of things. It's been a tremendous process, but you're right, we've got a really strong tech team. I'd work with people in the Netherlands, again, engineers wise, any day. So Dan, I actually don't know what part of the country you're in. The US?
Yeah, I'm a West Palm Beach resident, but I'm currently in Atlanta, Georgia, helping my wife's grandfather. He's not well. So.
You're only about 2 hours away. I'm up in near Greenville, South Carolina.
Oh, yeah. Wait, we were gonna meet up, right?
That's right. We were. You're right. We were
You got busy. I got busy. So I'm down to do that. Let's do it.
Yeah. Well, if it's figured out, I like the area between here and Atlanta. Until you get to Atlanta, the space between here is very, very nice country.
Yeah. I'm out west a little bit, so I'm not necessarily in Atlanta either.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I traveled when I went up to the Bitcoin conference in Nashville. I drove through Atlanta to get there. I had to go down and then back up again.
Yeah.
And then on the way home, I said, nope, I'm going straight across the city and then down to the mountains.
Atlanta has the worst traffic and also the craziest airport. I don't know if you've ever been through Atlanta Airport.
Yeah, I have.
It's a monster. Easy to get lost in. I had a quick question about your community. I mean, because I've joined. I'm a part of the community. I will be honest and say I'm not super active in the communities outside of NeoTokyo, just because leadership within NT plus running my own business and things like that, it becomes difficult to participate too much. But as far as like you guys and your community, as you continue to grow your players, I like to say this too. I think of YOM now as like the Uber of gaming, and I think that's a great example. But now you have two sides of your community. You've got the gamers who are going to be accessing the games, and then you've got the the nodes, so the computing power providers. Like, are you looking at the community in a way of like, growing it within the Discord server, or does that part not really matter in the long run as far as the product goes?
Oh, no, it absolutely matters. I would say we're weighted toward our attention is weighted towards node operators and nano purchases, because the game adopters, really the games themselves bring that community, right? They do the marketing for their games, and they we expect the publishers and the game developers to handle that end of things. So our focus really is on people who are looking to earn passive income with their rigs. There is a step to, so our system is not limited to Web3 games, right? Any game anywhere can stream to the YOM network. However, running a node, it's weighted towards people who understand the crypto space, because they're getting paid in a crypto, right? So there's going to be some education to do there for people who are not Web3 savvy, but they have a gaming rig, and maybe their friend is Web3 savvy and started earning money with their gaming rig while they go to school or at work or something. So we need to make sure that the onboarding for people who have not yet figured out the crypto market is easy enough that they can do it. And we feel like that's going to be I said earlier today, I think that will be a good on-ramp for people who are just discovering Web3 for the first time through, seeing that rewards are happening for people who have an idle rig at, night. So we expect that we're going to be that, but again, that has to be a nice, smooth on-ramping, and we have to make it easy. We have had in the past even conversations with credit card providers who could just turn it into a debit card, so they never actually have to interact with the crypto end of things. But I think at the same time, crypto is going to take over everything. Yes, we've had some fits and starts. I think there's a fair amount of I'm a little conspiratorial here. I think there's a fair amount of manipulation happening to prevent mass adoption too fast, because if it happens too fast, it damages the dollar. But ultimately, it's going to consume everything the same way that email consumed, regular postal services, in the same way that the internet, consumed media and every other form. Eventually, digital currency consumes regular currency.
Agreed. I don't know if it's too far conspiracy to say that things are happening behind the scenes. I agree.
I want to say that enough people have kind of come around to that idea that, it's not always what's presented to us that's true, right?
Exactly. I think so. I've seen behind the curtain for the last year plus. I'm basically running a crypto hedge fund and meeting the investors, the LPs, and people that are running other large companies. It's very obvious that what you're seeing in the general public is not what really is happening. So
right. But I've got patience, and I expect that eventually the patient will wear out. I think eventually that the system is going to adopt this because it's just better, right? It's just better technology, and you can't keep better technology away forever, right? So, although saying that, the water car has never really the water powered car away. I suppose.
Well, have you ever seen the movie Who Killed the Electric Car?
Oh yeah.
So again, not conspiracy, man. That thing happened.
Right.
But you don't know about it, and it makes you angry. I was so angry about the electric car for a long time.
Well, now they're pretty prevalent and easy enough to get one if you've got the money to get one now.
Yeah, what, 20 years later?
Right. All right. So, any parting words or any last thoughts we have about so you're familiar with Avalanche? It makes sense to you this move is right on par with what you'd want to see happen for a project like ours?
Yeah, I do. Like I said, I think that that what you're looking for in streaming games is speed and stability. And from what I understand of AVAX, this is what they're selling, right? This is this is what they're pushing. They're going to be the thing that allows games to play. I mean, and I've seen this in NeoTokyo in multiple spaces. Even our own token, we have a bridge over to AVAX and everything else. So it feels like this is the right play, especially at this level. And I don't have any reason to believe that this isn't the right move. And let me go back and say, what was your first? It was Peak, I think you said.
Right.
Yeah. Right. To me, already just me vaguely not knowing what that is makes it feel like AVAX is a better direction.
Peak is, and we're still friendly with Peak. So we have still ties with them. What they're building is solving some really large problems, but I almost feel like we were kind of like we were a toy box inside of a very expensive house, right? What they're building is going to be solving things like sharing of solar power and real time, navigational data, those kinds of things. Really, all very important, very adult things, and gaming is still kind of for the kids play. So, But like I said, we agreed that we both wish each other mutual success, and they're going to get there. Just a different path, and we'll take.
It's just matchmaking at some point, right? So it sounds like you guys were a sweet couple, but you're not getting married. So
I can say it that way, sure. All right, well, Damon, again, thanks so much for taking the time to be part of our I'm now 5.5 hours into this live stream.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Only 7 more hours to go, right? Just kidding.
About 2 more hours to go. We've got some great guests coming up too, so it's going to be. I'm looking forward to talking to everybody. But I appreciate you stopping in.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Great to be here, and also really excited to see what you guys do next. And if we get a chance to meet up, I would love to meet you halfway, or I can meet you, or you can meet me. Either way, I'd love to see it.
So people should follow for NeoTokyo. They should go to the Twitter page. Is that the best place to?
Yeah, you can go to Twitter, NeoTokyo_codes, I believe it is.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the best place. We got a link. We got a link on our announcement for this.
Okay,
session.
great. Yeah, I was like, I don't actually have it in front of me, so
that's all right.
Yep. Yeah. Also, always recommend just drop in, check out what we're doing in the community. You can check it out on Twitter or on Discord. So
Discord also. Okay, very good. Thanks, Dan. Appreciate it.
Right. See ya. Thank you.
See ya. All right, folks, we got just a few minutes before the next guest comes up. I'm going to go ahead and put you all again into the intermission, and we will be back shortly. Hey, Flav, how are you?
I'm doing good. What about you, Jeff? Good to see you.
Yes, it's been a while. Well, it's been a while since we've had a chance to talk.
I mean, I can't remember, but I'm sure it was 2025, but it feels like it was ages ago, right?
It was probably at the last conferences we were both at. Yeah.
Yeah.
So welcome to the hour 5.5 of my nonstop live.
How these long 7-hour streaming treating you?
It's been not so bad. I've been able to do quick breaks between each guest, and again, honestly, every conversation has been super enlightening. You know, we've been kind of revealing all the different pieces of the puzzle now that we've made such a big change. There's a lot of information to give out, and we want the community to see it from all the different angles. So you've seen that we've made the change. We're going to be launching now on Avalanche, which is you know, it's a big change, and I'm not sure how much if you've hear any of it, but it was a last minute. Like 10 days ago, we were still planning on doing the TGE today, and this live stream was originally discussed as a, hey, let's show everyone what the TGE looks like, and we'll bring in some guests, and we'll do the minting live, and people can watch it, you know, on live stream. So, I mean, this whole thing was conceived of the TGE date, but about, I don't know, 4 weeks ago or so, Andy, you know, you've met Andy. He was out talking to all these different chains about, hey, you know, our system allows for us to integrate any wallet. So if you've got games that are using your token, let's integrate your wallet to our system and make sure those games can reach on YOM. Well, when he talked to Avalanche, they were like, well, listen, we don't want to do just the wallet integration. We want you to launch on Avalanche. And we said, no, because we're very close to our TGE, and it's very nice of you to say, very flattering, but we can't do that. And Jorrit especially was like, no, I'm not doing that. But then they were clever enough to get Jorrit on the phone and have a conversation with him and explain to him all the different advantages of what we can do with the Avalanche token that wasn't available to us before, or if it was available, it was harder to do. And eventually we were like, listen, we've got 10 days until TGE. Let's give us a contract that we can sign and we'll consider it. And so they went back and forth, and we didn't really sign it until last Thursday. So we were really still planning on doing the TGE, because if we couldn't come to terms, then we should just do the TGE. But again, so it's very broad. So our whole community was like, what the, I was just saying in the earlier conversation, it was almost like we were going 30 miles down the road, and then all of a sudden we jammed the car in reverse, and everyone had to do the, you know, that was very abrupt. But when I dropped the news to you in the Telegram group, what was your first reaction? What do you think about when you hear that Avalanche is going to be the chain?
No, the choice of the chain, I don't have any specific things to say. Only I do understand the kind of benefits of working with Avalanche specifically, and the kind of specifications they have in terms of the way they try to help games build their own economy, not based on the fees the main chain could decide on, which is something you don't have so much with the other chain. So I do understand the value of it, and why a lot of games actually went to Avalanche and not the others. And it's a very powerful brand. But I think it's based on the news, it was a big news and a big milestone on my head, based on the kind of journey your team were from the past month. We've been very fortunate to have you when we were, I don't, the one I do remember clearly was Gamescom, because it wasn't long ago, and we had you at the booth, and it was a huge reward for you as a team to actually get this reward at a major gaming convention as well. And I hope that helped you to set up kind of achievements that help you to shine on another vertical than just blockchain. And I think that was already something to recognize. And the news on Avalanche was really great, and was the beginning of a lot of curiosity on my side. So I obviously digged a little bit about what does it mean with the super thread that you actually shared. I know that based on what you just said, I guess that there are other news I'm not aware of. I hope there is a TLDR. There will be a TLDR, and not just watching the 7 hours, although it might be something I should do too. But no, super excited by what's happening. I think in terms of education as well, educating the gaming industry about what does it mean for them, and how it's going to supercharge your activity for games. So congratulations for that.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, so the award you're talking about, the Gamescom award, the best tech startup, the best game tech startup investment of 2025. That was really the starting point. I think that's what Avalanche saw when Andy went
I have a
to
sense
them.
of it.
Yeah. And they said, well, if you're the best to invest in, we want to invest in you then, which was, again, very nice to hear, flattering for us. Yeah, so that certainly did open up the doors, and I was saying, to some of the people who came to us with concerns about, wow, this seems like a last minute change, and it does. I'm sure if you're not on the inside, it feels like, actually, I'm on the inside, and it felt like a last minute change to me too. So it's probably even more so if you're not, in the room when the discussions are being had. But as I said to a number of times, it's to take an opportunity like the one that was given to us and to ignore it or not give it any credence is a mistake. And that's something that large corporations do. They ignore opportunities because it's going to be a change in what a path they've set out. And what's Emerson say, that a foolish consistency is a hobgoblin of little minds. So I'm a fan of that Emerson phrase. So I think it would be foolishly consistent if we just stayed on that path and didn't take a new opportunity dropped in our laps the way it was, right?
And on my side, based on what I know, and based on what I saw through this announcement, the only question I have, not the only one, but the main question I have for you is based on the TG, which was supposed to come. Did it change your vision? Because now we're talking about a live on the C chain. After that, you have your sovereign Avalanche, economy you're building for game publishers and the other contributors of the network. Does it change your long-term vision based on this new relationship you're having?
It does, in a way, right? One of the things that we had struggled with was the concept of if we have a single token that people use around the world, and they earn that token by loaning their gaming machine to our network, right? And they get paid for letting us stream through their system. If you're living in a country where energy is very expensive, and somebody else is living in a country where energy is very cheap, and you're earning the same amount of token, that doesn't seem equitable, right? And a large part of what
So
we're
modular pricing.
Right. So by having our own layer one, we can actually have some sub tokens that are regionally based and balance them through the main token. But that would allow for us to make payments and that take into account not just the energy costs in different places, but also the amount of games that are happening, the population of games. So if we're in a country that's very sparsely populated and not a lot of games are happening, we want to be able to kind of boost those rewards for the people who are streaming there. And the ones where it's very, very, or very dense, we don't necessarily have to do that kind of boost because there's a lot of games being played there and the competition. Anything, what we want to do is sell more nodes, so we keep it all kind of level. So there are things we can do now with having this main token, sub token economy that we feel would be help with the equitability of the network. Because one of the goals that hasn't changed is the goal of decentralizing revenue, letting people earn money passively with the equipment that they own. That's the same. It's ethos that Peak kind of shared with us, that's their ethos, and we 100% agree with them. I should say, Peak, we're still on friendly terms with Peak. They wished us success. We wish them success. We think that there's still a lot of things that we learned off each other, and there are probably opportunities for us to all still work together. But that idea of allowing people to earn money with the equipment they own is, again, something that we haven't gone away from at all.
That's great news. So even the strategy of getting more exposure across the globe, it doesn't divide your strategy to sell your vision across the globe with these new tokens you're going to introduce as per the region the contributors will be in terms of communication. You feel like it's going to be a little bit of a change?
It's not going to happen immediately anyways, but in the near term, we're going to be on a layer 2. So we'll be talking about that a lot. And there's obviously a lot of, we'll probably use machinations or something like that to kind of graph that out, right? To game it out and make sure that what we're talking about really makes the most sense, and how do we balance it and all that. And I'm sure AI we'll use AI to balance all those things. So it's not immediate, but I think it is going to be something that we're really. It is something that we're already very excited by. So,
That's
and
great.
then we were talking earlier today too. This might also mean that in that same way where we reward you with tokens based on your region, we could also talk about earning your tokens based on the game. Like, so this game might, if these nodes are sponsored by or branded to this one game, maybe we pay you in that game's currency, right? And then as opposed to our YOM currency, maybe there's a way we can do that as a sub chain of our main chain. So all those things are available to us in the future now with this new change. And I think that's kind of what got Avalanche excited too, is again, more of these transactions mean more Avalanche being burned, and, you know, plays into their plans as well.
Crazy. That's
Yeah.
great.
We're in a crazy space.
Yeah. I mean, you know me. I could ask. My position is to have a lot of curiosity, so I could have many questions for you. But am I in the position to ask the question for the 30 minutes?
Sure.
I want to respect you all. But I mean, that's also super exciting for the games on Avalanche, because they're obviously very that as a chain they are very well recognized, and someone who actually have a lot of very qualitative games. And I guess that's exciting on your side to maybe. I know that it's all about the infrastructure and the blockchain you're going to use, but do you feel like it opens a little bit more doors into the Avalanche gaming ecosystem as well?
Well, I absolutely think so. I think that it kind of. So I think it adds legitimacy to what we're building, because Avalanche is getting behind us, and if Avalanche has gotten behind those games, they get to see those games get to see. Well, Avalanche is now behind this infrastructure play for a better way to cloud game. If so, it should open those doors up for us pretty rapidly, which of course would be very helpful. We've seen already though, and from all the conferences we've been to, we've got I wish I knew I had a count. Andy will have a count, but we've had a stack of projects come to us with, you know, and not just individual games, but publishers. The one publisher's got like 70 titles. They're like, we'd like to sign an agreement with you that says, you know, we're going to bring many of our 70 titles over to your network, you know, over time. So that's kind of like out the door, a whole stack. And then another publisher that had like 10 games on in their portfolio. Yeah. But I think having these are all traditional games. Having the Web3 games come to us as a starting to recognize the success that Off the Grid has had, and I know Shrapnel's still on the docket for Avalanche. As those games get more and more user adoption and more attention, that all just adds legitimacy to what we've been building over here at YOM.
Sure. Okay. The last point I had in mind was, so obviously the main point of what you do is accessibility. So accessibility of a game, whatever the device they are connected to. With this Avalanche partnership, do you feel like you're gonna need to take your hats and to bring your hats all across the globe and just to explain to every local gaming conferences the power of using the technology you have for the kind of communities they want to tap into locally and might not have the resources to do so? Like, do you feel like that's a strategy, which is a big one, but do you feel like that's something you want to tap into, or we could help, because I do see the synergy?
Yeah, obviously we'll take all the help we can get from the BGA. We're very happy, you know, to be sharing space with you. You know, the hope is that with a success or two, that we don't have to do. I mean, I think our guys are still going to want to travel to these conventions. It's very good to get in front of people at the conventions, but the expectation again is that it's as easy to put a game on our network as it is to put a video up on YouTube, right? If you've made your game, all you have to do is upload the binaries, and then tell us where to point the players to, like what website it's going to be played off of, or what Telegram channel or what Discord channel it's going to be played off of. You put that information in, and then you're up and running. So we want to make it super simple, because again, a large portion of our marketplace are independent and small studios, right? Studios that have a little bit ago, I went over again the report that talks about where Steam has got 19,000 games that published last year, and 80% of them don't get over $5,000, right?
Yeah.
Right. So it's discoverability on Steam is just horrible.
Awful.
Yeah. And then the fact that Apple takes 30% of your Apple makes more money than the top 25 game studios combined on their games and all you have is a store. So because they take 30%, and the idea that a game development studio has to give 30% of their profit to a guy who put up a banner for them on their on their shop just doesn't seem fair to us. So let the game developers keep that 30% and just publish it on their own website or inside of it. And then I talked earlier today to Outmine. Are you familiar with Outmine?
I know the name, but not so much about it.
Yeah, they built the game for Telegram, right? To put it inside Telegram, because they recognize that Telegram is a place where gamers already kind of hang out, and if you can embed a game inside Telegram, you've got an instant player base. So, and we stream our games into Telegram too. So, I had a point that I was going with that. Just that a lot of people are kind of seeing the same thing that we're seeing. We want to enable that as much as we can. But right now Telegram, you can do a game, but it's not going to be a AAA, not going to be a high-end game engine. But until you use YOM, right, then you can put your high-end game there. But there's no sense in I know what I was saying. No sense in putting it in the store or giving it to Apple if you can just embed it inside of Telegram already and just send it around. Virality wise, that's just a faster way to spread the game around.
Yeah,
so
agree. Agree.
Yeah. So yeah, it's been very exciting. I just, would I have liked for us to have made this decision and made these contacts, 2 months ago? Yes. Would the communities, maybe we could actually hit this TGE date if we had done that. That would have been ideal. But a 6-week wait, or however, it's December 9th is our TGE date now. And that's going to give us enough time to, Avalanche has got a lot of connections to different marketing groups, different decentralized exchanges, and they're going to be kind of helping us along get the notification, the expanded marketing that we really felt like we needed. So that's going to help us leading up to December 9th. So it's going to be a busy November. I had said, it's funny because when we set on this path for October 28th, I was like, oh my gosh, that means it's going to be a super busy October. And now I have to say, oh my gosh, now it's going to be a super busy November.
Here we are again.
Yeah, right. Yeah, but I think I think all worth it. All worth it. It's a huge positive change for us.
It's going to be only on Texas for the launch, or it's
still, as far as I know, we're still doing Dex only. Again, that we say that pretty firmly until an opportunity is dropped in front of us that says, wait a minute, why don't you come to? And I'm going to cagely say there's one of those floating around that would be as big as this news is. That news would be even bigger. But there's no promises. Anybody who's listening and paying attention, don't take that to the bank. It's just something that's available to us still that we're looking closely at.
Great. Okay. Good. So what should I do based on that? How do you see the opportunities for the BGA to make it more relevant, powerful for the industry to be aware of as the blockchain or the gaming industry? What should we do on our side to cover this?
That's a great question. So obviously, sharing our social media links, our articles are all helpful. But as you present BGA to more people, let them know that we're also available for AMAs and talks and everything. And especially any games that are coming into the BGA who are looking for a better way to distribute their games, make them aware of us, send them over to us. We'll talk to them about, why we offer what we offer and the benefits of this over, drop it into the Steam store and wish list and all those kinds of things. I just, everything you've been doing to this point, I would ask that you keep doing and just spread the word. It feels like we're going to have, it'll be more, an easier sell, I guess, when you say, well, and they're based on Avalanche, because everyone already knows that, it's based on Avalanche. So we'll start off of that association as long as we can.
And it feels like it's happening at a good time as well, because you mentioned the fees from Apple and everything, and we even if we see a shift in the industry based on the legal decision between Apple, Google, and Fortnite / my God, end of the day for me. Epic,
right?
I got you. So it feels like there is a momentum to actually shout to these kind of major players in the space who actually take too much from the game developers. So there is a shift, and it seems like a perfect time for you to actually explain how you can supercharge these possibility for game developers to be, obviously, to distribute the games easier, faster, but also maybe tied to a D2C strategy, because that's kind of the thing we're saying, like try to be a little bit outside from the application we know and the distribution platform we know, App Store and the Google Play and everything, and try to have a very well direct to consumer approach when you lead your players into your platform and payment solution and everything. Like it feels like a mix between what you're doing and what's happening in the industry.
Yeah, that's what it feels like to us as well. I think we're timing this very well. Certainly, the other thing that I point to all the time is the Xbox Game Pass fiasco that they did to themselves by first raising the price and then offering a very lame, free to play version of like five.
Explain to me, because I did see the title and everything, but I didn't dig into it. What's happening?
So it's an example again of how the larger organizations they don't think ahead, and then when they pivot poorly. So they announced that they were upping their price for the subscription model from $20 to $30, right?
Yeah.
And then they had this wave of people who just canceled the subscription. From what I understand, it crashed the cancellation website. Right? That page went down. So realizing that this is bad PR, they said, well, let's offer a free to play, cloud services. And they were like, oh, we'll do free to play. But then you read into the article, it's like you can play for 5 hours any month and never more for the 1 hour at a time. And everyone's like, well, that doesn't do us any. That's not, I mean, I suppose that is free, but what game can you play for inside of 5 hours in a month and finish it? So two black eyes. They first they punch themselves in this eye, and then they punch themselves in that eye. And so again, we talk about what we're doing is, again, it's not so unbelievable, because they have massive costs to build new server buildings and then maintain those buildings. They're never going to make the jump of decentralizing it, because they don't want to lose that kind of control. So again, a decentralized model is what's absolutely necessary, and we're going to show them how it's done.
It feels like it's a narrative not a lot of game companies are aware of, like where they decide on distributing the game, that they just think about the ones they already know, and not knowing that actually might not be the perfect strategy. So that's the way we see the BGA to have a role, because there is a lot of room for concession and promotion and awareness on that. And I think it's good to capitalize on you and what YOM is doing to actually explain that to them. So that's why I don't know your plan for the next GDC or something, but I think there are so many interesting concessions we could trigger through what you're doing to those indie/gaming companies we're going to see.
Yeah, that's kind of what Avalanche has also put to us too. Like let them help us sponsor us during these big events, get us on stage and speak about what it is that we're doing and how we're using the decentralization model, what that actually means for people who are publishing games or game developers. So yeah, I think there's a lot of opportunities there in front of us at these next conventions, this next wave of conventions. Yeah.
Awesome. Let me know if I can be of any help.
And to be fair, the large, in their own defense, the large studios are still waiting for a success first. They don't want to be the first movers, because they can't afford to have a failure. It's too expensive to have a failure on their part. So they're waiting for somebody else. So this is, again, prime for a really good game that's under noticed to get real notification, to get real attention, because they became the one that lit the fuse for all of YOM adoption. So that's what, we're looking out for those opportunities
coming in 2026. Hopefully, we'll see.
Yes, yeah, coming 2026.
All right.
Well, thanks again for stopping in. I appreciate all that you do over the Blockchain Game Alliance. So, how do people who may not be already plugged into the BGA, how do they get plugged in? What's the best place for them to go?
I think have a look at the website blockchaingamealliance.net. We have you have full visibility about the kind of organization we are, a B2B, obviously supercharging the kind of activities you want to be involved in the blockchain in the gaming space. Like we have YOM, and we have the biggest network of professionals in the space. So it's all about connecting the dot. Not decentralized yet, but still very human. And if you want to reach out to me directly, you can on Telegram through LEDEUF, LEDEF, and I would be happy to guide you into what we do. So yeah, that's it. And we have a lot of things happening. We just released the first ever report on stablecoins in gaming just last week. So have a read. There's something you can find on the homepage of our website. And another report is coming for the state of the industry. So exciting.
Nice, nice. Yeah, I did take a look at that stablecoin report. I didn't get all the way through it yet, but I have started it. It's pretty dense.
Cool.
Pretty dense.
Yeah, it is. It is a lot of work. Yeah, but thanks a lot for the invite, and the best for the one remaining hour you have.
I'll be fine. I'll be fine. All right, Vlad. Thanks so much, man. Take care.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, we got our next guest coming up. So we have a Nerdgazm from our community coming up next. I'm gonna throw it to I want to say commercial break. It's not really a commercial break, but I'm gonna throw it over to the intermissions, and we will be back in just a few minutes with Nerdgazm. Hey, Nerdgazm, how are you?
Hey, I'm doing good. And you?
Very good. We haven't spoken face to face in quite a while.
It's been a while, yeah, man. You guys have been busy.
Not to say the least. Yeah, I mean, we've been. It's been pretty unreal. So, I'm very curious your take, because you do 2 to 3 functions within our community, right? You're a community member, you do some level of modding, and you're also running the alpha test. So you cover 3 bases with one. I mean, you're pretty much a star player in the community, as far as we can see.
Only in the community. No, that's correct. I got very excited by the technology I was reading up. I think almost a year ago already. I think it was December last year, and I just decided to come over to the channel, say hi, ask some questions, and yeah, get myself acquainted with the team and the project. And I really liked the whole idea. Yeah, I think we've discussed it. If you guys have discussed it a lot today, of the decentralized gaming network using GPUs, decentralized, letting your rig earn some cash. And I was like, well, let's hop on the bandwagon and see where this goes. That's yeah how I joined up with you guys about a year ago.
I'm curious, your role as a community member, just as a community member, not the tester and all that stuff. You know, I've gone through the story a couple of times already today, but I'll do it again just for people who are tuning in for the first time. So, you know, 10 days ago, we were launching our TG today on peak. That was, you know, we were still 10 days away. We were still thinking that's what's going to happen. And this whole live stream was conceived in order to show the minting happening. And we're going to do the same thing for our conversations. Are all going to be about how excited it is to mint. You know, in the background, we'd had some conversations with Avalanche, but we basically said no. You know, first of all, we're too close to TG. We're tight with the peak team. It won't make sense to move this fast. But then when we started digging into what the technology could do and the avenues that opened for us, and of course already understanding that they've got a big play in the gaming space already, eventually they were able to convince us, should we come to terms, that we were going to be able to make that change. But those terms weren't signed. Everything was still in flux until last Thursday, when we said, okay, we put pen to paper and actually signed. So for you on the outside, it feels very abrupt. For me on the inside, it still feels abrupt, because again, 10 days ago, we were still, you know, launching it like we had planned. What was your reaction when you first heard this is the change that we're going to make?
Well, it was sort of a surprise, but then again, not the biggest of ones. I mean, we have a small Telegram group with the most active community members, on which I sometimes give them some alpha, sometimes get some feedback to communicate back to you. And there, everybody was already noticing a lot of new people from Avalanche started following the Twitter. So
these guys are quick. Holy cow! They noticed that, huh?
Yeah, we noticed that. We noticed that quite quick, actually. So we were already thinking that things were happening. We weren't expecting a full relaunch on a different chain, and not everybody's happy about it, because there is an older group from Seto Crypto that's less enthusiastic. But yeah, when we saw it happening, my first reaction was, well, that's a bit late. I mean, no disrespect to Peak whatsoever. I think they've built some great tech, but they do have some starting problems, and they do seem to have slowed down a bit, in my opinion. And that was always a worry for the hardcore members, that's like, we were expecting YOM to be a very, very big project if everything works out as planned, and then a project on Peak will be a few times factors bigger than Peak itself. That just doesn't feel like the way things are in crypto. Usually the mother chain is the biggest, and the project they generate some hype, and we're thinking it's going to go the other way around. So it's not too bad, but well, with a couple of already established gaming chains, it's not strange to see these decisions made. And I think that's what most of the core group thinks of the community. So yes, they were surprised, but it wasn't like a full surprise. And especially the hardcore members of the group, they're actually very stoked and very hyped, because they do see the potential in what's to come now. And I think it's just another small step after hundreds of steps you guys have already made to launch this system, to launch this network. So we're all very hyped about what's going to happen, and we do want to see some things in motion from Avalanche now. I mean, the hype is through the roof. So now we want some answers. We want some some new members rolling in. We want to see
in 25 minutes, we're going to have our talk with Wills from Avalanche, and we have a second person in from Avalanche as well. So we might be two guys there, and Jorrit and Andy are going to be there too. So we're going to really dive into, talking with them. Obviously, I couldn't do it first thing this morning because that's their West Coast. They're the one guy would have been 1 a.m. for him. Right when I'm sorry. So it would have been at 3:15 this morning. So, anyways, we decided we'd do this afternoon. It's fascinating about the people in the Chateau group who caught on already to the Avalanche stuff. But I think even more interesting for me is that there are still some people who, I guess I kind of understand who had their heart set on the idea that we were going to take Peak and be like the cornerstone project for Peak, but again, we're still friendly with Peak. We talked to them. It was more than just all right, we wish you well and you wish us well. We still buy into what they're building as a very important piece of technology that's going to help some of the major pieces of society, like energy distribution and geolocation and those kinds of things. But kind of always felt like we were a toy in their toolbox where they were doing a lot of very important things, and gaming as a bigger market as it is, it's still just kind of like a bit of a toy. Getting involved in a chain that's solely focused on, or very largely focused on gaming, right? They've got their own Twitter handle just around gaming for the one account. That feels like a really good fit to us because it does put us right in the context, right in the audience of people who we need to target, right? We need to find people who have gaming rigs who want to run our nodes, and that's it's a good place to do that, right? It's a good marketplace for that.
Yeah, I think so too. And following that, there were a couple of community questions which I managed to gather, and I was hoping we could finally fire off the hard questions. And we've heard a lot of talk about that we're going to get the full force of the marketing of Avalanche. But what does that entail? It's still shrouded in mystery.
And I don't know if you get to listen to the talk that Jeroen did with us earlier.
I didn't manage to listen to everything. I had a work day as well today. So
okay, all right. So they put us in touch with a company that Jeroen did not want us to name just yet because we haven't signed the deal with them yet. But these guys have been in the Web3 marketing space for quite a long time, and they've got a lot of successes, and they're more costly than we could have done without Avalanche's help. Say it that way. All right. So they've opened up that marketing agency to us now and got us that deal. Well, we haven't signed it yet, but that's expected, that deal. So, and I think an important distinction to make is Avalanche and Avalanche Gaming, they're the same company, but they want us to focus. The Avalanche Gaming is where they want us to have all of our presence, not the main Avalanche chain for reasons on Avalanche's side. And maybe I'll ask them in the next conversation about that. So Avalanche Gaming, you should see us. You've already seen them following us. They're already retweeting us. They're already doing all the things that we'd asked them to do, promotion-wise from the Twitter account. And then appearing in the talk we're going to give right now. Then it's a matter of having them introduce us to the game projects that they are supporting, to let us appear in front of that communities on their spaces and AMAs and that kind of thing. So that's the moves that we're looking to make.
Cool. And there was another question coming up, because you've talked about being the chicken and the egg, and we need to get up to a certain number of nodes to get some of the more bigger studios or bigger games interested. And what's the projection, or what's the projection, and how are we going to get to these 100 or 1000 nodes ASAP, and what's your timeline on achieving this milestone?
Yeah. So the equation has changed slightly, right? Or the approach has changed slightly. So instead of selling the nodes and getting them operational without anything underneath us, what we've done is, we went over this in the BizDev discussion today. We went out and talked to a bunch of studios who signed MOUs, memorandums of understandings, with a player, a monthly active player amount attached to them. So they basically committed to saying, we're going to put, not naming the game, but we're going to put this many games or this game or a game up on the network that guarantees 100,000 users a month, or 25,000 users a month, or 200,000 users a month. So they're all signing different agreements with us, and then we're using those agreements to kind of backstop the support for, okay, now we have 2 million users a month. I don't actually know what the numbers are. Andy can tell me what the numbers are, but all these are now in written agreements with us, so that as we launch the sales, we have confidence that we now have customers for the network bandwidth that we're going to be creating by having those 1,000 nodes out there.
Yes, but and how do we get 1,000 nodes shipped out to people?
Yeah, so that was the other conversation you missed today. So I had on Freshminers. That's okay. No, I'm happy to go over it all. So Freshminers, let me sure I'm saying that right. Yeah, Freshminers. So are you familiar with Freshminers? They're in the Netherlands also. They sell DePIN devices from their network, right? So they have a website. You check out freshminers.com. So they are distribution partners. So we have our agreement with we have a company called Sims kind of oversaw the whole get the hardware built in Taiwan from Exasend, have those hardware shipped to the UK to get them flashed or the software put on them from a company called Cardwave, right? They do the flashing and then the packaging, and then they take all those packages, those 1,000 packages of nodes, and give them over to Freshminers. Freshminers in the Netherlands does a distribution. They'll help the sales page. So we'll take people who come to YOM.net, we'll say, here's the I'm not sure if you've seen this yet. We have the rig check app on our website now. What that is if you're thinking, wow, I'd like to have a node, but I don't know if I'll make any money from it. You run this app from the website. It'll tell you, it checks your machines to see what kind of machine you're running, and it checks your latency, your ping, to make sure that you can run. It'll tell you how many nodes you can run off your machine, and then from that answer, it's okay. If you really want to buy one, go to the Freshminers page, and we'll have that page up in the next 7 days or so, and that'll send you to the purchase page on Freshminers site. So we don't have to have those nodes in the Utrecht office. We don't have to put them in envelopes and ship them out. Freshminers has got 5 years of shipping out DePIN projects, so handled.
That sounds great, but then we still need at least 1,000 people, let's say 2,000 people, to buy the nodes. Where do we find them?
So that's the marketing effort. That's part of the Avalanche stuff. It's also part of the our own channels that we're pushing out to. Freshminers themselves they have a lot of traffic for people who are looking for DePIN projects. And in my conversation with them today, one of the questions I asked was, we're saying that it's an average of $50 per stream a month is what we kind of calculate once we're at
per node.
Yeah, per stream, right? So your Nano comes with a single license, right?
License.
Right, there you go. And that's about $50 per license. But should you purchase more licenses, and if your computer can handle more streams, then you earn 2 times, 3 times, 4 times that, right? So anyways, I asked them the $50 per license, is that, how does that rate amongst all the other DePIN projects that they sell? And they're like, it's got to be the highest, right? Or there's one of the highest, because every other marketplace that these DePIN projects are selling into, like the geolocation stuff or the sound stuff, I mean, there's a limited market for that, purchasing that data or that bandwidth. But for games, again, one of the largest, it's the largest entertainment market out there. So when we say $50 per month, they're like, yeah, it should be an easy sell to their community, people who come to Freshminers looking for a DePIN project. So between the Avalanche stuff and the Freshminers marketing stuff, we think we can sell 1,000 nodes pretty simply.
And how do you have any projections on how fast you think we'll be up to 1,000? Is that going to be before TG?
I don't think. This is my guess. This is not coming from anybody.
I'll ask for a guess.
Yeah. I would say not before TGE, but probably before the end of the year.
Sounds good. So I had a few other questions I wrote down myself, because if we look back at the history of YOM, it was another company before with a completely different focus, and basically the the company got relaunched, or basically it's a new company started with the old name,
Right.
only kept the name. Maybe some employees came back or found a different role, but you did try to somehow migrate the whole community from the old project to the new project. Could you explain why you tried to make this much effort to bring along the old community? Because there's been a lot of hassle, and I've been in the middle of it a couple of times trying to give some people some answers. But I'm very curious, and a lot of people are curious on why did you choose this path? Because you could have said, okay, it's a new company, we're going to relaunch, we're going to rebuild the community, but somehow you decided to take along the old community and reward them for their patience and their time and investments.
It's funny, right? Because yes, we wanted to bring across the people who were loyal to the first version of YOM, because again, we brought in some people from that original company with us forward to the new YOM, and we were using the name again, right? And I guess we decided to use the name again so that we could bring that community with us. Now that ended up being a double-edged sword, because we brought some people over who were satisfied, and we brought some people over who were unsatisfied, right? And I would even mention to say there's some that can't be satisfied, right? It would have hindsight being 2020, perhaps the headaches that we earned from bringing people who were unable to be satisfied over would have been saved, but I think we would have missed out on. We would have had to go back and find those really passionate community members, like I guess not yourself, but there are some people who are very, very, very powerful and very, very smart about what we're building. And I don't know that there would have been a right answer or a wrong answer in the way that we did it. I think we could have gone either way, called it something different, and launched with the technology that we're launching with now. Maybe we would have had the same start. I don't really even remember back what the argument was for keeping the name, and I think it was just a matter of, listen, I know that we had like a marketing deck that they'd spent, that original company spent a lot of money on building up a branding guideline deck, right? And Jorrit is still very he felt very strongly about it then, and he still feels strongly about it today. So he wanted to make sure that we didn't have to respend that money on a new marketing package. So that's, I mean, it seems small, but it's not really if you're talking about the amount of money that we had available to us at the time. So that was part of it. And then brand recognition. He didn't think that we had poisoned the well when the previous version shut down and we brought it back up. He didn't think that was a poisoned brand. They were I remember making the argument myself, but it seems silly, but YOM is at the end of the alphabet. It's why. Like if you're searching in alphabetical order, you'll come to us at the very end. I hate that. I wanted it to begin with an A or a B, so we could be at the top of the list. But that was, considered a minor argument. So I know we had plenty of discussions about it. I thought that it's better to start with at least some level of community rather than none and start from complete scratch. And I still think that was the right decision to make. And I do feel really good that we brought along some people who were there at the very beginning. And maybe those people who are dissatisfied will get satisfied once it all comes around and this technology launches and does what we expect it's going to do. But until then, we've got to kind of, as I said in my thing earlier, we're going to bring everyone along, and then people will find their level of happiness at their own time.
Well, that's always a wise answer. People will find their happiness at their own time, if they do. But I think there are still a lot of people from the old YOM over in the very active group nowadays. So it's nice to see.
Yeah.
There was one question, because there is a group of people who are less happy with current affairs. Is there going to be a plan at or around TGE that people can let themselves get bought out before TGE or around TGE? Or is that not something in the cards?
I don't know how we would do it before TGE.
Or after TGE, but I mean, you can write some contracts that will make it possible, right?
You're talking about people who are vested, having them unlock immediately and sell? I don't think that.
That you transfer the ownership of where the tokens get released to an own address of YOM itself.
So that they still be vested, but they'd be vested and unlocked to a different wallet.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's been suggested. I don't know if that's been suggested yet to Jorrit, and I can bring it to the.
It was a question that came up from the community, that if there are still people unhappy, that why not? Will there be a possibility that they can let themselves get bought out before vesting at a reduced price, or
I think the only thing
reduced.
Again, this is just me, not the 4 C-level guys or 5 C-level guys at this point. I don't think it doesn't seem to me that there would be a problem with it, except for we'd have to take the tech team that was be working on something else and have them spend time
more valuable. I understand. Yeah.
But
that's a good question.
But it's still worth me asking. I'm happy to bring that to the whole group and say, is this something we could free up bandwidth for? I wouldn't be surprised to find out, because I mean, there's a lot that has to happen between now and then that we wouldn't have time for it. But it doesn't seem like it would do any kind of real harm.
Well, I don't want to sound too sassy or anything, but I'm like, if there are people who are still unhappy, uninterested, and they just want to leave the project, I'd be happy to let them go at this point, with literally all the stars lining up to a pretty decent launch, I'd say.
Now the romantic in me wants to win them over, right? I want them to hear our arguments, because this is one of the things that I think that Jorrit and I share a philosophy about. Like, if our ideas are good, then if we feel strongly about our ideas and that we're correct, we should be open to the conversation with people who have an opposing idea, because we feel confident in our concepts. And that would be the same about people who feel like they're going to lose money. Again, this is not investment advice, but if they really feel unsatisfied, I want to kind of convince them that no, they should feel satisfied. But I can't control that. I know this. So that's why I say the romantic in me wants to convince them to stay. But I don't think I necessarily want to win that one. Yeah. But let me take that concept over and find out if I mean, I know what the tech schedule is like, and I know we're trying to add another engineer. That's another thing that was released today, that we've got a job posting out there. So I would be surprised if we have the bandwidth to set something like that up, but maybe something like that up is very simple, and I'm just not understanding it.
Nice.
Cool.
So there was one other question. I think I've asked it before, a couple of months back, maybe even half a year or more. That was about.
We never answered it.
Well, things have changed, so maybe it's a new answer now.
Oh, there you
because
go. Okay.
Nanos are going to get paid, or node operators are going to get paid in YOM.
Yeah.
And this YOM gets paid out by the company. And that's directly one of the biggest differences compared to all other crypto projects or Web3 projects. Money comes in from an outside source.
Yes.
Game developers, they're going to pay YOM to host the games. Yeah. So it's not a zero-sum game. It's not a zero-sum token, but it's actually going to accrue value with how much the whole project and the whole system gets used.
Yes.
So that will mean that a lot of people who are not operating nodes and who do earn or who do have a lot of tokens will be able to disrupt the income of node operators.
Because if you were to dump a whole bunch of YOM into the market and tank the price of YOM while these people are earning YOM.
Exactly. Yeah. People are going to get paid for being an old OG member who are not doing work. Well, I have some tokens from the old, but I also run a node, so I feel like I'm in the clear here. But that's going to be making market fluctuations for your income.
Yeah. Now,
so is there any way to? Have you thought of a way to equalize the playing field, or is there a plan on how to mitigate this effect, or?
Not exactly talked about in this context, but we have talked about in the whole context of, how do we make sure that we stay, that we don't screw over node operators because of fluctuating prices. What we talked about was the idea that it's a zero balance, right? So some days the token's going to be up, some days the token's going to be down. What we're ensuring for is people who, the moment you do the work, your node is paid, right? And you have access to those YOMs. So if you're if you're earning in other words, if you drop the price, we're still paying at the price that the prices that the YOM has been offered to. I don't know if that doesn't really answer your question though. This is probably why we haven't answered it. It's a difficult question to answer. Yeah. But over time, again, because we're burning tokens for every transaction, as there's more games being played, the more tokens are being burned and less available to purchase, because there's only a capped amount. The price is always supported because there's a dwindling supply, but more people asking for it. Both more publishers asking for time on the network, and more game hours being played, meaning more tokens getting burned, right? So the sell pressure that's available should not counteract those two factors that are, expanding the network out. Could it possibly? I suppose there's not really a lot of YOM tokens. There are some people who've got wallets, but even when we look, there's not really massive whales out there who could dump it. Over time, someone could be accruing, slowly building a portfolio in order to do what you're talking about. Though that seems like a malicious act that I don't know there's any value in it.
It's going to be a net zero game, because if he buys tokens, he has to buy them at some price, and then he'll sell them at some price. Right. Unless he keeps them like Bitcoin for 10 years.
Yeah,
and then the token goes X a couple of times now. Okay, well.
But it's an interesting question, and I'll let Jorrit chew on that for a little while too, and see what he sees about that, and see if there's anything that we need to do to make sure that doesn't happen, or it is not available to people.
I would like to ask you guys from the team to point everyone who buys a Nano towards the community. Yeah. There's an active group of people and mods who will be there to help. Hard questions or troubles with the Nano, come to the Discord. There will be a lot of people there helping out with the tickets, making sure you get your Nano to work. I've done it myself. I've installed a Nano a couple of times. I can honestly say it's relatively easy. I don't want to make it to sound that it's too easy, but it basically is plugging it in, open your BIOS, change your launching system, and there you go. But there will be troubles, so there will be troubleshooting. So I would ask everybody who wants in and who comes in to come to the Discord. We'll be there, accepting you with open arms, and we're always open for discussion. So I would say thanks for your time.
Thanks again, Nerdgazm, for joining in and for all of that you do for our community, because like I said, you do kind of wear three hats, and they're all very valuable to us. I think one of the ones I didn't even list is the idea that you take the questions that the community is asking, the hardest questions, and make sure that we stay on them or aware of them and try to answer them as best we can. So that's all this stuff is very helpful to us in many, many ways. So thanks again for playing your part.
Can't wait for the interview with Avalanche.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it too, because I spoke to Will only very quickly, and mostly it's been done through Andy and Jorrit. So I'm looking forward to it too. All right,
good
brother.
luck.
Thanks again.
Have a good one.
All right, see you. All right, folks. We'll be back in just a moment with our guests from Avalanche team to kind of end the evening or end the stream. It's your time. Let's see. It's probably about 6 p.m. out there. In terms of European time, I am on 1 p.m. in the afternoon. If you're on the West Coast, it's 10 o'clock a.m. in the morning. So you're probably wondering, how did this guy pull it off for so long? And honestly, I just couldn't even tell you. All right, we'll be back momentarily. Hey, Jorrit.
Hey, Jeff. I was typing a message to you. When do I pop up in the chat? But, you found
No,
me.
you're good. You're good. I was just waiting for the guys from Avalanche to show up. I just dropped the link again to them to make sure that they Wills can come on board.
But the stream is still live, right? So we're now.
Oh yeah, we're live.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
good.
you are broadcasting.
Okay.
Don't pick your nose or nothing. So I don't know how much you've been able to. I know you've been super busy probably today, not able to pay attention. So it's been great. This conversation today have been really, fantastic. We had Damon from NeoTokyo said some really awesome things about working with Dirk and Ron and the guys in the tech team for onboarding his node, and just the idea of most moving to Avalanche makes them super bullish. Flab from BGA also did a really nice, very complimentary towards us and wants to know how he can help. You probably didn't listen to my talk with Tactical Investing, our KOL, but man, that guy is really, really smart about the deep stuff. And he's this is a guy who lives, in the same state as me, right? Couple miles away.
I met him in Dubai, indeed. Yeah.
Oh, you did? Okay.
The boat tours. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, super busy. You must be extremely tired, Jeff.
Actually, I'm surprisingly upright. I don't know how it is that I'm not more tired, but again, the BizDev talk that we had with James and John, those two guys handle most of the conversation, and Andy, right? I didn't have to say very much in that conversation.
Sure.
So that kind of took up some time. I was going to say, well, there was another one that I didn't have to do a lot of. I just got done with Nerdgazm, right? Yeah. That was, again, representing the community and asking us some really important questions from the community side of things, which I think that if there's a half an hour of today you might want to listen to, that's the one I think is probably most important for you, because they're asking, he's still asking some pretty smart questions about the token stuff and everything. But generally, he's saying, he's excited about the move to Avalanche. So a lot of...
I think everyone, everyone has been saying a lot of positive stuff. So it's been really great. I think, so I've been working on a lot of things also next to it, right? So we're going to work on the trailer. In the coming weeks, will be launched like a very cool trailer that we can just use as like the default go-to trailer. So Jeff, your input is required on that as well, and I know you've been in the calls all day. But I added you also to the group, so we can discuss that trailer.
Is it ready for me to review already?
No, it's not ready. I mean, we're still in talks with this party that can build a trailer for us.
Oh, okay.
But it's basically a requirement. I'm not sure if you had the chance at the marketing meeting with Jeroen, because you had a conversation with Jeroen. No, you didn't? Okay.
I mean, I had my marketing. He was in, yes, but he did not want to mention yet the name of the marketing group because we haven't signed with them yet. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, that does make sense. But I mean, you need just a marketing partner, and we can name it. And if there's no deal, then we find something else. And if there's a deal, then great.
Is this the trailer that they're working on for us?
No, right? So they would be pushing it. So there's a strategy around that. I mean, we need to basically clean like our channels and make a super clear funnel almost and journey. As new people will look at our channel and look, okay, is this a project to get excited about? And obviously we're like, our X channel is super dynamic because like lots of stuff happens. So you then pin a new post and I'm like, this is the hottest thing that we've been working on. But a lot of people that come to our X, they don't know what we're doing in the first place, right? So they see something. It's like, okay, what does that mean about YOM? So we have to think of a way to ensure that it's both an entry point for new people, as well as that it highlights like recent activities. And a trailer could do the trick there, but we need to discuss that in more detail. And I'm friendly with Jordan Silva, who's the brother of Jason Silva. Jason is an influencer, mostly around lots of different topics, right? So from crypto to psychedelic stuff, lots of different topics.
Funny how those two worlds seem to find each other all the time.
Yeah, and he created a video for YOM earlier, like 2 years ago, for the first. So that was really great. But we now need another video that more zooms in onto YOM itself.
Is that the one with the astronaut jumping out the window at the very end?
No, that's also a great one, but that was created by a brand partner. That's basically the company that we're using that for the ideation process. But the result was basically a trailer. Yeah, but
that one has all kinds of energy and everything. But at the end of it, I'm still like, what is YOM doing?
Yeah, exactly. Because they also, like, the content that was just positioned there was more like a mood board, right? And it gives the impression, but it's not like distinctive YOM content. And it's a brand trailer, so it's not specific on any product or whatsoever.
And YouTube gives me a copyright strike too, because the music is lifted from some popular song.
Yeah, no, that's the other problem of that trailer, because it's indeed like a mood board. You cannot really use it as a trailer for every purpose. You can use it in some niche use cases, but not like for the general public. So
I think I had it in the intro timer to the live streams at one point, and then the live stream was kicked off of the YouTube. I'm like, what's going on? And then that's how I found out. I kind of found out the hard way.
Right. But there is also a video on the YOM channel. You've probably seen that, Jeff, about Jason Silva talking about the metaverse. It's very old school. And that was basically the trailer for YOM back in the days. But yeah, this next trailer needs to be super specific and concrete on what we're doing, right? That's the key difference. So we won't likely be working directly with Jason, but his team is really good at editing cool videos.
I just realized, Jorrit, that I brought up Nerdgazm a half hour before I was supposed to. So Wills and those guys are not coming in until the half hour mark. So we're half hour early, because I didn't realize I'm not realizing I was supposed to have a half an hour between Flab from the BGA and Nerdgazm, and I was going to just kind of take questions, but I went right to Nerdgazm. He was available, I was available, so I brought him right up.
Okay. Yeah.
But Will's not coming. So anybody who's like tuning in right now, you're getting to see some inside baseball, just Jorrit and I speaking. But everybody else is supposed to join this coin. This call is supposed to be here for another 20 minutes.
Yeah, let's just. That gives an insight on what's going on in the hood. At the same time, with let
me ask you one of the questions that Nerdgazm asked me in the last segment, and I didn't really have I gave him an answer. I'd like to hear your answer to it too, because it seems like a pretty good question, right? Yeah. Back in the day, we brought, when we relaunched YOM, right? We had the option of not using the YOM name and brand and kind of abandoning that community in a way, right? But we decided not to. We thought we would bring on, kind of bridge a bit and bring that community with us. Use the YOM branding, use the YOM logo and name when we relaunched as a play that we are now. He asked, why did we do that? Why did we make that decision? What was the determining factor, and was that the right call?
Yeah, that's a good question, because there are cons and pros to that one. The obvious cons are the previous company didn't make it, right? The original one that founded the brand. So by indeed adopting then the token, people are expecting, is somehow the same company, so I have the same rights, right? And all of the things that the previous company discussed, all of the promises that they had, should have been delivered by now, but there was no there was some clear communication also from Alex on all of the channels. So that was pretty much done, and everyone accepted that, and everyone understood what was going on. So by relaunching the project, it obviously brings in a lot of questions around, okay, what does that mean to the tokens I held prior to the setup of YOM 2.0, because in fact, when YOM 2.0 started out, I had 0 shares in that company, 0 tokens, 0 rights, nothing, right?
Right.
So it was basically in the first 3 months. it was indeed Jeff and you. So you and Andy leading the company and owning it, and me just trying to build the bridge in between, and then hoping that there would be a piece of the pie left. Right. And then unfortunately in March, I didn't have a good conversation with you guys to get me back into the team. But that's another a major point, because there are people who indeed have maybe their opinions about, Jorrit is from the previous company and he just let the previous one die, and then he now creates a separate structure and now he owns all of them, so he scammed everyone. Well,
no, that's not that's not at all how it happened. But
it was the inverse. I mean, and that was also out of the generosity, I would say, from all of us to adopt basically the community, adopt the token and let it ride new waves. And the question I think also from Nerdgazm is, okay, did that damage the brand in some sense? And I don't think with the previous YOM and the previous brand we achieved any sort of significant reach to be meaningful for a lot of people, right? So what does that mean? I think it's also a story about resilience in a way. It basically means, okay, tokens outlive equity.
Right.
So it's pretty much the Web3 story, right? So it's about longevity of having what is a deflationary supply. I mean, you still see that going in as we are raising more capital, like the equity pie gets bigger and bigger and bigger. That means relative dilution for all of those who hold equity. But that's the inverse on the token side, right? So if you purely look at it, like the tokens have only been becoming more valuable and more valuable and more valuable, because in fact we burned 50 million of the 300 million tokens. So a lot of them were float. They were from exchanges that held a lot of tokens. Also people who did not monitor the project at any time. And then so that's a $50 million burn, and at the same time we are raising more capital, right? So the equity is actually declining I'm saying declining in value, because that's not really the case, because it's synergistic, right? So the total value also increases. It's just that the relative proportion of the prior shareholder just decreases to the total. But as long as the total increases faster, then but I mean the same principle also applies to the tokens, with the added bonus that it is deflationary,
right?
And that is actually massive. I mean, like removing $50 million out of the float. Well, not all of them were float. There was also a rounding difference that we burned from our treasury, but I would say shows also the commitment from the team towards the community. At least towards the long-term holders who've been monitoring the project from the start.
What I told them was that, there are people we brought on board who have been positive the entire time. Like they still see the same vision that we see. There are some that we're going to win over. They see the changes and all the work that we're doing, and they're going to buy into it, and we're going to bring them along. And then there's some people who are going to be dissatisfied. They're always going to be dissatisfied. We're not going to be able to satisfy them. We're going to bring them along as well. He had suggested, and this is something we should take offline, but he had suggested, is there a way we can set up people who are vested but are just done with us? Can we take that vesting contract and give it to somebody else who might want to buy that vesting contract and keep them vested? What I said was, it probably can be done. I don't know that we have the bandwidth to do it, and all that we have to accomplish between now and
really about the bandwidth, because honestly, I've also been thinking about similar structures. People who want to get out or need to be liquid, let's give them that opportunity. Let's open up the potential for a refund, and we can even say, okay, those who wanted to bridge but couldn't, we can give them a discount, right, on the nano, so they can get involved again. So there are a lot of things that we don't have the bandwidth for, but we should actually be doing as well, right? So that is, that's mostly the thing. So it's like the lack of time. And
I got a different question for you then. All right, so we were talking already about the idea of having regional tokens to help us figure out the different energy costs and saturation of games in certain regions of the world. Can that same structure be used if we wanted to say to Game X, hey, Game X, you want to have your own token for your game? That can be a sub-token of our YOM token, and we can pay out in that token. The nodes that are branded to Game X, you know, if we wanted to sell to the community, we could also pay out in the brand X token, but that token is a layer 2 on our layer 4. Is that something that's reasonable to think of?
Definitely. I mean, all of that can be done. It's more like, okay, is that how we are going to operate the infrastructure? I mean, we are primarily edge GPU cloud gaming. So that means that everything we're doing is in service of that mission. Does it then make sense to have publishers deploy some of their assets on the YOM blockchain? Maybe there are edge cases. I don't think it's going to be a core focus. I think it's primarily going to be pretty much our own chain with our own, like, lots of different LPs, lots of different regions. We have to determine, okay, what's going to be the scope. Maybe it's going to be based on a per country level, maybe a per continent level. But yeah, also it's not going to be a blockchain. So it has a limited amount of, we don't want to oversupply it with nodes that are validating the chain, right? Because that's the disadvantage. If you have companies deploying their token on your chain, then you can hit certain rate limits, and then you need to add in more node operators to operate them. And that's not really for business, right? Like,
no, right. They could throw the whole economy off if they're all of a sudden just dumping. Like, all you have to do is open the game up to get like 1,000 tokens of their token, and then what does that do to the YOM price? Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, and there are lots of places where you can already do that, right? So you can already deploy your token on any blockchain. Honestly, it doesn't really matter where you deploy it, as long as the chain is secure and it's decentralized and it's fast and it's cheap. But even those aspects, they really depend on what is the nature of the product. I mean, if you're doing luxury on-chain transactions and you have very, very low volume and it's buying houses on the blockchain, why do you need a very fast, cheap? Like, it really depends on your use case. And the same is there for gaming. If you have a $3 or $4 game skin, then it's perfectly fine to deal with Solana and to deal with a 1 cent per transaction. That's nothing out of a $4 game skin. But and even 20 cents, it's like, okay, that's acceptable to people. But if you're dealing with 5 cents NFTs, then you have to look at different chains. And then I think the YOM one, that would be the distinctive chain advantage, would be extremely, extremely cost efficient and extremely cheap and extremely so. I mean, we are probably going to put the gas to a bare minimum,
right?
But there needs to be some gas, because if we're at the zero gas, we probably get random projects deploying on the chain because the gas is zero, right? And you get spam. The same happened, for example, with Nano, but also with Solana. So there needs to be some gas. But
all right, I'm trying to think of what all else we talked about today and all the conversations I had. Freshminers seemed very excited to get that started. I hope I didn't misspeak, but I thought that we might have that page up in the next week or two. That's
the page, I saw a video already. It looks super sexy for what we have.
Okay.
There's still a little bit of discussion right now on, okay, what's the retail price? What is the cost price? How is the VAT being applied? Do we apply it directly? Which makes sense if you're distributing to Dutch citizens, right? They're a Dutch distribution, Dutch web shop. But if you're shipping internationally, generally VAT is not applied, right? So we need to be super clear.
I didn't even heard of VAT until I moved to Australia. Like, they don't have something like that in the States. Value added tax. It seems crazy.
Yeah.
It's a tax. Explain to me real quick. Value added tax.
Mm-hmm.
What are they saying there? That the thing you just bought has more value than the price of it? What's value added tax supposed to even mean?
I mean, then you get into a libertarian.
Yeah, let's do it.
discussion.
We got
Okay.
8 minutes. Let's solve the world's problem.
Okay. Why would you? Why would you tax positive things in the first place, right? Like that's the first argument. I'm a libertarian, right? First of all, so I'm biased, but I'm also not an absolutist in the complete anarchy. I mean, I see some use cases for taxes. Generally, my opinion has been the moment it's bad, tax it. The moment it's good, don't tax it. So any taxes on labor, you shouldn't apply, right? Any taxes on consumption, you shouldn't really apply because a lot of the things are really good. Yeah, like it promotes the economy, so you don't want to tax it. Now, are there things that you want to tax? Yeah, sure. Like they're like gambling, tax it. Smoking, tax it. Like there are more. There's more politics around that, right? So parties need to get into agreement of okay, what is bad, but as long as you tax the bad stuff, then you are aligning, and that's also what we're doing with YOM. You're aligning your economics with positive behavior, so you're getting a better holistic result out of the taxes, right? So then they actually are beneficial by themselves. So I completely don't understand VAT, and I definitely don't understand labor taxes and profit taxes, and all of these taxes are complete rubbish, and it's just parasitic.
So in the states, right, with Florida, the one state down in Florida, they've decided. I think the governor recently announced they're getting rid of property tax, so you no longer will be taxed on your house. Which, again, I've consistently made the argument that if I have to pay someone a property tax, if I have to pay for my house, even if I bought the house, I paid cash, I own the house, and I still have to pay somebody or they'll take it away from me, then I don't truly own it. And Florida has now agreed with me to say it's true that you won't own it if I can take it away because you didn't pay some bill, right? So
right. And that's really cool. In the Netherlands, we have the inverse. It's a big topic right now because there is a lack of housing, yet homeowners get subsidized, right? So we don't have taxes. You get subsidies if you own a house, which is basic. So that's really bad, right? Yeah, of course, home ownership is good, but subsidizing, like that's not. And the bigger your house, the more subsidies you get, right? So rich people get subsidies over owning houses. So what happens is people buy houses and then rent them out. Now there is a lot of regulations around the rent here in the Netherlands. So right now it becomes more difficult to rent out, but that's like my opinion is that's all symptoms, right? Because the cause is subsidizing it in the first place. If you don't subsidize it, then you don't have to put all of the regulations around the rent in there, right? Like minimum and maximum, and like, this is complete bullshit. If you just fix
doesn't anybody just want the market to do the market's job? Does everyone want to distort the markets everywhere? I mean, is there any place at all that the markets aren't being manipulated?
Yeah. Yeah, like that is. I mean, well, markets are like democracy. They're really, really important, and they align. Like they make transparent what value is, just like democracy makes transparent what people's opinion are. But it can be exploited. I mean, democracy can definitely be exploited. Markets can definitely be exploited. They can both be gamed, right? You can manipulate via propaganda, via education programs. You can manipulate the democracy, but the same thing applies to markets. Now, are they bad because of that? No, these are just like characteristics of the best possible system, right? Because there's no alternative, and then you need to. Within those structures, you need to protect them, and you need to understand, okay, how do you align people and have them gamify in a way that actually enhances the structure instead of, exploits it.
Or I would say, not manipulate's not the right word. I'm looking for just obfuscates what the market's actually saying, right? It hides what's the market. If you throw a subsidy into a market, that means the market's not really actually determining the price.
Yeah.
Something else on the outside is determining the price.
Right. No, that's a thing, and the dangerous part is, and you see the same with democracy. If you apply marketing to something, it becomes quite quickly really corrupt.
Yep.
So you see the same in democracy. Like with a lot of marketing, you can just manipulate outcomes, and it's the same with markets, right? So if you just throw a mass budget of marketing and narrative manipulation around it, share prices will increase. But are they real? Fundamentally, no. It's all storytelling. But
All
then
right.
everything.
Get your run out of there. We don't need a CMO. What are you thinking about?
Yeah. No. That is actually the reason why we need a CMO, because you cannot do without. You won't, like, as a pure technical project or even as a protocol. I mean, there has been a discussion on that also in the community. Why is YOM building all of these products around it, right? Why do you need a product if people can technically, let's say, on an open source protocol, you can technically deploy your own instance. If you have your own hard drive and if you have your own code and you have like a pure protocol play, then why not just go for that one, right? Just like with the original Ethereum validators, and
right,
because it's the standard in blockchain. And I think the answer to that is, if it's not a product, then it's very cool in theory, but it doesn't have the story, and it doesn't have the user experience that marketeers do really enhance, right? They take people onto a journey. So it's so they understand the story that they're walking on, right? So it's the same also in democracy. That's why storytelling, it connects people as well. It's not only bad. It's also, it creates traditions, it creates visions, and it creates. So it also is a very strong creator. And the same thing is also about building the nano around it and shipping that as an end-to-end solution for people, because it's a thing you can hold in your hands. You can plug it in. You don't need to go into Linux. You don't need to buy a separate hard drive. You don't have to be an engineer to get started. We basically guide you onto the process, and that's the power of the marketeer as well. So it's and it goes back to Jung, right? So in Jung you have the mage archetype, right? So it's a brand archetype that is really powerful in storytelling. For example, Steve Jobs, who, if you read the the biography of Steve Jobs, they talk about the field of perception that he's manipulating towards the other people around him, and he was great around that, right? And at the same time, he built great products. But that's what he focused on. It was products that he built. He didn't really build the underlying technology. The technology was already out there, including user interfaces, including tablets. They already existed. Smartphones in different formats already, like that technology, touchscreen already existed. He just packaged that into an end-to-end solution that that transformed people's life, because people wanted to be part of that vision. And the problem is that Apple never succeeded in building, in the end, the open source kind of ecosystem that Android managed to build, right? Because Android is way more modular. You can just plug everything in, and right?
I would say they didn't want to build it like that. They wanted to maintain control. I think it's a control issue for Apple.
And that's the shadow side of the mage archetype, right? So if you look into Jung, if you look into those brand archetypes, you can see like the shadow side of the mage archetype is that it seeks control.
Right.
Like that's what it does. And yeah.
All right, we have Wills here from Avalanche. So this is the kind of conversation we should do more of the live stream, just so we can talk about Jungian psychology and everything else that's going on. Hey, Wills, welcome to it.
Hey guys, how we going? No, don't stop the RPG convo. I can hop in there easy.
Well, we were talking about Carl Jung and the marketing archetype of a mage, and how that's Steve Jobs, like his personality was all about, like, I can do magic magic, but at the same time, he was very, very controlling, right? There's always a dark and light side to each of these different marketing archetypes. And we just talked about the mage one just because that came up. But so it wasn't quite, we weren't doing D&D just yet, but I think
Okay,
yours could do that with you
sure.
did.
No, I can also chat Jung as well. I was
Okay,
reading him a couple of weeks ago. No, that was not on my bingo card.
Yeah, so Jeff and me, we had a spare 30 minutes. So we're just going on like the differences between, discussing some of the parts from the community, right? Like, why are you, like, what's the role of marketing? Why are you building a product? If you can go for a pure Linux, open, technical protocol play, right? Because with YOM, you can also just bring your own hard drive and then you install a Linux boot on there and you run the entire system and you become a node in a network. Mm-hmm. But then we talked about, okay, are people going to do that? Because people need to be pulled onto a journey, right? They need to understand what they are starting with. They need to be guided into that. And that's the power of marketing and a brand archetype. So yeah, but maybe you have something to fill in on that.
I don't know if on that specific one, but yeah.
So, Will's very, very excited to have you on board, and of course, very excited to be part of the Avalanche ecosystem. Now, I spent the entire day talking to different aspects of our both our own team, the community, some partners, some close by allies to us, like the Blockchain Game Alliance. Basically all positive, all kind of understanding why we made this move as rapid as it feels to the community and again to me, since I was not part of the initial conversations. Everyone understands why we made this change, but I am curious just to kind of start us off, like how you found us originally, and I'm not sure if it was you or if it was Chris or one of the other guys, but how you found us and why it was that you made the approach that you made about, hey, there's something more we can do than just integrating the wallet and bringing games on board, YOM, but let's launch on Avalanche. What to you mind was the catalyst there?
Yeah, I think the origin story was initially Andy and Chris connected, and we all chatted over a call. I think this was pre-Gamescom, and we kind of discussed sort of the light things of the wallet integration, et cetera, and that was cool. But I think it's 30 minutes. We didn't have really enough time to really dig into kind of the tech and the opportunity there. And I think it was really when me and Andy connected at Gamescom that it was that I chatted for like an hour. It felt like. On kind of like all the awesome stuff that you guys were doing, how long you guys had been building, and what the real opportunity here was. And I think that for me, it was really exciting to see something truly revolutionary, something that was solving a Web 2 problem with Web 3 rails in a way that wasn't like shoehorning it in as a side step. This was a genuine like problem being solved. And it sounds crazy to say, but it's kind of ridiculous how rare it is to find amongst all the kind of Web3 projects that are out there, ones that actually do solve like a real problem, especially in gaming. I feel like so much of the gaming conversations I have are like, oh, we're doing this thing, but it's NFTs, or we're doing X and Y, but it's got a token. YOM isn't that. YOM is something truly revolutionary that actually solves a problem, which is cloud gaming, which is something that I've had experience with. I used I think Shadow during COVID when I was I got sent home from college. I plugged it into my shitty little laptop so that I could play Doom, and it was a pretty hellish experience. Frankly, I was paying $30 a month so my game could freeze every 2 seconds. But that's the options that were out there. So when I heard that you guys were solving this problem, making it cheaper, making it more efficient, more decentralized, I had to jump at the opportunity. And I think me and Andy kind of like, all right, well, what does that look like? How can we kind of square this away in a way that works out for everyone? And I think kind of with it being in the middle of conference season, I think this could have happened any point in the last kind of 6 months, but it just happened to happen right now. And I think we were both, super excited to make things happen because you understand how deeply we care about and prioritize gaming over here at Avalanche. And we were, committed to bringing you guys over.
Right. Yeah. So funny story. This morning, I actually told that story also in front of the community. The first time we met, we were sitting outside drinking beers. That was the first day of Jeroen in the offer. We're a little bit tipsy, and then I was telling Andy, like, what are we doing with Avalanche? Because we're launching on peak in a couple of weeks, right? So what's going to be the deal? But it was a very cool conversation, and then from that I did some research, and then also like there was some back and forth between us, Wills, on the potential also for the layer 1, which also kind of like opened some eyes on my side. Like, okay, that is very interesting, and I've never considered Avalanche in that way, right? So I saw it mostly the L1s as a solution for governments that wanted to have their own chain, or institutions that couldn't work with a public chain. But then it dawned on me, okay, it's actually, if you want to, if you achieve certain volumes, then getting a grip, like almost like an SLA level on the gas usage, and getting to control that is really, really important. And then the other aspect of price differentiation that we've been fundamentally trying to solve with more like top-down level control schemes, even trying to tie it somehow to advertising yield in certain regions where you really don't want to be, because that makes it really horrific. Led us in the end to the realization, okay, we should be thinking more about that L1 strategy on Avalanche, because that's going to solve all of our problems. The only thing that held us back was, okay, how practicable, how feasible is it? Because in the end, we're DePIN. We're not, we are not there to manage and maintain our own blockchain.
Yeah.
Yeah,
no, 100%. And I think that was something that also excited us about you guys, is like, as soon as like this opportunity, started to fall into the realm of possibility, you guys were like hammering us with questions, technical questions, how does this work? How does this work? Like, you guys really kind of had that drive to make sure that everything was going to work out and everything was going to be for your best interests. And like, again, like, qualities that we really don't see in other teams. It's a more, all right, how much money are you going to give us? Like, that's the only question. And, I think that it was refreshing to see how committed you guys were to making it work at a technical level. And, you guys had sort of seen the light on the Avalanche tech side, on the L1, how it could benefit you guys in the long run and really open up the opportunities there. And I think that's, kind of the stars aligning really on our end. Great use case, great team, and super strong tech alignment. Those are the deals that we kind of just can't pass up.
Right. So what happened then after we met, right, and those initial thoughts emerged? Andy went to Asia for a road trip. He probably talked about that. And I went
and on holiday for 3 weeks.
No. I wish. No, I was first going to Stockholm and then to Helsinki, basically the Scandinavia tour, right? So we were both on different continents, and then we had to sync back, and also the operation. And I was like, oh no, we have to now proceed here and make some quick decisions. And we kind of forced ourselves in the end against the wall. And we had to make a really, really, really difficult decision towards our community. Because, I mean, like, we should have obviously done this 3 months ago or longer, right? Even and now we did it, let's say 4 days. We announced it 4 days before our TGE. So that was, but people from the community, they took it really well, and they said, yeah, guys, this is a hard move, but it's the best move that that you can make. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, there's a lot of recognition to the idea that Avalanche is doing a lot in the gaming space, and that's kind of one of the questions I wanted to ask you, Bill. So, why the concentration in the gaming space, and what are the kinds of things we could see from Avalanche? Just not just YOM, but I mean, in total, what's the initiatives that are going on for Avalanche in the gaming space?
Yeah, so to the sort of like why the focus on the gaming space, I think gamers, from day one have always been, the some of the first adopters of new technology. They're always looking for the next new shiny thing. And I think that has really kind of paved the way for a lot of possibility for onboarding users into Web3, at least from an Avalanche perspective of targeting gamers and getting them involved and talking to game developers as well, who are always trying to push the boundaries. What can we do with the new technology that's available? It's kind of a match made in heaven for onboarding consumers to the blockchain. So that's kind of like the core thesis of gaming on Avalanche. I think from an activation standpoint, we have kind of, our flagship titles like Off the Grid, like Maple Story. But kind of the approach that we're taking at the moment is very much focused towards, how do we really kind of like stir up, developers and users through kind of, structured initiatives. And I think a good example of that is the Avalanche Battle Pass, which is, run through Playful, which is a partner of ours who's helping us build this out. Basically, it's a celebration of games on AVAX. You come in, you play games, you earn Avalanche rewards, and, feels like a Fortnite Battle Pass. But instead, you're earning tokens, NFTs, and we also have a lottery at the end of it that allows you to get like CS skins, Pokemon cards, that kind of thing. So really just kind of celebrating the games that we do have already and providing a UA funnel for the games that are on Avalanche, and kind of using that to appeal and bring games in. And then we also have the accelerator, which is we're running in partnership with Helica, which is one of the premier analytics providers in the space. Basically, they do everything from monetization, retention, all of those things that kind of help your game get like over the finish line and go to market in the best way possible. So we're partnering with 5 teams. I think applications are shutting either this week or next week for that. And we're going to have 5 teams. We're going to run them through a 3-month accelerated program, and then we're going to do a demo day where we, kind of once they've, been helped out, we've worked with them on kind of what their models are, what their tokenomics look like, what their, retention, monetization, all that good stuff, and then, show them to the world with a demo day. So that's the accelerator that we're running. But kind of generally, we're just really trying to get our hands into Web2 gaming. Like, what does Web3 adoption look like at a mass scale? I was at Gamescom, as I mentioned, and I think that what I really saw there was a kind of reframing of how Web3 was looked at. I joke that like whenever I go to a gaming conference and tell people I work for a blockchain, I'm dodging like rocks and tomatoes and stuff. As I have to.
Yeah. It's really bad. It's really bad.
It's getting better. It's slowly getting better. The word that I think it went from like active hostility to pitiful curiosity. People are like, "Oh, you're still doing that? That's interesting. What's going on?" And I it's baby steps in the right direction. But I think what it kind of shows is that people understand the technology isn't going anywhere. People understand that there's a use case. Governments are using it. Banks are using it. Massive consumer apps are using it. Like it's clearly something that is going to revolutionize the way that we transact and interact with money at large. So what does that look like as a step one? Because I think what kind of happened, especially in gaming, was we tried to do step, 486 to 1 all at once. We did NFTs, we did, did governance, all of this crazy stuff that we did in 2021. And like the root use cases of those aren't invalid. It was just put together so sloppily and without the right incentives and without the right kind of structure and care for like how traditional players were going to view this, that everyone has kind of just bucketed it all together and said, all of that blockchain crypto stuff, useless, scam. And so what I think we need to do as an industry is kind of go back to square one. What does pay with crypto look like? What does, pay with stable coins look like? How do we get people and institutions comfortable with the idea of paying for games and for game, items with crypto? And once that technology and that step has been made, and, every studio is like, oh yeah, we have a pay with stable coins button. We allow you to pay with, any kind of currency that you want. Doing all of the other crazy cool stuff that we came here to do becomes a lot more feasible because there isn't that initial apprehension. So I think that's kind of what I'm focusing on is, like how do we get, a pay with stablecoins button into Steam, into Epic? Like how do we get those kind of base rails set up on Avalanche so that when games want to do that crazy stuff at a super large scale, they can. Sorry, I rambled for a little bit.
No. This is indeed the... And I'm trying to also see, because you mentioned also we're trying to also build technologies for Web2 games, right? trying to imagine what that looks like, because almost it's almost like a distinct demographic, right? So Web3 games, they generally have people interested in the value of the assets, just like with, let's say, RuneScape, right? You have a type of RuneScape player that's just, they're not in it for the game, they're in it to basically collect the best items out there, and they then sell it on third-party platforms, right? You can sell your account. It's a very different demographic. So I'm trying to understand also, okay, like so I get the Web2 mentality. If you look at it, and it's like, okay, yeah, that's not me. I play the game to immerse myself into the content.
Yeah.
So I'm not interested in then using that and then provide for my family if I'm good at that. That's a particular niche hardcore, even in the Web 2, where you do have certain areas like RuneScape, but also hardcore esports, right? Or competitive RTS gameplay where you have some prizes attached to it. That's pretty niche.
Yeah.
I'm trying to, so maybe so Wills, I want to have you share your opinion here, because I don't have the complete overview on that part of the ecosystem, but maybe you do.
No, I definitely agree with you on that. I'm exactly the same way. I play a game because it's cool. You know, like I don't expect to be, you know, exactly feeding my family with the money I make from gaming. And I do feel like, you know, that the whole idea of like, oh, play to earn, I think it's kind of like a symptom of this whole, you know, hustle grind. Like everything you do should be earning you money every second of the day. And it's like, no, dude, like you watch a movie, you know, play a game, you know, have some chill time. Like that stuff is still valuable, even if it doesn't earn you money. Is there value in kind of, you know, creating these systems of value within those games for people who want to use those? Is exactly as you said, 100%. Should there be games? Should there be more structured, you know, layouts for the people who want to play RuneScape like that, for the people who want to play WoW like that? And absolutely, I think there is there's a lot of overlap between the kind of people who were selling accounts on RuneScape or farming gold in WoW and the people who do end up day trading in crypto. I think the Venn diagram there is pretty huge. And I think that's why we've seen so much of the games that come out of that want and that need be very sort of DeFi focused and almost like DeFi protocols with a fantasy wrapper on them. And that definitely has a market. There is kind of that degen Web3 gamer, you know, play the game, farm rewards, convert the currencies, trade the assets. People really enjoy that. But as you said, it is a very, very niche group. The amount of people who are like farming that kind of numbers on RuneScape, on WoW, on CSGO is pretty limited. And I think this idea that, you know, everyone else who plays games is going to buy into a system like that is pretty flawed. That's kind of why is it valuable and does it serve an audience? 100%. Is that audience going to be the one that onboards, you know, the next, you know, other products that come out of things built for that audience going to onboard the next billion users to crypto? I have trouble believing that, which is why I kind of, you know, am trying to do a little bit more of a back to basics approach of like, what does, you know, basic payments look like? How do we get those set up? How do we get our sort of fingers into the gaming industry in a way that we're trusted? You know, the shame around using crypto in any regard goes away because there are already established safe rails through which you can use it on major platforms. Because I think that opens up the ability to have systems like those that are being created for these kind of small DeFi games at a much larger level in legacy IPs.
Yeah, I think the other issue with Web3 gaming is that, first of all, it's pretty easy as a Web3 game to get a lot of traction, right? Because the moment you start providing bounties, you get so many people just hunting and sniping those and playing to earn, right? So it has that edge over, let's say, Web2 games, where getting a user in is almost impossible, right? You cannot do that organically. You have to get listed on Steam. You have to, like, you pay $2 or $3 per user that you onboard. Whereas in Web3, you can literally have thousands and thousands of people playing the game for less than a cent acquisition cost because they share it with their communities and they all start to play, right? So it's a different mentality.
I mean, I will kind of just butt in there and say that yes, like I 100% think that Web3, like NFTs, airdrops, like those can be a massive user acquisition tool, but it can often be like selling your soul to the devil in a certain sense. That 1 cent that you paid versus the $2, you're going to pay that $1.99 somewhere else. It might
somewhere
be
else down the line.
It might be in retention of those users, because those users a lot of the time aren't going to be great for your game unless you keep paying them. And I think that kind of managing those expectations well is essential. Like, I think you can launch an NFT collection or, have a token airdrop to kind of really pump start your community. But like those things can't be step one. They have to be part of a much larger plan to kind of retain and onboard users, because I feel like as soon as a Web2 users gets burnt by something like that, they're never coming back.
No, it's indeed the combination of the two, right? Because you want your acquisition cost to be as low as possible. That's where we also come in by helping partners upgrade. But at the same time, the retention of your users should not have a negative value, right? So if your average user absorbs $1 from the ecosystem, you better not do it. So you have to be very smart in going about it, and it can be part of, let's say, almost like a marketing stunt, right? As long as you then gate it anyway somewhere down the line, where you say, okay, now lots of people played it. If you want to continue playing, $1, you go to the next level. You're free to play. And we had, I think, Jeff, you had a similar talk with Anna from Outmine today as well. On the integration with channels and how to, because they have so many users on their app, and then we talk about but let's get even more on there, because we can integrate you in games.tg and lots of our partners. And but the problem is that she's saying, what are the costs associated with it? And they have on their roadmap a whole list of features listed where they're going to gate it in such a way that actually the user acquisition in the end is effective to their bottom line. And that needs to be resolved first before partners like us are going to be effective for them, because otherwise they lose even more money, right? So I think that has been the discussion primarily with the Web3 games that we have also seen. When we talk with them, it's like, they already have so many users, right? And it's like, good for you, you have many users. Are actually going to pay, right? Like that is the fundamental, and that's why we said at some point that was I think like shortly after we all got together, we said, it's going to be the Web2 projects that we primarily need to focus on when we consider integrating with partners. And the reason is because the retention makes sense. So then it's worth it for them. I mean, if people are not going to pay for it down the line, like it's not going to bring any substance to the economics.
No, 100%. And I think that kind of like another problem that we're kind of seeing is that, like, the stat I like to use is that in 2024, 18,000 games were released on Steam. And
how many?
18,000.
Yeah, 80% don't make more than $5,000.
Oh, if that. Yeah. And I think that the strategy of like going around and trying to find the next big game is, a fool's errand to a certain extent. Unless you're willing to market and put your brand on the line to make that game a success. No. Which is why Web3 is struggling, frankly, because not only does it need to, compete amongst other Web3 games, it's competing against, 20,000 other games. Then that's not including all the games that are on Roblox and Fortnite. And kind of trying to do that and create a good game that people like. Having a good game isn't enough is basically what I'm trying to say. And I think that that's become kind of the widely accepted rhetoric over the last few years of having a good game isn't enough. You need to have a unique spin. You need to have a way that you're reaching users that people aren't. And I think you guys provide a really interesting solution to that problem. And by solving that visibility problem and by solving the cloud gaming problem in a way that hasn't been done before, you're really giving, potentially those 20,000 games an opportunity to get in front of the right people.
Yeah. And it's especially so the mobile gaming market has increased in size, right? It has increased enormously in the last 10 years, but the last 2 years it also increased. It's actually the desktop gaming and the console gaming that decreased in size, right? So those markets are getting smaller, and that could be because of the mobile games. It could be because of mindshare getting absorbed somewhere else. For example, TikToks, doom scrolling, other ventures that are super exciting for people to get into. And that to us, I mean, I've had quite some conversation with Jeff about that, because it's the original PC gaming, and we started off the conversation talking about Dungeons and Dragons and all of these super immersive games that you can only achieve really on those consoles and the PC setups. They seem to be disappearing because people have increasingly limited attention spans, and there's just so many other things to do.
That's what the report, again, if you did that half hour I did through the report, there's so many different factors by playing, and you've hit a couple of them, right? People are paying attention now to TikTok, people who are in a game. The games now, the formats of them, like the battle royales and those kinds of things, they reinforce the I'm not going to leave because my buddy's here too, and we're this is how we share our social time together. We're stuck in this game together. We've recruited a whole bunch of stuff. We've done a whole bunch of missions together. For any one of those 2 guys or 8 guys, in the case of like a larger squads, for any of them to leave and find a new game is very difficult for them to do. And if it involves a download and install and spend money, even less likely it's going to happen. So our path is let's discover the game because it's instant play. They've gone to a Discord group. They've started playing the game. They're like, hey, I played this game inside of Discord. Sending it to their buddy on Discord to get into that same Discord channel to start playing again. Now their friends are migrating over to this new game because discovery phase is much easier to do. That's kind of part of our part aspect. So I just real quick, I know, Willis, do I have you for do you have to take off right now, or do you have you for another 15?
You got me for another 15.
All right, cool. Can we talk a little bit about the marketing efforts that we make to get our, so, we've been around for about 2 years. Well, we're now employing a larger marketing strategy as we get into the node sales now that they're ready to go, and that we're heading into TG, so we're getting more visibility to. So, where do you think the partnership? I know mostly I probably am from the Avalanche Gaming channel, but where do you see Avalanche Gaming helping us get ourselves more visible to both your community and then the larger gaming community as a whole?
Yeah, I think there's a few routes we're taking. Obviously, as you said, the Gaming on AVAX channel is kind of where we have most of our gamers and where the most visibility is for people who would be interested in something like this. The people who are going to have, PC rigs that they want to use for a product like this. I think that's going to be a great channel. But then also, partnering and getting you guys in touch with some of our community heads. I think getting you guys on Gamified is something that I'm very excited for, to talk about cloud gaming on there. We were talking about it last week. It kind of came up on the side. So I'm going to definitely be hitting up Sam Stefanino, who's one of our, best partners and good friend of mine, to sort of have that discussion, because he kind of has, the Web3 gaming spaces. Basically, it happens every week. We get hundreds of listeners, and all of those are people who are actively participating in the community. They are either making games or talking about games in Web3, and getting them excited about something like this is going to be very easy to do, especially having you guys on. So I think kind of there's AVAX Weekly, AVAX Roundup, all of those kind of spaces that we can get you guys on and kind of put you guys up as here's what we're doing, and allow you guys to kind of speak for yourselves in terms of the value of the product. Perfect. I think that's what we've seen people respond best to, is when we have the founder, talking about their product and why they chose Avalanche. It's very easy for us to accelerate that and amplify that.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Go
yeah,
ahead,
yeah.
Jorrit.
Yeah, I was thinking also because we didn't really speak about the roadmap, right? So for us, like the key bit was not necessarily the L. Well, it was the L1, but it's also okay how to get there, which is the C chain in our case, right? And because that makes it super interesting for projects that don't necessarily have the volumes yet, right? That's still, but they do need to already have something on chain. They need to build their product, but they don't want to run a validator. Like the C chain is the golden bit there. That previously, and I've been into the Avalanche ecosystem personally with my money over the last couple of years, but I've primarily looked at it from indeed the subnet perspective. But now, like one of the things that's really essential to that is actually the C chain, to realizing that in the end. And that's what we are experiencing now, because without the C chain, we would probably not have been able to make that move. And then maybe in a couple of years, right? But then you're bigger, and then like, what's the cost of switching? Only increases over time. The C chain has been particularly effective. How do you relate that to, let's say, all of the Web3 games out there? I mean, is it still the idea that every gaming ecosystem, of course, we have Gunzilla, manages their own L1, or is there going to be more of a focus on the C chain? What's the general recommendation that you guys now go for with other Web3 projects?
Yeah, I think we definitely, as kind of with you guys, I think we encourage people to launch on C chain first. You know, it's the liquidity hub, it's where the users are. It's a great way to prove out demand and feasibility for any kind of larger scale endeavor. Obviously, like L1s have their own use case. Like if you are a bank, you're not gonna want to launch on C chain. You're gonna want to launch at L1 from the start. But I think that from the game perspective, and this kind of is how things have happened before in the past as well in gaming. A lot of times you have a gaming studio that's making a game, and then they make a tool that helps them make their game, and then they're like, oh, everybody needs this tool. Let me create a platform or a company that just does this and sells this tool and enables everybody else. Like that's how Steam started. It was a launcher for Counter-Strike, and then they ended up having their own platform. I think that Avalanche creates a really great environment for those kinds of discoveries to happen. Let's launch a product, let's prove demand, let's launch the game, let's get users in, do all the stuff that we need to do. And then if there's demand, if we see, us hitting a certain transaction threshold or needing a certain amount of liquidity or wanting to have our own unique set of rules for how you engage with the game financially, that's where the L1 comes in. It kind of allows those kind of grander visions to be realized.
Right. Yeah. I mean, any other points, Jeff, that we want to discuss?
Yeah.
Questions from the community, maybe that.
Well, I did have one question. What is Avalanche expecting to gain from this partnership? And I don't know if it's. I mean, you could read that in so many different tones. Like, what are they getting out of this? Or you
I
can
mean,
read like,
I don't know. I'm just frankly stoked to have you guys on board. I think that like Avalanche gets a problem solved on our platform. I think that's the main value add. Is like, what are the problems? Like that's the kind of the question I'm asking myself every day. What problems are being solved on Avalanche that aren't being solved anywhere else? And you guys have a really unique one that I'm personally, a big fan of. And I think, kind of not only moves Web3 gaming forward, but gaming as a whole. So that's what we get out of it.
So something to think about, Wills, when you're talking about your incubator and you've got some games that are coming on board that you're helping shepherd them along and get them to. You said at one point you're going to do some kind of evaluation. A very good way to evaluate them is to put them live on the YOM network. Let them post them from some website and let anybody in the whole community play them without having to do any kind of download and install. And then you'll get real feedback very quickly about which games communities are really enjoying. So
plus you have
in mind when you're
chain transactions, right? So every session immediately. So it's a very quick onboarding rather than migrating as a game entirely or switching. You can just deploy on YOM and then it's running on Avalanche.
Yeah, people are playing right away and they give you the feedback right. So this is something that we talk about with long career in making games. And one of the things that we get to test nights, and for test nights we always had to bring people into the studio, sit them down at a desk, have the game installed on the computers, and let them play. With this system, we don't have to do that any longer. A test night can really just be, hey, hit this website and fill out this survey when you're done, right? And that's just a very, very simple way to get people to test the game. So as you're working on this incubator, please keep in mind, you've got now a very easy way to get those games to be evaluated by players.
100%.
Really good.
All right. No, I don't think I have any other questions from the community. I think we've kind of covered all kinds of things. Wills, any parting words that you want to bring our community into, and then let's get rolling on all this.
Yeah, man. I mean, really just stoked to have you guys on. I think, it's definitely been a turbulent couple of weeks where we were like, is this going to happen? What's it going to look like? And I think I'm really stoked to be over the hump on that front now. But, there's a lot of work to do in terms of, getting you guys set up and, making sure, marketed well, connecting you with the right partners, very committed to doing all of that as well. Like, this is where the real fun starts, at least for me, is seeing you guys succeed. So super excited to have you guys on board and see where it goes.
Yeah, no, I would honestly say, since we're now partnered with you, we're also more confident in more of our own marketing efforts as well. So we're amplifying that because we know, okay, you guys also have our backs, and anything that we do also supports you guys, right? So we have. I can't mention that because Jeroen doesn't want me to mention that, but we have two very strong marketing partners that are going to really amplify the hell out of YOM. So hopefully, we can also do something there with the Avalanche team as well.
Love to hear it.
Yeah. Wills, if there's any kind of Avalanche swag you want to send my way, I can make sure that you get my address. I'm happy to.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, when I get swag, you'll be next on the list.
All right, awesome. All right, well, this concludes 7 hours and 42 minutes of me sitting here and live broadcasting for the full day today.
MVP. Let's go, Jeff.
It's been fun. I've enjoyed all the conversation. We've learned quite a bit from all the different guests we've had today. So it's been awesome. If people have more questions, obviously we've got that's
the thing, right? The more you talk, the more questions pop up. Our past 30 minutes where we discussed all of the operational things that we need to be doing and working on, people are going to, what are they talking about? Which partners are they?
So people should be following Gaming on AVAX, right? Yeah. On Telegram. That's the place. Is there any other besides Gaming on AVAX on Telegram? Is there on
X? Yeah.
Yeah. Is there any other place that they should be following? Where else can people hook in?
I think that's going to be the main spot. I mean, we have kind of a variety of Avalanche accounts that are kind of sharing the good news. I think Gaming on AVAX is good. We have a Discord as well that's got tons of people in it talking about what's going on in the AVAX ecosystem. And also go check out the Battle Pass if you want to see what's going on Avalanche. Go check out Avalanche Battle Pass on playful.com. Really great opportunity to earn rewards for playing games.
Awesome. All right, and that concludes this long day. Thanks so much, Wills, for joining us. Thanks, Jorrit, for all the work you've been doing to make all this happen. And let's go at it and see what the next couple of weeks bring us, and let's get to December 9th and get the token out there.
Hell yeah!
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, everybody.
It's been brilliant all day. So let me compliment you back there, and let's sync up right after.